All right, guys. Welcome. Can you guys hear me? How's everybody doing? Can you hear me? Yo, see the new yeah, I'm gonna play it tonight. Everything's coming out, man. Um, can you guys can one of you type in a one if you can hear me? Internet's acting up tonight. It's not my internet, guys. It's my brother's. He's right upstairs and I don't have a cable to plug it in, so I'm gonna have to do that later. Because this Wi-Fi thing is annoying. Thank you. All right, cool. Let's get this started. Ugh! All right. So what do you guys think, man? This has been an onslaught of just videos from, regarding the Abram, from, the brother in UK, e-rides, fees, man. The Abrams is the one wheel that we haven't really been talking about. No, people have been talking about it. Some people have been talking about it. But let's be honest. Most of us have been talking about the KS20. All right. And the only reason we even mentioned the Commander is because videos have been coming out about the Commander. But there's not been much talk about the Abrams, man. Yes, I saw some comments. I saw some comments about, oh, I want the Abram. And to be fair, a lot of the reasons we didn't really make videos about the Abrams because nothing was out. There was literally nothing out. But now that it's out, whew, my gosh, I'm sorry. Like Sherman did it again, man. Sherman did it again. That is an amazing wheel. First of all, good night, guys. I didn't even get to introduce myself because the Abram was on my mind all day, as I'm sure it's been with you guys too. But yeah, there was a video that Afiz shared with us in Europe. First of all, we saw the unboxing of it. Well, not really the unboxing, but the putting together. So I don't know. I hope that's not how it comes for us. But it comes in like pieces. It came in pieces and stuff like that. So we saw the early videos of him, putting the pieces together, showing us the motor, the rails, the connector, how it connects to the battery and stuff like that. But when he put it together and started riding in the dark with light shining onto the body panels and the rails and that big dedicated back tail light, and those front lights, man. Shout out to InMotion because InMotion was the first one that came out with that. But that, man, the quality of that wheel. The quality, man. Holy smokes. Now, what's interesting is the wheel is big. Let's not play around here. It's a big wheel, okay? But for some reason, I'm looking at it, the sound, the quality, the performance, and I'm like, it's a big wheel. I understand it's a big wheel. How much is the Commander again? You know what I'm saying? Like, how much is the Commander again? $4,000? Okay. And why do I want the Commander? The range? Okay. That's how I was feeling, dude. Watching that video, I'm like, holy freaking smokes, man. Yeah, Mr. Dovo. Yes, the motor of the Abrams purrs. Dude, did they do that on purpose? Because remember Kingsong, when Kingsong first came out, I don't know how new or old you guys are to the EUC game, but there was a time when Kingsong came out with their wheels and there was always a hissing sound to it, like a whining noise to it, and it wasn't appealing. It was kind of more annoying than anything. This one, dude, I want that wheel now. Like, I want it in here right now. You know what I'm saying? Like, I need it right now. That wheel oozes quality, build quality. And Sherman did it again. Leaperkim did it again. Type a 1 in the chat if you guys agree that Leaperkim did it again. Any one of you. If you're listening under my voice, type a 1 if you feel Leaperkim did it again. Now, this is in terms of quality. This is in terms of just being quiet about everything and then just releasing it. You know what I mean? They don't really string us along like KS20 did or Kingsong. No one strings us along. Yeah, they just built it in silence and released it, just like they did the Sherman. The Sherman was the exact same thing, man. There was not much talk about it, and then there was a rendering, and then boom. Same thing with this one. There was not much talk about it. Then there was a rendering with a rock next to it, and then boom. Damn. What a great wheel. What do you guys think? Is my video freezing? Okay, I guess it's freezing. All right. Well, maybe we won't have a live tonight. That's how it goes, guys, in the world of my lives. Things just freeze. Okay, let's see. We need to see more real life use in some footage. See riding, etc. I don't know how maneuverable it'll be. From the looks of it, it looks quite maneuverable, but you're right. Seeing it in real life is going to be helpful. But remember, this is in Europe. So isn't it or London? Isn't it illegal in the UK? London, UK, are they all the same? I can never tell. There's London, there's England, there's UK, there's Isle of Man. Are they all the same or are they one? I can never tell. You know what I mean? So maybe that's why we're not seeing it in traffic. Because if this was in New York, obviously it'd be in traffic already. But I know that in certain places in the UK, you can't really ride it. Jordan, you love my channel. Yes, thank you. Question: are you still doing riding lessons in the New England area? I kind of stopped because it was hard to do it because between work and trying to get it done, it was pretty tough. It wasn't really consistent. I did train a few people, but it was like few and far in between. And most of those people who I was training, they were not coming from where I lived. Dude. They were coming from like New Hampshire. They were coming from Rhode Island. They were coming from like far places, Connecticut. So it wasn't really consistent. I would like to start it again, but it's hard. It's hard for me to do because I have to work. You know what I mean? I would love to do what I'm doing here full time, but things take time. So I got to go slowly. So the answer is no. I don't do it. I would like to, man. I would like to continue. But I mean, if you're in the area, just hit me up on the app. Do I have a wheel here? I have the 16X here, and I have my MSB. My 84 volt is down. I mean, we could figure something out. If you're desperate to learn and you're in the area, you could just contact me on Instagram or Facebook and see what happens, man. I could help you out. Won't even charge you. Just do it because I'm done. I cut it off because I'm like, damn, like this, what I really want to do is not happening. And I don't want to waste money in something that I am not confident about. So the answer is no, not right now. But if you want, just chat with me on Facebook. If you're in the area, we'll figure it out. Oh yeah, public use is a no-go. Oh, Devo, are you in UK? Are you in the UK? Yeah, because I don't really see these guys ride in traffic. I never see the UK guys drive in traffic. That recent video that Afiz released with the Abrams, versus the Sherman and the EXN, I believe. That was like the only time I saw traffic. Every other time I saw these guys riding, they were pretty much riding in, like areas where there were no cars. So can't say much about that. Oh, you're in the Bay Area. Okay. Cool. I actually got an InMotion V8 and have had trouble figuring it out. You know what I'm going to do? The next live, okay, this was supposed to be this live, but all these videos kept coming out, so I had to switch this live. So what I plan on doing, Yaswil, is setting up a live where we talk about setting up the apps. So there's like the EUC World app. There's a bunch of apps out there, guys. It's not just the EUC World. There's a bunch of apps out there. And any questions you guys have, we can just call it in and try to figure it out, because I know there's a lot of you out there trying to figure out how to ride. Maybe I can set up a virtual how to ride. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Got to make it work. All right, so there's not much chat going on in the chat area, but let me do this, okay? I have a video that I prepared for you guys, so I'm just gonna play it. Be awesome. I'd be awesome. Yeah, sure. Yeah, those apps are very important, man. Very important, especially for new riders. It's very important. Shouldn't be an issue. I've seen some serious traffic surfing on the Monster Pro. Yeah, it shouldn't be an issue, to be honest. Like, again, let's make it clear. If you're new to riding, less than 6 months of riding, 6 months, yeah, about 6 months of riding, but you haven't been riding consistently. If you're new to riding, the Abrams is not a wheel for you. It's just not. It's huge. It's tall. It's just not a wheel for you. And you don't want to scratch up the wheel, man. Get a reasonable wheel. Get like an InMotion V8. Get a 16X. Get a 16S from Kingsong, 14D, something like that. I know a lot of people don't want to get wheels where they would have to pay a bunch of money, and then later down the road, it's like, whoa, I need a more faster wheel. This is too slow. Figure it out, man. Like, get a used wheel, but get some. And if you're planning on getting expensive wheel, I just mentioned some good ones. The V10, Law mentioned that the other day. The V10F, 16X, 84 volt MSX. Well, that's not being sold by Ewheels anymore. You have the Kingsong 18XL. There's a bunch of wheels out there that you guys can get that's mid-range, and you don't have to force yourself to get any of these new wheels because they're on a different level. Okay, they're just on a different level. Just allow your mouth to water a bit, but don't bite. You know what I'm saying? Don't bite. You're not ready. Let's see. For the journey, greetings to you, sir. Greetings. App stream theme would be a great idea. Yeah, absolutely. Because I get a lot of questions about, hey, how did you do your setup? How did you do your setup? And also for me, I had some questions too. I was just too lazy to try to figure out. Man, is the stream freezing, guys? It looks like it's freezing here. Is it freezing for you guys? I may have to get a cable next time. For the journey, heading to Portland Friday night ride. Nice. Woo. Right now? You're on. Whoa. That's nice, man. Good for you. It's cold right now. I don't mind riding in the cold, but it's cold right now. Yeah, it's freezing. I know my live is freezing because I'm sharing someone else's internet. It's not my internet. I can't do this live at home because where I live in an apartment and it's very loud and active. So I can't really do it in there. So I'm using this basement, my mother's basement, and I'm using her internet or my brother's internet. So I need to go get a cable tomorrow that's probably 100 feet long in order to get this working smoothly. So bear with me, guys. Bear with me, okay? It's freezing again. Here it goes, freezing again. And who knows? Maybe the weather is affecting it too. Okay. Yep, it freezes sometimes. Sorry about that, man. I apologize. I will try to make this live better, guys. I'm so sorry. I just got back inside. It's getting cold out there tonight. Nice. Okay, good. For some of you, the connection is good. Okay, good. Good. So, guys, come on. What do you think about this? You know what? Let me get into. I'm excited, man. I'm freaking excited about this freaking wheel. Oh my gosh! Like, there's just so many good options, man. I see you in New Zealand. Minor pause. Yeah, it pauses because I'm on a Wi-Fi, guys. I'm on Wi-Fi, and this is why it's pausing. So sorry. I don't know what to do about it. I can't really connect to cable right now. And last time it never paused. I think it's the weather also. But let me play this video for you guys. Let me not make it too long because I don't want it to freeze anymore. So layer up and come out. Dude, I ride in the cold. It doesn't matter to me. I agree. But oh man, I remember we used to ride in group ride. I used to go to group rides in Boston because there are riders in Boston, but I haven't kept up with them. So So after the videos that's been released, who's getting an Abrams? Is anyone getting an Abrams? Not the new people. New people do not answer me. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it, new writers. But seriously, who's getting an Abrams after all these videos, man? This video has been coming out. They're good. Oh gosh, here goes another freeze. Damn. I'm so sorry, guys. This is crazy. This is not going too good. I'm buying for bigger guys. The 22-inch wheel is optimal size. I have a Monster V2, which is a 22-inch, and I love it. Are you a big guy? I'm Kev Eastwood. Are you a big guy? Oh, you are a big guy? Okay, okay. How big? What's your weight? What's your weight? Sensei, I'm thinking about it. Sensei, I'm going to let you on a little bit. I'm just going to do this thing here. And it sucks, man. My internet, not my internet. The internet is acting terrible. Terrible. Abrams for me. Ooh, good for you, Adam Gusick. Hey, Adam Gusick, I might just go your route. I'm telling you, man. It has everything we need. The only thing... So one of the main topics we're going to... Oh, here it goes freezing again. Are you serious? This is really frustrating. One of the main things I want to deal with is the battery tonight. The disc, so they have a 2700 watt hour battery, but that doesn't tell the whole story. Okay, let me just play the video because this might be a short live tonight, guys. The feed is just acting terrible. I hope you guys can see this video, man. I really do. All right, let me add this to the screen here. All right, let me add this. Well, let's watch this right here. 6 feet, 210 pounds. That's nothing, dude. I weigh 210 pounds with my clothes and with oh my gosh. Sorry guys. This is terrible. This is really acting up. It's really acting up. Let me just remove this. It's acting up real slow, like everything is pausing. I don't have a solution because I don't have a cable. Let's play this video and see what happens, okay? Oh, that's not the one, dude. We're running around excited about the wheels we had and what wheels were to come, but not from the likes of a soon-to-be company called Leaperkim. We had no idea this company would soon change everything. Never mind. This is not working out. This is not working out. Wow. Yeah, it's not working out, guys. Damn. Okay. Well, I'll just read your comments. Still stuck on the S20 after new footage, especially. I know that new well, honestly, the footage is not. Let's look at it. Let's see if I at least can play that. Hold on. Let's see if I can at least play that because I don't know what is going on with my internet, with the internet. It's Wi-Fi. It's just Wi-Fi is terrible right now. Hold on. I knew. Let's see. Just upload this. Yeah, I'm gonna have to get a long cable, man. Get this to work. Next. Off. Listed. All right. Let's watch since you guys are talking about the King song, let's talk about the King song for a bit since you guys are talking about the King song. Hold on for a second. Did you hear that? Type a 1 if you heard that. Please type a 1 if you heard that. Because I'm not going to play a whole video and then you guys can't hear anything. Type a 1 if you heard that, please. All right, cool. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's watch it. See, I came here to talk about the Abrams, but you guys are stuck on you're stuck on the S20. Great. You're stuck on the S20, man. You're still stuck on the S20, even though I'm here to talk about the Abrams. All right, let's look at some new footage of the S20 real quick. Wow. What do you guys think? What do you guys think? New Zealand says must do 100 kph, else no dice. Hold on, let me do a quick calculation. Isn't that like roughly 60? Let me see. 100 kilometers per hour. Come on. Yeah, that's 62. Yeah, probably. I don't know. You know, all they need to do is a lift. Just do a lift, a free wheel spin. That's it. Now, what other videos we got? What's going on here?
And out she goes. So in other words, you have no skill.
What in the world is going on tonight? What? All right, so by comparison, let's look at the veteran Abrams lift spin, free wheel lift speed. All right, let's take a look at that.
As you can see, we now have full charge at 101.5 was just a little bit more. So let's switch on the wheel. So yeah, you can see you cannot switch on the wheel once if it's plugged in. Alright, so we're going to do 3 spins. 3, 2, 1, go.
What do you guys think? What do you guys think? Kev Eastwood, did anyone see the video on how EUC upgrades put the Abrams together? That's on my list as well. Why don't we take a look at that? Well, that's a long video, dude. Let me see if my video is ready. Upload complete. Yes. All right. I found the solution for my video. So let's watch mine. And then we can take a look at EUC upgrades. Oh, it's not even processed yet. 0% video process. I'm trying to find a solution because the Wi-Fi is so slow. But I'll tell you what. Let me talk a little bit. The wheel from Electric Dreams. Let's take a little look at it for a second. Electric Dreams. Let's just go to history. Let's just take a quick look at that for a second. All right. So let's just scrub through it here. What are we looking at? So clearly, to me, this still looks like a prototype. But I don't know. Because the handle is... Does it look complete to you guys, the handle? It still looks like it's silver. So it looks like it's a test wheel, in my opinion. The lights are exactly as I thought it would be. The slide pads, the adjustable side pads they look pretty good. Looks like somebody knows something about jump pads because this is really close to his upper foot area. I'll keep scrubbing. I mean, the build quality is pretty good, though. What do you guys think? The build quality is pretty... Yes, the pedal is pretty high. The pedal clearance is pretty good. It's insanely high. Like, look how high that is. Oh, my gosh. And what's cool about it is, I think it's one of the tallest wheels besides the Abrams. And this chamber back here allows you to, like, tighten it up. So if you like the pedal clearance and you don't want too much bounce, tighten it up. That's my guess. I don't know. But yes, the pedal clearance looks pretty good, man. You're way off the ground. You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of the V11. The V11, when I first got on it, dude, I felt like I had to climb a ladder first and then get on. But yeah, it looks pretty good. It has a lot of clearance. And if you look right here inside, you can see how much bounce you got. I mean, obviously you can kind of judge it by the suspension too, but look at all this gap, this major gap you have in here. So there's a lot of space, a lot of room for bouncing. Meanwhile, you got man, this looks small from this angle. This Commander over here. Suspension, no suspension. I prefer suspension. You know, it still looks like a lot is going on in there, but the difference is it looks very solid. You know, the wheel does not look like, you know, paperweight. It looks very solid, like put together. You know what I mean? Everything looks bolted on. I did see some videos with the S18 and maintenance. And some of the maintenance issues they had was with that rail, that metal piece right here. That metal piece. So if it hits the side and that dents in, that's going to affect how the suspension works, how the shock works. So I could see that potentially happening, but you know. I imagine a lot of people will probably change the tire. What do you guys think? You guys like the knobby? I mean, you haven't ridden it yet, but in your experience, what do you guys think about the knobby? It's wide. It's actually a very wide electric unicycle. The KS20 is a very wide wheel. And my guess is you have to imagine that they have to include the shock. They have to include the space for the clearance for the wheel to come up. They have to include the side pads and the battery. So my guess is that wide stance is due to the battery placement, you see? This is why they probably forego putting a body. Okay, they decided not to put a body on the wheel because look how thick that thing is, and that's where the battery is, right in here. You know what I mean? Wow, that looks a lot better than the S18. With the S18, when you bounce, I'm just looking at it, and I also rode the S18, but when you bounce the S18, when you jump on it, it feels like a pogo stick. This one, of course, it looks like a pogo stick still, but you can see when it drops, there's a little bit of cushion there. A lot more, obviously. Maybe that's just in my head, but it looks like it to me. You see what I'm saying? Like, there's no recoil. He's not recoiling. He's not going like this. He's just going down, and it's like, you know, when you fall on a pillow, you know, you don't bounce back up. You just go like this. So the top part, his body is not feeling much of the shock, and I like that about it. Let's look at it again. Wow. Yeah, that's awesome, dude. That is awesome. It's awesome. Yeah, see the handle? The handle, I hope. It looks like this thing has gone through a lot of testing. A lot of testing. I mean, look at it. Look at that. It's worn out. It's completely worn out. So hopefully that's not how it's shipped. But by the looks of it, it looks like it probably went through a lot of testing. What do you guys think? I like the naked look, like a Street Fighter for a motorcycle. Yeah, it looks really good. I actually love the look. I like the naked look. Yeah, you're right. And keep in mind, that front bumper right here, that front thing is to protect the lights. Built-in adjustable pads are gold. Yeah, man, that's genius. Suspension, yay. But 70 kph, sorry, can't buy 70 kph. Must be 62 mile per hour. I agree, 62 mile per hour. What? You're expecting this to do 62? You mean freewheel spin, right? So you're probably expecting it to do like 50 miles an hour. It's 44 miles an hour, you know? And it's really designed for off-roading anyway. A lot of people are going to use it for on-road riding too, but my guess is those people aren't hard riders. You know what I mean? The battery's not even that like on par with crazy wheels like the Sherman, Commander, EXN, etc. You know, it's just it's 1,000. It's double whatever the S18 was. Okay, so the S18 had 1,100 watt hours. This one has 2,200 watt hours. The S18 had 1,100 watt hour motor. This one has, I believe, double that. It's just double everything. The S18 was they say it was I think they said it was a non-linear suspension, but really it was a linear suspension, sort of. This one is double that. You know, you have 2 spring rates technology in one setup. You know, so the S18 was 84. Was it 84 volts? This one's 126 volts. I mean, everything is just double. So if this is not the wheel for you, it's not the wheel for you, you know. That's beautiful right there. Holy smokes. Wow. That is a good look. That right there is a good look. Let me take this so you guys can see it. That's a good look right there. That's a good look. I like side angle. I like side views, side captures. So let's watch it again from the side. Yeah, that's a good look. I'm sorry. That's a beautiful look. That side look, dude. That side view. Oh my gosh. That side view is nice. That's a beautiful side view. Holy moly. Yeah. You know, the kickstand doesn't look too bad either. It honestly doesn't look too bad. And you know, I'm not sure if the adjustable side path is going to be an issue, to be honest with you. It's looking kind of good. But I need him to review it. I need him to talk, say stuff with his mouth. Look how, guys, look at this, man. Look, you see the power of that wheel? This is dirt, okay? I don't know if it's loose dirt or whatever, but this thing looks like it has power. But he's a small guy, so. Nice. Nice. That's just skills. You know, I think if he had done it without jumping, it still would have jumped up. It looks like a steep hill, dude. So for a 77-pound wheel, knobby tire, the motor seems pretty good, pretty beefy. You know what I mean? Definitely not like the S18. And we remember this one. We remember this one, obviously. Overall, I like the wheel, man. It's a nice wheel. I like it a lot. Now, here's my video. Let me play since you guys are paying attention. Let me see some of your comments here. Where was the last comment? Okay. Pedal clearance is good. 29 point. Okay. It's a tall wheel. It's a really tall wheel. Remember, it's tall because of it's a suspension wheel. So the moment you get on it, depending on your setting, is going to adjust to that. You know what I mean? One crash in the S20's toast. I disagree with you. Dude, do you see how it looks really strong? I'll tell you what, though. If you crash that thing in a severe way, expect some dents. Expect some dents probably in the battery compartment because that looks metal to me. I would prefer it be some type of strong plastic instead of metal, because what you don't want to happen is you don't want metal bending and then puncturing the battery inside. That could be a problem. You know what I mean? That's a high possibility. With plastic, you have different layers of plastic. Then you have the foam on the inside. And then plastic doesn't really bend. You know what I mean? You just scratch it or something or crack it. And also plastic allows you to bounce. When you hit the ground, it bounces. Whereas metal, it kind of absorbs it. You know, it absorbs the impact, and the impact goes through the metal and bends it. And you don't want that because the battery is in there, and that would be the worst thing, dude. Imagine that. Crashing off-roading in the worst way ever, and then puncture the battery and the whole thing goes up in flames. Yeah, I'm okay with 70 kilometers too. I mean, guys, you have to take into consideration. Look, I respect the guy's view who said, listen, if it's not doing 61 miles per hour free wheel spin, forget about it. That's what the Sherman's for. That's what the Abrams for. That's what the Commander is for. This thing is a different wheel. It's literally King Song's first high performance all around wheel, dude. This is the most utilitarian you will get in the market for the speed, for the range, you know what I'm saying? For the weight, for the price, for the features. I mean, you got to give it to King Song, dude. It's hard to include. Do you see what you're getting? It's hard to include everything in a wheel plus battery. You know what I'm saying? There's no body. all that extra space that could have been used for a battery is used for this suspension. So you got to give it to King Song. You know what I'm saying? You might disagree, but you just got to look at it like that. But you know, it's your choice. And now we have choices. We have many choices. So Abrams, yes. The Abrams is so good. Oh my gosh. I'm serious, dude. We're going to talk about the battery in a little bit. And hopefully someone on here knows about batteries. Old $1,000 Z10 can spin 60. Yeah, but it won't do it. It won't do anywhere near 60. Unless you're referring to kilometers per hour. You know, 60 kilometers per hour, yes. Free will spin. I don't think this person was talking about free will spin. I think he meant actually like, you know, 100. I think he meant 100 kilometers per hour. So that means the wheel should do around 10 miles per hour less than that, which should be around 50 miles an hour. But you're getting 44 miles an hour, dude. Remember, this is a King Song wheel, okay? King Song. King Song is not known for going anywhere near those speeds. Near it. Now that they've started with this, I mean, the sky's the limit from there. You know what I'm saying? Provided that this one does not blow up when we get it on its first off-roading trek, King Song is just going to go up from there, dude. I don't see them going back down. I do not see it. It's only up from there. S20 in repair shop while riding Abrams. Haha. Yeah. Yo, what's up, EUC Vibes? The V12 is a beast. Like an RS, but more nimble. I rode the V12. It's nice. I like the power. I wished for more speed, but I like the power. I was actually very surprised, dude. The pickup is amazing. InMotion has good motors. I just don't understand why they don't take it to another level, because they absolutely can, man. They absolutely can take it to another level. They just won't, because they're a real company. They're worried, you know. The Abrams, wow. I don't remember seeing this in last live. People talking about Abrams. I don't remember seeing this. It's these videos, man. Those videos are doing a great, phenomenal job. Shout out to e-rides. I was gonna say EUC Vibes. Shout out to EUC Vibes for doing that. Hey, EUC Vibes, you should have done that survey after those videos. But how could you know those videos were coming out, right? Maybe you should do another one. You know what I'm saying? After seeing the release of all these Abrams videos, do you still keep to the S20? And people would be like, what? S20 what? Abrams. No, the Abrams looks good, man. Abrams looks great. EUC Vibes. Zenly has me worried about the S20 motor. Why? What did he say? Zenly is smart. He talks very detailed about like these wheels. So I'm very curious to what he said. I'm gonna drop the link in a little bit so you guys can chime in. Perfect time to come into the chat. The Fuss. Hey, the Fuss. What's up? There's a lot of comments. All right, let me yes, EUC Vibes. I didn't want to say it, EUC Vibes. I didn't want to say it, but it's true. It's absolutely true. I'm sorry. Don't get emotional, guys. Those of you who love the S20, don't get emotional. I didn't want to say it. And I think I said it in my last video that the front of the S20 is not as attractive anymore as the renderings were. It's not as attractive. Maybe if you turned on the light, it would be more attractive. But I'm going to be objective on this one, man. I'm not going to be emotional. It's not as attractive as I thought it would be in real life. Like the front, like look at this. Like, come on, guys, admit it. Let's look at the front of the S20. This is the front of the S20. Okay, drop it a 1 in the chat. Okay, here's a little thing here. Drop a 1 in the chat if you guys think the S20 is beautiful in the front. Like, is the front attractive? Drop a 1 if it's attractive. Drop any other number if it's not. A 1 in the chat if you think it's attractive, if the S20 is attractive, and any other number if you think it's not attractive. Dovo, he said a 0. Yeah, it's different. Like, yeah, exactly. Like it's not it's not much. It's not much. It's not much. 1.99 minus the red. You know, it's not much. Like the whole front is missing, man. The whole front seems to be missing. And I understand why they did that, because they decided not to go with the body. One, I think it looks thick, so intimidating in some regard. The S20 is obviously still, yeah, but that's not going to change. It's still under development, but that front is not going to change. That is in development right now, that front right there. And still getting it. No, hey, Devo, I'm not shedding any negativity on the S20. The S20 is the S20. It's in its own category, in its own world. I'm just saying the front is not as attractive as the back. You know what I'm saying? The back is, and the side, everything else looks gorgeous. Like look at the back. Are you kidding me? The back looks freaking amazing. Let's look at the side. Let's look at the side. Where is the side in the street? Let's look at the side. Look at the side. Holy smokes, man. Everything is beautiful. The side is beautiful. The back is beautiful. The top is all right. The front. It's going to grow on you. The front is going to grow on you. But you know what's cool about the front too? You could probably do stuff. You know, you could put a light at the top right there. You know, that handlebar. You could do all kinds of stuff to the front. But the S20 is hideous. To me, the front, I think the front could have used some work, but I see what they did. I see what they did completely. They pretty much went for a wheel that is uncompromisingly off-road. That's it. They took off the body. Once you take off the body from a wheel, for the most part, you're going to lose some beauty, man. That's my take on it. You know what I'm saying? There's really nothing to give except for the back. So you got like the back, the top, the side, the back, the top, the side, the front. Dude, you know, 3 out of 4. That's good. 3 out of 4. That's good. It's punchy, though. You can't deny it. No, it's punchy. It's punchy. It's punchy. Under the light, some white reflective tape would help. Something, anything. Because the front it just looks like something's missing. You know what I mean? Like you just can't figure it out. You're like, I don't know what's missing. But I think if he turned on the lights, it would make up for it. All he had to do was turn on the lights and it would look good. All right. I'm almost done with your comments. Let me see. I'm not understanding why Kingsong is marketing their product as if it's ready to be shipped. Yeah, but whether or not it's ready to be shipped, that front is not changing. It's not changing. I definitely gonna spray paint it more. People will be aware of your presence with red, which can be good for safety. Correct. No, I like the red. I'm fine with it. It's pretty rugged looking, and that's what it's meant for. It's meant to be rugged. You know, okay, put it this way. The Jeep. There's a Jeep and there's like a Toyota off-roading Jeeps. What they do is they take off the front. They take off the front bumper to add more clearance. You know what I'm saying? Like they take off the whole front. And sometimes they create this metal bumper that has the front lip at an angle so that the front doesn't hit too many rocks. You know what I'm saying? So that's what this looks like to me. So think about it like that. You know what I'm saying? The front sucks by the looks, of course, but when you're riding, exactly. Who's looking at the front? No one's looking at the front. Everyone's going to see your side or your rear end. That's it. No one's going to see your front. And just turn on the lights. You know what I'm saying? But let's be honest, the front could have used some work. All right, let me what, it's an hour now. Let's start the show. Let's talk about the Abrams. This is why we're here. I couldn't play it earlier because I had issues. But now we should be able to play it.
So with the introduction?
No, boy, you gotta wait. You gotta wait. Hold on, you gotta wait. There we go. All right, let's play this thing. And guys, while you're watching the video, make some notes in your head because I got some questions. You know what I'm saying? I got some questions, and some of you guys are really smart out there. You don't come up when I ask you to come up, but at least in the comments, you can, divulge your smartness. All right, let's do it. So with the introduction of the Sherman, we were running around excited about the wheels we had and what wheels were to come, but not from the likes of a soon-to-be company called Liperkim. We had no idea this company would soon change everything. Between a suspension EUC at the time and an EUC with quality, it seems the EUC with quality won out. Liperkim did not disappoint with the Sherman. Up till this moment, the Sherman has been the #1 seller based on how many are being shut out of the factories and in terms of availability. I mean, right now, if you go to any distributor's website, you might see that the Sherman is completely out of stock, and whatever is available on back order. That says a lot. Size. Yet another well-built machine. So you're saying the audio went out? All right. All right. All right. All right. No worries. No worries. No worries. That's just what happens with UStride streams. You know what I'm saying? When UStride starts to stream, expect everything to go wrong. You know what I'm saying? That's just my uniqueness. That's the uniqueness to UStride. That's my signature. All right, that should work now. I need you guys to pay attention because I need your answers. All right, let's do this. So with the introduction of the Sherman, we were running around excited about the wheels we had and what wheels were to come, but not from the likes of a soon-to-be company called Liperkim. We had no idea this company would soon change everything. Between a suspension EUC at the time and an EUC with quality, it seems the EUC with quality won out. Liperkim did not disappoint with the Sherman. Up till this moment, the Sherman has been the #1 seller based on how many are being shut out of the factories and in terms of availability. I mean, right now, if you go to any distributor's website, you might see that the Sherman is completely out of stock, and whatever is available on back order. That says a lot. So what did the Sherman bring to the table? #1, range. Unlike anything any other EUC company was able to deliver in such an amazing small package. Build quality, protective rail, front and back. Now, although the knobby tire was something many of us quickly changed, it did make the Sherman a lot more stable, more than any other EUC at the time at this caliber. The only EUC at the time to be completely independent from the use of a smartphone. Speed, the only EUC at the time to push 50+ miles per hour comfortably, although not recommended. And finally, durability. Now with the Abrams, we have all of that minus the range and size. The Abrams is the second release from Liperkim in this space, and they've been able to deliver yet another well-built machine. The Abrams is 85 pounds from the Sherman's 77 pounds, and much taller, immediately cutting out probably 80% of the market. And yet, I somehow feel that was their intention. Liperkim decided on a 2,700 watt-hour battery capacity with a 3,300 watt motor. Although I don't understand that reasoning, there might be something to be said about the manufacturer of the cells. Now, according to one of my subs who responded to one of my recent impression videos on the Abrams, he said this. He said he did a bit of research and found that the EXN uses an LG 21700-M50 T cells, which have a max constant discharge rate of 72,275 milliamps. Now, the Samsung 50E 21700 documentation claims its discharge rate is about 9,800 milliamps. So it would mean that the Abrams battery could have higher max current draw and as such could provide more power to the motor. Now, to be fair, the reason he responded is because I was concerned that the 2700 watt hour battery was not sufficient for the 3300 watt motor on this beast. Now that actually makes sense what he said. However, the issue isn't only power, but range as well. So what is the purpose of such a massive machine in the presence of wheels such as the Sherman, Monster Pro, and now the Commander, where range is king?
It's too big for me, but yeah.
While the Abrams certainly appeals to the eye, there are still important questions to answer. Why is it so tall? Why is the battery so small? And how is the torque? Let's talk about it. Yeah, boy. That was great. That was great. That was great. Yes, that was a great video. I know it's mine, but you know, I'm just saying. So, what do you guys think? What do you guys think? What do you guys think? Express yourself, guys. I'm going to put the link in the chat so anybody can come on. Okay. Here's the link. Share your thoughts now. So let's mention a few things about the Abrams. Number one, the quality. Quality is insane. Mr. Sensei, yay. All right. The quality is amazing. The build is amazing. The light is amazing. The rails are amazing. The tail light is dedicated and it's amazing. Where the charge ports are seems to be amazing. The only problem is the battery, and I have a question about that battery. All right, Sensei, how's it going, sir? Welcome to the channel as always.
Yes, sir. Microphone check, Chiggy check, 1, 2.
Can't hear you, Mr. Sensei. Maybe you're on mute.
Let's see. How about now?
Or is it me?
Can you hear me?
Can you guys hear Sensei? I can't hear him.
Mic check. Mic check.
I don't remember having to do anything to get you to play.
Let me try this here.
Can you guys hear Sensei? Can you guys hear me? And can you guys hear Sensei? Oh, you can hear Sensei. Wow, Sensei, I can't hear you though. Huh.
Okay.
All right, hold on. Apparently they can hear you and I can't hear you. Hold on. I think I know why. My speaker changed from Harman Kardon to something else. Go ahead, Mr. Sensei. Talk.
Chiggy check. Microphone check. Testing 1, 2.
It's me. I was the problem. Dude, man, I can't figure out.
Let me come. Nah, dude, it happens. It happens, man. It's all good. We're here. We got some wheels to celebrate. I'm excited. Probably gonna go broke and get kicked out my apartment. These videos, man. Wow,
dude,
it's nuts. It's insane right now. I'm gonna be a hypocrite, and I'll say it right on the stream. I said I wouldn't spend money on one of these wheels. I'm gonna get one of them. Now, It was the S20, but
Mhm.
after seeing the Abrams,
Oh my gosh.
those videos. Now I'm going to start off with my cons on the Abrams.
hmm
When I was looking at EUC upgrades, did you see the size of those pedals? They look like John Deere tractor pedals. Those pedals on that thing are huge, bro. Those are some huge pedals. So if you have little feet, I don't know. Those pedals are going to swallow you up. Those things are massive. They're bigger. I mean, like, it seems like you would add on like another half of the Sherman pedal for the Abrams pedal. Those things are massive. Yeah, if you skip through,
I mean,
they're like the size of elephant ears.
oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. It's pretty big.
Yeah, they're big. At one point he compared them to the Sherman, and they're much bigger than the Sherman. Now the Shermans were narrow, but they were long.
This is it right here, right?
Yeah, that's a big pedal.
Yeah, that's a
And
massive.
if you have little feet, like you might be in trouble. And then the other thing is, like you said, the weight.
Right.
Weight won't. Starting off, weight's an issue. But what I don't hear people saying is weight can be an issue the longer you ride. You start getting fatigued. That's when weight becomes a problem. You know, you might get some wobbles on that thing that you can't come out of. Those are probably my biggest concerns is the weight. The pedals are kind of big. Build quality is phenomenal. You can't, that build quality, when he was going over it with the magnet and all the solid parts, I was impressed. I was like, okay, you're getting quality, you're spending money on a quality product. But this is another thing that won me over too. The sound. It's like they put headers on that thing. Sounds like the Batmobile. Dude,
Yes.
I
saw what's her name from Europe? It was Nomad. Yeah. She was saying the Batmobile is out. And I'm like, yeah, I could see why she said that.
Yeah, dude, that thing sounds like the Batmobile. I was like, wow. Now, as far as the battery, that could be another con in a sense, because if you're running, think about it, the Nick AR has a 2,700 watt-hour battery in it. Okay?
What
Nick AR.
Okay.
It has a 2,700 watt-hour battery. This thing weighs more than that. So what's going to happen when that battery gets depleted?
What's the weight of the Nick AR?
I don't want to give the wrong weight, but it is.
The Abrams heavier, right? Obviously.
Oh, it's way heavier. It outweighs the Nick AR by at least 20 pounds.
Mm-hmm.
By at least 20 pounds.
But here's the thing. I'm going to get into it real quick. Here's the thing. The person that left the comment, this is what they said. And he might have a point. But I would really like to hear what Afiz has to say about this. I'm just gonna share this with you guys. Gosh, I can't share it. Hold on. Anyway, the point is, I'll just say it. He says that so I believe the Abrams uses the Samsung lithium 21700 batteries, and let's see, it's the Samsung. Yeah. Now its discharge rate is 9,800 milliamps. Okay, and he was comparing it to the EXN. The EXN has a what does it have? An LG 21700, right? And its discharge rate is 7,275 milliamps. Now he's trying to say that, listen, it's 9,800 milliamps. So that means even though it's a 2,700 watt hour, the discharge rate is going to be enough to keep up with the needs of that 3,300 watt motor. My thing is this. My thing is
keep up with a bigger battery. What he's saying, it's even though it's a lower watt hour, it has the capability of keeping up with a bigger battery.
Yeah, because because the discharge rate is so high. But here's the downside. The downside is range. So you're dissipating more. You're issuing more current with less capacity.
Yeah, I'm just curious to see. We got to see a range test.
Yeah,
that's what that'll pretty much dot the I's and cross the T's for everybody to complete the sentence. So it's coming. But I mean, overall, you can't be angry at the wheel. As far as build quality goes, it sits on top of the tree right now out of build quality. out of all the wheels coming out compared to the S20 and the Commander. So
I like that wheel, man. Honestly, I like the sound, like you said. I like the sound it's making. I like the rails. I like the fact that Librachem makes it their design philosophy now. It's not like they just added on there at all. It's fused into their design. You know what I mean? The design concept of how they build things.
Right. You know what it reminds me of? Guys, if you do this, please don't take it the wrong way. People, when your car is designed around the rear wing or spoiler of the car, and then you have some guys that just throw this massive wing on their trunk just to put it on there. That thing is not there for show. It's built into the wheel. You can see that, it has a purpose. It's not there just for show. So that's a good thing.
And another thing they seem to carry over is the screen. The screen was carried over too. Dude, nice. Come on. It's another wheel from Librachem that does not need an EUC app. You don't need an app at all.
See, that's when I ride. If you ever notice in my videos, you rarely see me carrying my phone. Once everything is set, my phone is in my pocket. I really don't want to be fiddling around with something, like having to look down. So having that screen and being able to adjust everything on a fly makes a huge difference. It makes a huge difference when you're riding.
Yeah, the fuss is saying, I compare Abrams to Eagle. It has a 2200 watt-hour battery, and it goes up. It can go 200K plus kilometers in range. Also, another thing is the Eagle has 3200 watt motor with a much smaller battery than the Abrams. Yeah, it's so strange. Like, what's going on here? Is there something we're not understanding? Do you know much about batteries? Because
I know when I got the RS, it came with 2 different cells. You know, I can't remember which one I have. I don't want to misquote on that, but you can get a Molly cell. Even though the Molly cell was smaller in watt hour, it pretty much, the way it discharged, it was able to keep up with the bigger cell. So like I said, maybe they know, like you said, maybe they know something that we don't.
But did it discharge? So fine. I understand what you're saying. Like, it discharged in order to handle that big motor. But how was the range?
The range, now what they said, if you go on Ewheels site, it pretty much, in the end, it would equal out to like the same range. You get about the same range as you would with the bigger watt hour. So we'll see. That's what they said. I'm
very curious to see, man. I'm curious to see that. That's the only thing that's holding up a few people, I think, is the range.
Well, for me, like I said, you put more miles on a wheel than I do. Like I said, my average rides are between 15 and 20 miles. So I would be okay. But, you know, people like NYC rider Jansen and Marty and that go, 40 miles, 50-mile rides, that could become an issue. Or do 100 miles in a day. That could be an issue for some people.
But that's crazy, though. What's the point of such a big wheel with such a small battery? You have the Monster, you have the Commander.
Well, that's something else people have to take into account too, is the person's weight.
That's true.
If you're a 200-pound rider and then you got a 20-pound pack with all your equipment stuff on your back, that added weight adds up.
Yeah.
You're running around half the weight of a motorcycle then. When you think about it with the added weight, motorcycles, what, about 600 pounds, give or take?
Right. Mr. Brewer said, I'm really worried that the S20 suspension is going to be destroyed on the first crash, 100%.
That could be an issue. If that thing takes a cartwheel and hits the wrong way, it looks like that arm's getting bent.
It's literally sticking out.
Yeah, that's my biggest concern with that wheel.
What do you think of the front of the KS20?
Something's missing. It looks like something's missing, dude. There's a huge gap. I think they have the gap there for the clearance. Yeah,
exactly.
And I'm thinking maybe too for airflow. I don't know if they're doing that again like they did on S20.
The
airflow coming in. Yeah, so maybe they're doing it for airflow. But I'm sure somebody will take and 3D print something to clip on that bar to kind of fill in the front. So.
Did you see the video Marty did with the Commander for airflow?
Yeah. He could put the 2 extra holes in the back, and then he took the light out and he dremeled out to give it more. But the thing that drives me crazy, Stride, is this isn't their first rodeo. And I'm in the cars, man. If you're in the car, the first thing you want to do to make your car run faster and cooler, you make the thing breathe.
You have, hello, that's common sense.
You got to have airflow through it. So I'm like, why didn't they think of this, man? Why didn't they think of this? You can't have a solid plastic case because it's just heat building up in there. The air has to go somewhere. That hot air has to get out.
Yeah, this man is saying, that's a very good point. He's like Nick Silver. He says, I wonder why everyone bags on the Abrams for only having 2,700 watt hours at 100 volts, but no one seems to mention battery life when raving about the S20 with 2,200 watt hours at 126 volts.
Well, it depends. See, the thing with the S20, I know a lot of guys will get it to ride on the street, but off-road, not many people are going to be full sending that wheel at 35 plus miles an hour on a trail. Not many. You're not. Think about when we did the race, right?
Yeah. Right.
On that trail,
right.
We're lucky if I don't even think anybody hit 30 miles an hour. Maybe coming out of that clearing.
Yeah.
You know, so
maybe on the flat track for sure.
Oh yeah, the flat track you're going to zoom, but that technical track, there's no way. So you're going to ride slower when you're riding off road. Now it could be more demanding too when you're going up the hills and things like that. But
there's some people in the chat, so why don't we just ask them? So you're thinking most people are going to get it for off-roading, right?
Well, I think so.
Hey, so
I mean, I'll get it for street because I know the streets are up here. They might as well be riding off-road.
Right, it's bad. Yeah, I've been to Jersey. The streets are pretty intense in some places. Guys in the chat, type a 1 if you're getting this wheel for mostly off-roading, and a 2 if you're getting it for all-purpose. 1 for off-roading, 2 for all-purpose. The KS20.
Because I'm trying to debate on if I got it, would I put a street tire on it? But again, if we come to the rally, I don't want to go to the rally with a street tire on there. I'd rather go with the knobby. So we'll see.
Some people are saying that, okay, so let's see. Devo, 2. I'm seeing a lot of 2s. No, I only saw 1 off-roading and a bit on road, but most people are going to use it for all purpose.
Okay. So
that says a lot right there.
Well, look at David Jansen, right? He had, was it that MSX that he had with the 2,200 watt hour battery?
I remember that one.
Yeah, and he moves on that thing.
I remember that.
Yeah, and he still rocks that wheel. 2,200 watt hours, nothing to sneeze at.
I mean, look, nothing wrong with 2,700 watt hours. I think the issue is we're comparing it to the Sherman and the Commander, and also the size of the wheel. It's huge. So that's what I guess. My reasoning is you see a huge wheel and you're thinking it's a long range wheel. It's a cruiser because you sit better. It's more stable. It's heavy, so you're not going to carry it up like stairs in an apartment. So it's like the Monster. When you think of a Monster, you're thinking of a cruiser, a long range wheel. It's the Harley Davidson, of the EUC.
Exactly.
Exactly. So imagine having a Harley Davidson with like a really small tank. You can't go cross. You can't go.
Dude, right.
You can't go touring.
Yeah, that's hilarious. That's so true.
That's how I look at it, because that Abrams, dude, I just want to hear that sound all day. That motor sound, I just want to hear it all day.
That video won me over, man. It did. I'm just trying to figure out how the F I can buy it. And that whole group buy thing, it's ringing in my head. I might go that route.
Oh, that can be done? You can do that with the Abrams?
Yeah, you can buy. That's on AliExpress too.
Oh, dude, that's another thing I wanted to say. Dude, I don't know, man.
We might have to get a band together, man. Seriously.
So where I work, right? Where I work, man, I showed you guys some videos. By the way, let me just respond to what eucVibes is saying. To the guy who asked about the battery, the S20 battery compared to the Abrams battery, this is what eucVibes says. He said that's because the S20 claims 120-mile range more than the Abrams Although I don't believe it. Me neither. I don't believe that either.
No.
No one has shown us that they've been kept. And another thing is the specs is clear. It mentions that it's like 16 to 20 miles an hour with a 170-pound rider on flat. You see what I'm saying? So
Right.
when we do range tests, we got to keep that in mind. It's never going to be what we expect.
Yeah, you got to go with the course that you're riding on, whether it's flat, hilly, wind conditions, the weight of the rider. That's a huge difference, even between a 170-pound and a 200-pound rider. It's a big difference.
Real Talk says there's a huge debate of the suspension versus large wheel. Huge debate from who? Who's having the huge debate? You mean in terms of people purchasing wheels? Because right now the S20 does look good. Don't get me wrong, but the battery is not. It's this Sherman weight with it's literally like the Sherman had 3,200 watt hours.
30, yeah, it was 32. 32? Yeah, 32.
I believe it was 3,200 watt hours. This thing is as heavy as the Sherman.
Yep.
Now it's not as fast as the Sherman, so maybe that could compensate for it. I don't know. Let's share the screen here. All right. So let's do this real quick. I wonder how many. Do you know anyone with a Sherman personally?
Yeah, Vibes has a Sherman. My buddy Coquette Robinson, you've seen him in some of the videos we rode together. He has a Sherman. I was impressed. I was late to the party on a Sherman. I mean, I did a few laps on EUC Vibes, then I got to do a video probably about a month ago on a Sherman. That thing really impressed me because I really wasn't into big wheels. And then I rode that thing. I was just like blown away.
See, the thing is, okay, so the Sherman was 77 pounds. The battery capacity was 3,200 watt, and the range was claimed. See, it says it 128 miles, assuming the rider is 170 pounds at 20 miles an hour. So, guys, when you see the range, just erase like
that's subjective.
Yeah, that's very subjective. Just take away 40 miles from it, maybe 50.
Yeah, your range, it would be, I would say your best bet would be between 80 miles to 100 miles.
Pretty much.
Yeah, maybe 90, somewhere around in there. You just leave a gap. But still, that's a lot of freaking range, though.
Still a lot. Dude, so what I was trying to say is where I work, it's mostly stretches. It's just stretches. I would kill my 100 volt MSP in like a third of the distance.
I remember you saying that in the video.
Yeah. Poor. I would have to ride at like 30 miles an hour, which it's tempting not to do because it's like you can't, man. Like these cars are flying by you like at 50 miles an hour, 60 miles an hour, dude.
Yeah, I hear that.
Yeah, dude. So when I had the Sherman for testing, when I gave it to, Black Cobra, I was like, man, how can I get a Sherman? What I wanted to do was send Ewheels a little message and say, hey, can I keep it? But I wasn't going to do that because at the same time, I was like, this thing is freaking heavy. How am I going to deal with this every day? But now I'm realizing, and a lot of people obviously mentioned this before, but I'm realizing, dude, if you want range, if you want speed at that combination, expect some weight. That's just the reality. One of the reasons I held back at the time was because a lot of people were talking about better type of technology. Even Afiz also mentioned he actually went to China at one point, and they were, I think Gotway was like working on some type of new battery technology, and it never came out. I don't remember.
They have the battery tech. It's out there. They're just sipping tea behind closed doors, putting it out, taking her good old time, sipping tea and guzzling coffee. The battery tech's been there for years. I mean, I keep up with some of these these battery tech documentaries and things like that. They have it. They have it. Think about this. If they put out battery tech right now, more than likely they've had that tech probably 20 years ago. Think of the cell phones. They had cell phones for decades before we got a hold of them.
Mm-hmm.
So the tech is there. It's just, when are they going to release it?
Now, another thing Real Talk mentioned, it's difficult for him to consider the S20 because it's under development. So here's the thing. So do you know anything about this? Which wheels are under development right now? Because you have I think you can order the Commander. I think you can order the Abrams. And I think you can order the Hero. I actually saw an unboxing of the Hero.
Mm-hmm.
The only wheel right now that seems like it's not ready for production is the S20.
Is the S20. Because, I mean, you see people, more than a few people, riding the Commander.
I've seen several people ride. Actually, wait.
Yeah.
How many people have I seen ride the Commander? It was, let's see. Let's see who you remember. I remember Afiz.
I saw Afiz.
Mm-hmm.
I saw, what's the other part? Well, that might have been the same one. She works, Rosie.
I don't know.
E-Rides, I saw her, yeah. E-Rides
then,
Rosie, I saw her riding the Commander.
And then EUC upgrades, but that's that's also from E-Rides. That's the same one from E-Rides?
Yeah, right? Yeah. I think they're all pretty much in the UK.
Yeah.
In the UK.
I don't know anyone else, to be honest.
I don't remember anyone in the States right now that has, unless they have it and not saying anything.
Anyone knows in the chat? If anyone knows in the chat, King Sung is King Sung is sus right now. That's EUCVibes. Yeah, it is sus right now. It's like, what the frick is going on, man? But it's like, I don't want them to rush anything.
No, I'd rather them take their time. There's enough wheels to fill the gap. They piqued more than enough people's interest that the thing's going to sell. I would say just take your time and do it right.
Mm-hmm.
And then just rushing it out and having to recall a bunch of wheels and having a first batch disaster. Take your time.
And King Sung is not really known for that. I don't recall any of their wheels going through the same process that like Gotway usually goes through, besides the S18. I think the S18 was one of the only wheels that we tested so much that we had to give them crazy feedback, and then they literally like, change this, change that, change this, change that. You know what I'm saying? Like, alien ride.
Right. I mean, and that was basically the first wheel really to put that sophisticated suspension on it. So that was expected to have a lot of, those issues. So,
but now they have crazy stuff though. Now they have like, let me take this out for a second. Now they've added so many more crazy stuff to their technology, to their wheel. They added, let's count down the list. They have suspension. So now not only is this a suspension compared to the S18, this is a progressive suspension. Okay, something that I know that they didn't create, that they used off the shelf. So it's progressive. It's 2 spring rates.
Yeah, dual suspension. Yeah.
2 spring rates in one system. So that's a completely different thing that they've tested. You know, they've never done that before. So they have to account for space and all that stuff, you know. And then they have the 126 volt, which, how do you check that? Does anyone know in the chat? How do you even verify that this thing is 126 volts?
Oh, these techie people are going to find, they're going to find out.
I mean, I'm going to try to find out. I'm going to try to go to like the EUC forums and try to figure that out. But it's like, okay, we're going to come out with a 200 volt wheel. Well, how do we know? How do we verify that?
I think it's fantastic though what they're doing, because they're not just trying to rebadge you something, you know, maybe change the shape of a light, you know, and maybe, okay, well, this time we'll add, just simplify a few things on it and then charge you, you know, $3,000 for a wheel. They're actually taking the time to make some major improvements to give a better ride experience, and I can appreciate that.
Hey, Shark King just gave a $5 super chat. He said, Shark King, thanks, man. Greatly appreciated for the $5. He said, I was going to sell you were going to sell your Sherman?
Nah, don't do that.
Dude, hold on. I was going to sell my Sherman to get an S20 because of my leg. But I think I'll wait. Shark King, what happened to your leg, man?
Oh, you got an injury.
Sorry to hear about that. The Sherman is a heavy wheel, and that's something you have to understand too. If he's concerned about his leg with a 77-pound wheel, that tells you a lot right there.
Dude, I'm on. Remember, I got plowed over. I'm on my RS, and it still limits my ride time because my leg isn't as strong as it was before the accident. So I feel fatigue in my leg and sometimes in my ankle. So I have to cut my rides a little bit shorter. So I can understand totally what he's saying with that.
But
Again, the weight,
yeah.
it's that weight, man. Remember, I jumped from a 42-pound wheel with my Tesla to a 58 or 59-pound wheel with the RS. It's either 58 or 59 pounds. It makes a difference.
Yeah, Shark King, if you could you could chime in too, Shark King. I just sent the link, but if you can comment a response to EUC Vibes question and my question as well. What happened to your leg? You know, is it like, did you encounter an accident, or do you feel like the wheel is just too heavy, you don't want to deal with it? EUC Vibe is saying, Shark King, do you do seated riding to relieve pressure on your leg? It seems like you know Shark King.
Well, the Abrams would be perfect for seated riding.
Are you kidding? Absolutely,
dude. Cause my legs are long, so I have to, like, for me to even ride seated on my RS, I got to get a custom seat made. I need the RS seat with about 6 inches of padding on top of that. So I don't want my legs. I said before, my legs jammed onto me like a kangaroo riding. It's not comfortable for me.
So you can't sit on your RS?
It's too low for me. My legs are just too jammed up underneath me. So what'll happen is I'll just accelerate the wheel and cut it off to be able to stop it.
So you've never sat on your RS?
I've never sat on the RS. I've never. I gotta get a seat.
How tall are you?
I'm 6'1".
Oh, dude, you're taller than me. I'm 5'9".
I'm 6'1", and a lot of that's leg. So yes, my leg. I got legs on me like a damn giraffe.
Wow. Yeah, that's a short wheel, dude. Yeah.
It's like a toaster, man.
You can still do it. Someone said I should make a video on that. You can still do it, dude. How to sit on a, you can still, it's going to be uncomfortable as freak, but you know what Jason Jensen did? He added some layers to his seat. Even though
that's what I'm going to do.
He's a short dude, but he still added layers to his seat. I think
that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to order the RS seat, and then I'm just going to get like a yoga block, and then put that on top of it, and then I should be good to go. And just make it look nice, though.
Yeah, I think Jensen did it for the bumps, though. I don't think he did it for his height.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah, the Fuzz said it's hard to believe. Yeah, but shoot, maybe they know something we don't, which I hope is lots of tech. Okay, so what I was saying was, so the KS20, yeah, they added so many more variables now in terms of possible issues that could happen. They have the suspension, the new type of suspension. They have the 126 volts. Then they have this thing that they call the Hall-less sensor technology software. Right.
Yeah. So there could be maybe some system failures or bugs. We'll see.
I don't know.
Yeah.
They added a ton more stuff.
Yeah. Well, in anything new, we have to expect that something's going to go wrong. I mean, that's just a chance that we take riding these EUCs, man. Again, we're part of the lab. We're the guinea pigs. And
do you think it was a good idea for what's his name? Let me put his comment up here again. In case anyone was thinking that, because I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of people are going to do that. You gain 1,000. Well, do you? No, just a few $100 probably. Shark King, he said, I was going to sell my Sherman to get an S20. Do you think that's a good idea?
Shoot, he'll probably get what he paid for, maybe more than he paid for a Sherman, because the supply probably still can't meet the demand. I actually thought about it myself, getting the Sherman. I was like, should I just go ahead and get a Sherman instead of getting, one of the newer wheels? Because again, the Sherman is set now. It's so solid because all the bugs are out of it.
That's what I'm thinking. Exactly.
Yeah, so the bugs are out.
Now, if you decide to get rid of your Sherman, which is now a refined and fine-tuned wheel, and a wheel that's like, the Supra, right? The Toyota Supra, the old one, the 1998. I love
the old Supras. Yep.
Dude, that car shot up in value. Like, you can buy that car for like $1 million now. No, $600,000, $500,000 now, easily. Some maybe $1 million, because they don't make it anymore. Obviously, they make the Sherman, but now you're encountering production issues, like being able to throw it out the factories real quick. So now you have an S20 coming in, and you're thinking about selling something that's already refined. Not a good idea, in my opinion.
No. And you always want to keep, I mean, I know I haven't been riding not as long as you, but you always want to have a backup wheel too, just in case one goes down. You always want to have something to back you up.
On the bright side, he could do a trade, you know. He could do a trade for another wheel, maybe not the KS20.
He could. This is something that Abrams, if I got to Abrams, one of the first things that I would do, first I would get used to it. And I had put out a video, this is months ago. This is a tubeless tire.
It is.
It's tubeless. You can put a V-liner in it. Now, the good thing about the V-liner, think of a pool noodle. A lot of these downhill mountain bikers use them. It's a foam insert that goes into the tire, and you can put air in it as well. That's added suspension, because what it does is it knocks out a lot of the vibration and the bumps. So you're getting the best of both worlds. It's not full suspension, but it'll still give you more give over the bumps and everything when you're riding. So it would add to the stability. That's huge, man.
Well,
anyone that gets an Abrams should add a liner into the, tire liner in there. That's, dude, that's crazy.
So Kev Eastwood is saying, and this is important, he said, the Abrams is a beautiful wheel. The modular design, batteries are connected to the side panels. The tubeless tire will make it easy to fix flats. Very good point.
Yep.
That's a very good point. Because, man, how many times when I took on the responsibility in the Boston area to fix wheels, I had one customer come in and he was, I was helping him out and stuff like that. But he would pop the tire every time, or either he popped it or it just pops. I don't know. I had to keep replacing it. But every time I opened that wheel, just removing the tube from the tire, dude, it was a headache. Like, even though I knew how to do it, it was like, it's monotonous. You have to take it off, put it on, take it off, put it on. It's like, and then if you don't curl it right in the tire, like you got to remove that thing.
It'll pinch. Yeah, dude. They need to figure out like a quick release system or something for these EUCs, man. So it's like a splash and go, man. Drop the freaking wheel out, change and pop it in there, tight it and ride, man.
Didn't we think that the V12 was going to be that way?
We did.
Yeah.
Looking how, we thought that when you looked at it from the bottom, it looked like there was a space for it to drop out.
This he also said, I enjoy riding my wheels, not working. Same here, man. I do not enjoy, unless I'm doing some nice modification. I don't like working on wheels. That's why these guys who are tech guys, shout out to them, man.
I give them credit, dude.
I don't like working on wheels.
Nah, me either. I just, it's not my thing.
The more time I spend working on the wheel is more I could be riding, dude. You know what I'm saying?
Could be riding. Yeah, I know when we modded the Tesla, my Tesla, man. I'm glad my buddy helped out, and then Paul Salone came in and put the the cherry on top of it. But that was a pain.
Hey guys, chime in, guys. We're just hanging out. It's Friday night. There's no right or wrong answer. It's good to have different perspectives. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
My perspective, his perspective. He gets me going. I get him going. If you guys have more perspectives, that'd be great. My main question though are those batteries. The Abrams has a Samsung lithium 21700 battery, and apparently the discharge rate is 980 milliamps. Okay, is it 980? Yeah, I think it's 980. Let me see. Nope, it's 9,800 milliamps. Okay,
so you get more power
to the motor, which is good.
Yep. Yeah.
But I'm just curious if that's an issue for range. You know what I mean? Maybe not. I don't know. If Afiz was awake right now, Afiz, that would be fantastic. But he's
wake
not.
up. He's out riding, dude. He's
probably riding.
Dude, he got all those wheels, man. He's all right, dude. Right
now. He's probably riding, dude. Let me see what other comments we got here. The fuss said, okay, I think we already read this one. Yep, we're ready. This already. I'm reading. And
dude, I'm so excited. I'm like a kid before, Christmas time or something, man. I'm just like, and I was just one of the guys who like, I'm not spending that much money on a wheel. And I'm like, I started looking at these videos. I'm just like, I gotta start watching them.
Real talk is starting to cry now. He said it's unfair of Kingsong to market the S20 as a finished product.
No, sit tight, man. I think it's going to pull together, and I think they're going to pull together, and it's going to be an amazing wheel. Now, it might not become an amazing wheel until maybe the second batch, because there's definitely going to be some hiccups with the first batch.
Well, the issue is like a lot of people already put deposits. You know what I mean? And so last stream we mentioned that there were problems in the ocean, and that there, all these tankers backed up and all that stuff. And on top of that, there are a lot of unanswered questions from Kingsong.
Right.
You know what I mean? And now to release a wheel, in the world of, because we see Electric Dreams and his friends testing it out, but it still appears like unrefined. Although to me, it is refined. To me, it's done. That's my opinion.
I feel it's pretty much done.
Because do you see any additions they're gonna make? Any major design changes, like in terms of how it looks? I mean, do you see?
No.
Anything?
What else can they do to it? I mean, if they go and they try to change the side pads, how many months is it going to take to redevelop something like that?
Exactly.
Any of that stuff takes time.
It takes time.
Yeah,
and I think what it is all these wheels are prototypes. They're for pre-production wheels, and that's what they usually do. They create several pre-production wheels so that in case one, that's how I take it, in case one doesn't reveal the issue, the other reveals it. You know what I mean? And then the other reveals it. I know when Kingsong first came out, there used to be a reviewer in New York. I forgot his name, but he used to review Kingsongs and all kinds of wheels. But Kingsong has a feature where you have to ride 200. I think it's 200 miles or 200 kilometers. No, 200. I think it's 200 miles or 200 kilometers. I'm not sure.
To open up the wheel.
Yeah, to unlock it. You have to ride it. So I asked them, why do they do that? Why do they ride the wheel 200 kilometers before unlocking it? And you know what he told me? I did not expect that answer. This is how I came up with my 200-mile riding a wheel before, when you first get it. His answer was, the reason they let you ride 200, I forgot what it was, kilometers, miles, I remember. The reason they let you ride that far is because if any issue is going to appear in the wheel, it should appear within that 200-mile.
Makes sense.
Yeah. So
makes
a lot of sense, because when you buy a brand new car, you're not supposed, like a brand new car with no miles on it, you're not supposed to floor it, dude. Like, go hard. You're gonna destroy the machine because the lubes, the oils are not in there yet. Obviously, this is an electronic device, but I feel like they have the same concept. You know what I mean?
I think most cars, they say like 500 miles. I know when I had got my car, it's been a while, but that's what it was, like 500 miles. And once I got over 500 miles, I took that thing out on a stretcher road and just ripped it up, man.
That's it. Yeah. Exactly. It's the same with EUCs, because remember, these things have soldering joints. And each soldering joint, believe it or not, if it's not done properly, you're gonna get arcing. You're gonna get a spike if you do it. If you go hard on that thing, and that thing just came out the factory. Yeah. You know what I mean? I think Kingsong understood that, so that was their philosophy. This is why I said Kingsong is the safest EUC manufacturer out there right now, because no other company is doing that, allowing you to ride several miles. A lot of people were complaining, like, why do I have to ride? Even me, I'm like, why do I have to ride so much? But it makes sense, dude. You don't really hear Kingsongs going bad, dude.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to get something, especially spending that much money, and just go out there and just full send as soon as you get it. There's just too many factors that can go wrong. You know?
The Fuzz said a lot of people are worried about the Eagle development, but they're just not telling us everything now. I think that's for competition purposes. I think it's for competition purposes, and they probably just don't want to tell you because they don't have the test results yet.
Right. Yeah, they're definitely holding back information. But that's any company. Think about what just came out now, the one-wheel GT, right? I didn't know they were coming out with a one-wheel GT. So definitely these manufacturers are going to keep certain things under wraps.
What? Whoa, you're talking a one wheel?
Yeah, one wheel just came out with a basically a hyped up version of the XR. So they have a one wheel GT now. So you get longer range, more torque, and I think it's a little faster, like 2 or 3 miles an hour faster than the original.
Yeah, I don't think you want to go too fast with those things.
Nah, dude, that's one reason why. Because I came close. I looked at the one wheel, and then my biggest thing is it just nosedive. I don't want to nosedive on that thing.
The range would be a good thing, but speed,
Mhm.
stay away.
Nah, dude, it's fast enough.
Yeah,
It's fast enough.
So back to the Abrams, man. You getting an Abrams?
Right now, the S20 this is the thing. I'll probably get some flack for this. The S20 sits at the top of my list. I still want to see what Emotion's going to do. The Abrams moved up above the Commander for me. So right now it's sitting between the S20 and the Abrams. I'm just trying to figure out a way how the heck I'm going to pay for it. But I will find a way.
That's weird.
You might see Sensei disappear off the map for a while. get like 3 jobs,
peanut
dude.
butter and sandwich. Peanut butter and sandwich. Yeah.
Some ramen noodles, man, and peanut butter sandwiches. But I'm definitely gonna get one of those things. I'm gonna get me a big boy wheel, man.
The fuss is saying, I know they're working full production wheels by now. They're just having supply issues. Now, if they're having supply issues now, that's a problem.
Mm-hmm. That's why I'm not in a rush. I mean, I got my RS to hold me off until anything, and I'm looking probably. I'm probably not going to get that wheel until about the summer of 2020. I'm just being realistic.
Yeah, you mean 2021?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, 2021.
I mean 2022.
2022. Wow. Yeah. we're like in suspended animation, dude.
What's going on?
Yeah, I'm just being realistic. Because I got my RS like I think I said 4.5 months, closer to 5 months after I put in the order. And things seem to be more backed up now than it was before. So
yeah, as we were saying, the only finished products right now is the Abrams, EXN, and Commander.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's on point, man. See, what I liked about Abrams or Lieberkim is that they did the same thing they did with the Sherman. They didn't talk about it. They released some nice little, public information PSAs, and then they showed some renderings, right. And then they released it. Nice. That's and smooth, man.
Yeah. Well, those cats, they were working on that wheel. Soon as they got the they probably might have been working on that thing when they were working on the Sherman too, and just were refining it because they got the formula. They know it works.
Well, they have the formula for the wheel, but not for like production. Right. Because they're having issues with the Sherman, right? Is that going to spill over to the Abrams?
Hope not. I
mean, they sent it in parts to e-rides.
Yeah, when they opened it up, I was like, wait a second, where are the panels? Where's the cream filling? Like
I know.
There's nothing there, man.
There's nothing there.
But it was cool though, because we got to see the innards, man.
Got to see, yes. And
I was like, wow.
We're gonna watch a little bit of what's his name? EUC upgrades. Because you're right, everything is so solid, dude. Like this thing looks like a vehicle. Like it looks like okay.
Yeah.
So obviously, I'm not diminishing other wheels here, but compared to the Sherman and even the Sherman now, compared to the Abrams, all these wheels appear to be toys in terms of build quality, in terms of how it's built and the purpose behind the build. That Abrams, what shocked me was how it was built. And I looked at it like it was a piece of like car, like it was a vehicle.
Yeah. It looked like when you would take a race car and you would see like the roll cage on the inside when they take the body off of it. Yeah. That's what it reminded me of.
Gosh, dude. Yeah. They did not compromise one bit.
No.
And the price, I looked on AliExpress and I saw I think it was the board for the Sherman or the Abrams, and it looks just like a Gotway board. It looks just like a Gotway board. You had the 2 big capacitors, and then you have the control circuit on the top with the red little light that lets you know if it's gone bad or whatever. Everything looks just like a Gotway. It makes sense because they're Gotway engineers.
Yeah, they're probably gone the same route as like car manufacturers, use the same platform and the same motor and throw a different body on top of it. They'll probably use some of the same parts.
Probably.
Yeah, they didn't develop everything from the ground up, but
Willie
that
New
body's
Zealand,
going to
he
make up for
says,
some of that.
he says, be sure to wrap Abrams battery plug before riding through puddle. Oh yeah, did you hear anything about that? Because the puddle, the plug connects to the panels. Did you see that?
I didn't even see it, dude. No.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there's a plug. There's the plug that connects to the main board, and then it goes. I'm not sure even how that works, but apparently that's an issue with the Abrams.
So you're an all-weather rider. I'll ride in the cold, but like if it's raining and stuff, I don't ride unless I get caught in the rain.
I like to ride. I don't care what the weather is.
Yeah, dude.
I don't want to be.
Yeah,
I don't want to be restricted, man. Like
yeah,
right now,
don't play, dude.
I can't even ride my MSP in the rain right now because I was doing an off-roading once and I crashed so bad that the panels came apart. So I have to.
Oh, it's separated on you.
Yeah, separated on me. But I'll tell you what. Once I open it, I'm gonna spray it orange. Like parts of the wheel. I'm gonna spray it. I'm gonna try to make like a nice orange scheme so it looks different. You know what I mean?
Nice.
The fuss. He said KS will supply with what they advertise. I agree. It's just a question of how much longer we have to wait. Waiting is the issue. Quality is the issue, man.
Quality.
Just be patient. You know what I'm saying? Every single wheel that's worth anything is gonna take time. But like I said, I really like how Leaper Kim does their release. They don't talk about it until it's ready. That's awesome. I love it.
Yeah,
no
they don't
questions, no, like worries about, is this gonna be what they presented? It's exactly, oh my gosh. And they usually give you less. They don't talk too much. You don't talk at all.
Nah, it's like, here's the render, bam, David Copperfield, here's the wheel,
Oh my God. Let's see what else people are saying. Yeah, this person is saying, I hate apps. It's Will off New Zealand. I hate apps. Honestly, it can be annoying because you have to set up your battery. For me, I have everything set up prior to everything. So, when I turn it on, everything's set up. I don't have to do anything because I hate having to. And the one thing that happened to me that I hated was the app cut out on me. It just turned off. And I was doing like 39 miles an hour on the Torque MSP, and the pedal dipped forward. And I was, dude, you should. I expected that when you go too hard, but I didn't hear any alerts. So you should see me.
Man.
See me on the road, dude. People probably thought I was dancing to music. I was pissed. I was like, what the frick? What?
I'd had a heart attack. Yeah. I was having troubles with the alarms on my RS. I told you that at the rally because I had used the Gotway app, and it seemed like when I was using the Gotway app and switched to EUC World, they were switching because some people were telling me, you got to use the Gotway, then you go to EUC World. So it was just following me up big time. But I think I ironed it out.
You have to use one app at a time. One app. You can't use both.
Right.
Yeah. If you have one app open, close out the other one because you're gonna get issues.
Dude, I was having all kind of problems. I was getting beeps at like 28 to 29 miles an hour. Then I couldn't figure out why. Then I would go in, and it was just dry. It was just dry.
Oh, I didn't even help you the other day, dude. Were you able to figure it out?
I believe I got it. I believe I have it now because I have turned off the majority of them. I have my first alarm set at like 39 miles an hour, and then the other one would come in because I'm not going to hit 44 on that thing. I think the other one set at like 43. I think. So I'm definitely not I'm not a speed demon like that. Not now. Not right now anyway.
Do you have the torque version, right? Or the high speed?
I have the high speed.
Oh, the high speed. Oh,
yeah.
You could do 45. I think. I don't know. I think you can.
I'll let you ride and find out.
Malcontent Youth. He said, "What's up, peeps? He's at work listening." That's awesome, man.
Awesome stuff, man.
Or that's. I don't know. It looks like a girl, but that's the profile. It might be a guy with a girl photo. Either way, awesome. Chime in with your chats, obviously, if you have anything to say. The fuss, he said, I'm figuring out how to build a roll bar around the Eagle. That Eagle should have come with a roll bar, in my opinion. It has to be
off-road wheel
somehow. It has to be protected somehow more than the kickstand. And the kickstand is not really helpful. It's just there to like, it's a kickstand. It's not really going to protect it in any way.
Yeah. If they were, since they have that whole bike look, and you had brought this up before and it was a genius idea, it was like, why didn't they put like even around the battery pack, well, it'd be hard because your legs have to go there, but some type of crash cage around that.
You mean
You
the
know what I
battery?
mean?
Oh, yeah.
Something, if they could implement something like that, because that was what you said, if that metal dents, that can go right into the battery.
Right to the battery.
Yeah, it can pierce the battery actually if it's not protected properly.
If it's plastic, it's better, but metal, I don't know. I want to see everything. I want to see a complete breakup of that wheel. He said, "What's up? What's up, my EUC city rider?" I'm guessing he's a city rider. The fuss. I'm thinking controller boards and MOSFETs can help give the wheel better performance, so you don't need to have such a massive battery. Controller boards and MOSFETs. See, okay, so yeah, MOSFETs. What they do, so from what I understand, MOSFET acts like a doubler. They speed up. So if you have a motor that does like a certain rotations per minute, you attach a 12 volt to it. It can only go as fast as the 12 volt, right? Or as fast as it's rated to go at 12 volts. Well, a MOSFET can take that same 12 volt and increase the potential of that motor. So it ups its speed. It ups its rotation, makes it go faster for less voltage. You know what I mean? So
yeah, even with that, a lot of things too with these wheels is that you have to look at how the software is. I always look at the Nikola. Look at the Nikola. It's what, a 1900 or 2000 watt motor. The dudes are hitting 40 miles an hour on that.
But it's 100 wheel. It's 100 volt.
It's 100 volts. But then you have some people with, some of these companies with bigger motors, but it's the way that it's programmed and the software in it, it goes a lot slower, So it's.
I wish someone would explain to us how these things work, man.
Yeah, because I'm no tech whiz.
I'm not. I know EUC for Electric Unicycle forums. There's a lot of guys on there explaining crazy stuff, man.
Yeah,
they're really into it. So I'm gonna have to look into that because we understand the basics, but it'd be nice to talk about how these things actually work, so we can have.
Because a lot of these electric motors, if it's rated at, now if I'm wrong, I don't believe I'm wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong. If anyone can help out here. If it's rated at like a 2000 watt motor, the output can actually go higher. That thing might be even closer to a 2500 watt motor.
Right. I mean, if it's just software, then I don't see why Gotway, because does Sherman do this? I don't know if Sherman tilts back at like 45, or can you set it to that? You don't know, right? eucVibes, are you still there? Is he gone to sleep? Is EUC5 gone to sleep? eucVibes, or anyone with a Sherman, can you set a tilt back for the Sherman at a speed higher than 45 miles an hour?
What did my buddy say? It's he was talking about something like that. It was, I don't know if it was the tilt back or the alarm. What she was on, because he could tell us.
Oh, EUcVibes, he's still awake. Yeah,
Okay,
EUcVibes, check it out, man. Are you able to set a tilt back speed for the Sherman above 45 miles an hour? And does it work? Because I know with my Gotway app, with the EUC World app, I'm able to set a tilt back speed at 45 miles an hour, but it doesn't work. You know what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't actually tilt back. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that would be kind of like you said it. It doesn't. Yeah, that would.
No, because the feature is there in EUC World. It's
yeah,
just a feature in EUC World, but it seems like Gotway is not responding to it. It's kind of like when you first got when I first got the Gotway. In order for me to like, okay, so I have to answer this gentleman. Man, he keeps giving money. Shark King. I appreciate the $10, man. He said my next wheel is definitely S20. when the bugs are worked out. Yeah, don't rush. That's advice that we can give you right now is don't rush into a wheel. That's not, especially first batch, and you have a wheel. You have a crazy wheel. The best thing you can do is sell that wheel for some money and hold.
Mm-hmm. He can sell that Sherman and buy 2 wheels.
He said, Sensei, we got to get a broke leg ride in. Oh my gosh. He said, I got some smooth roads I hit up around Inglewood. Is that where you live?
I don't live far from Inglewood. I'm maybe not even 15 minutes from Inglewood. I live close.
Oh, okay.
I live very close to Inglewood.
He said you can.
That's if he's talking about Jersey.
Oh, okay.
That's if he's talking about England, New Jersey.
He said you can set the tilt back, but my question is more than that. My question is, can you set the tilt back at 45 miles an hour or any speed that the Sherman allows you to go? Like, you know what I'm saying? But does it actually work? Does it tilt back at 45 miles an hour? Because I know it beeps, but does it actually tilt back? Because I am able to do a tilt back on my MSP torque, but it does not tilt back. You know what I'm saying? I didn't try it in traffic. I went in an open field and I set it because I know it'll tilt back at 30 miles an hour. At 30 miles an hour, this thing is strong. Like it comes in at 28, 27, 29 miles an hour, and it tilts back, and I love it. But when I went to like 33 miles an hour, nothing happened. Then I went to 35 miles an hour. Nothing happened. I'm like, wow, okay. You see what I'm saying?
Might be good. So it might be good up to about 30 miles an hour.
That's because that's what the Gotway app allows.
Wow.
And I only mentioned that because you mentioned programming. You see what I'm saying? So if it's just a matter of programming, I don't think it's just programming. I think it's okay. So it is programming, but what I'm trying to say is there's this thing called firmware, right? Firmware is like software that's baked into the hardware.
Right.
So it doesn't matter what EUC World does, it's not going to override it because it's baked into the hardware. You see what I'm saying?
Right. I see what you're saying. Yeah.
But EUC World offers you the opportunity to tilt back at any speed that it allows, but it just doesn't work.
It won't work. Right. Yeah. They're not matching. They're not able to read each other. So
they can read each other. Yeah. Right. The wheel is not getting the signal. It's not listening to the request from EUC World.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah, so this is very important, guys. EUCVibe, that's a good question, but I don't know. LOL with the Sherman to be. Hey, EUCVibe. Why don't you just give me a Sherman? I'll figure it out for you, man.
That's it, man. Test ride weekend, man.
Where does he live? Does he live in
Boston?
He
lives in Yonkers, I believe. You're in Yonkers, right? New York, Yonkers.
Where's Yonkers?
New York.
Oh,
above. Yeah, it sits above New York. Yeah.
He said, that's a good question, but I don't know. With the Sherman, to be honest, I barely use the app, so I don't go in depth with. Yeah, and that's another thing about the Sherman. But how about the wheel? Can you set it on the wheel? Because the wheel is independent of the app, right? So you should be able to set it on the wheel. Doesn't it have that option? It has that option. Tilt back. Doesn't it have the tilt back option?
I got a cramp in my leg.
Oh, shoot. Stand up, man. Go for a walk.
You know what? I'm good. I just extended my leg. That's why I said I can't ride sitting down. I can't.
See, so now we have some doubt here. Shark King, above 45 miles an hour. Yeah, I need to know that because Gotway can't do it. The highest I've done on my high speed MSP is 47 miles an hour. And
you hit 47?
Yeah, 47 miles an hour. That's it. I mean, you can go higher. You can go like 48, I think. And I think the wrong way went up to 49 and it cuts out.
Yeah, that's when it cut out on that bridge.
Yeah. Yeah. So 47 was my highest on the high speed MSP. And I don't need to go any faster than that, to be honest.
No,
because it's an 1800 watt hour battery and Boston's a cold city. I'm not trying to, you're going to drain the battery real fast.
Yeah, you'd be carrying that thing home or getting on the metro or something.
Exactly. Trust me, I'd pull into like Panera Bread and heat up a charge up before I refuse to take an Uber.
That's it. I tell any rider, man, if you need a charge and I'm working, just come see me, 50th and Lex, man.
I refuse to take an Uber.
Yeah, dude.
The only time I took an Uber was when I had a flat with my InMotion. That was the only time. And I made a video about it. After that, I've never gotten a flat where I had to take an Uber.
Yeah, put
Yeah.
some like not fix it flat. Like I use slime or like some people say
Yeah,
armadillos is really good.
I
Just
think
don't put too much in it though. Don't
I
take
think the last time I had a flat was the Torque MSP, and the reason I didn't immediately get it immediately didn't like go flat is because the wheel came from Marty, and he always puts these things in
always
there.
slimes the tire.
That's what happened, because when I changed the tire, I saw the slime. I was like, who put slime in there? Oh.
Yep. Yeah.
UCVibes is in pieces right now. I'm installing LED lights on the motherboard. 5-volt rail.
Oh, okay.
Okay, cool. John F. I have a Sherman. Yes, you can set tilt back speeds. Okay, John F. My question is not only can you set the tilt back speed, but does it actually work at above 30 miles an hour? So the Sherman we know can do 50 miles an hour. Can you set tilt back speed on the Sherman up to 45, even 40? Let's not even talk about 45. 40 miles an hour. Can you set a tilt back speed on the Sherman 38, 40 miles an hour, and does it work? You know what I'm saying? That's the key question here. Does it work? Does it actually tilt back? You know what I mean? That's what I want to know. Because I can do the same thing on my MSP and it does not tilt back. UCVibes, no touchscreen, I meant on the board screen.
Okay.
Yeah. John F. Many different speeds that are set in memory. Eric Chen, my Sherman has been solid. Can't really justify a new wheel, but so tempting.
Yeah, dude. If I had a Sherman, I wouldn't get anything. That's just me.
Yeah, I mean that Sherman is bomb, dude.
Yeah, I would just
more battery.
That.
The only other wheel right now that's gonna probably give the Sherman a run for its money in terms of range and speed is the Commander.
The Commander.
And the Commander is lackluster. You're not getting any, bells and whistles. It's just a box with what you need. That's it.
Dude, it looks just like a black briefcase with two round circles on the front, man. That's it, dude. It's no frills, man.
There's no even, I mean, look at the way it looks. It's just like
right. That's it. That's funny. Yeah, dude.
It's the Gotway is just like, okay, fine. We're gonna give you a little bit of what Sherman has, but we can't give you all that crazy stuff.
Yeah,
okay. And by the way, it'll be $4,000. All right. What's next? What's your next question?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, I forgot to read this. EUC Vibe, what's up? Are you going? Oh, he said, are you going to do something tomorrow?
Tomorrow? He's talking about me?
He's talking about Halloween, but I don't do Halloween, so.
I know New York, they're having a ride Halloween night. I think there was like a registration form. I filled it out, but they never emailed me anything. They said you have to register to go to be in like it's a parade or something. I think a lot of New York guys, some of the New York guys are going to be there. I was like, if I didn't get the I'm not going to go in and be denied.
Foxhound78 says, what's up, EUC Vibes? Nick Silver, the Sherman tilt-back setting goes from 36 miles per hour to 179 miles per hour. Really? So that the 179 miles per hour is just there to say, hey, you can go whatever speed you want. You can set tilt back at any speed you want. But I want to feel that. I need to experience that. Because if it tilts back, that means the Abrams going to tilt back too.
Yeah.
And it's the closest thing we have to a wheel not cutting out.
Yeah, these high performance wheels, you need something like that. To me, it's like when you get these new riders that go out and buy these, sport bikes, 1100, 1200 cc sport bikes, and they get those things way up above what they can handle, and they end up going down. I mean, that's the same thing with the wheel. Definitely have it set until you get experience riding it, and then if you want to increase the speed, increase it. But definitely they need to keep the safety.
Because then we'll have two wheels now, two companies that's actually doing something as close as we can get to not cutting out. That's King Song at 44 miles an hour with their KS20, and then you have Abrams, another high performance wheel. Now, if they keep making that a thing, maybe Gotway will, because I need Gotway to get on this.
Yeah. I didn't realize it, dude. I cut out at Cobra's rally. I don't know if it was, might have mentioned on the last show. I cut out the Tesla. No, when I rode the Tesla last year, I cut out the Tesla. I didn't realize it because I was only riding for like 2 months. I didn't realize what happened. But it was like, that dirt on that track, it's like soft. Mm-hmm. So I hit a bump and I came down in that soft dirt and it had no traction. And that thing spun up. And it just and I hit, boom, it over torqued the wheel. And I got thrown forward. It cut out on me. I didn't realize that till like a year later. I was like, yeah, the Tesla cut out. I flipped off the front of the wheel and did a full scorpion, man, hit my chest and my feet come and hit my head. Wow, yeah.
So I learned this from Panda a long time ago. You can set your wheel to, so this is why we need to have this workshop. I want to make it into a workshop where we all learn how to set up the EUC World app together. And hopefully I can send a chat to the EUC World guy so he can come on too. I don't know.
Yeah, that'd be
amazing. Because dude, that app is so powerful. It's just, it has so many features. Your head will spin.
Yeah. I was having trouble, and I'm being honest. Some people won't admit I was having trouble setting it up because I was like, "Well, man, what's this? And my head was just like,
Yeah, I mean, I created a video, helping people, but the video was my settings for me. You know what I'm saying?
I looked at that video too. Yeah.
And the way I set it up is more for speed, not for current or power. Because one guy told me, "Hey, how much?" Because when I killed my high-speed MSP, he asked me, "How much current were you pulling?" Because it's the current that causes it to die, to cut out.
Yep.
And I know that, but I don't really push wheels that hard to worry about current that much. So I tend to trust the speed more. But if you really want to be safe, you want to go based on current, power, voltage. You know what I'm saying? Let's see what Real Talk has to say. Real Talk, thank you so much, Real Talk, for the $4.99. It's greatly appreciated. Now it's going to be Abrams. Yes. He says, in the Zenly 84-volt motor code for the S20 sent by King Sung's significant. Is the Zenly 84-volt motor code for the S20 84-volt motor code?
Oh, I know what he's talking about. In his video, he looked at the motor code on the rim, the inner rim, like it's on the motor, the case of the motor. And he did say something like the code states, he's saying that maybe not the production wheel, but maybe the demo wheel that they're using right now, the pre-production wheel, might be set up as an 84 volt and not the actual 100-volt wheel.
I remember Zenly saying that. And actually, what don't we have him? Hold on.
Yeah, it's in that last video he put up. His newest one.
Because last time I misinterpreted what he said, and I don't want to do that again.
No, I mean, it's an honest mistake. It happens. It happens.
Okay. Motor update. Interesting. All right, let's look at this. Mr. Real Talk, that was very helpful. Thank you very much. Let's take a look. Hold on. No, dude, people have their deposits. You gotta give people info.
Yeah. Heck yeah, dude. Yes.
All right, hold on for a second. Let's see what Zenly has to say about this, Mr. Real Talk. Thanks for bringing that up.
Welcome to the Zen Zone.
One wheel.
There it is.
All right. Okay, he's talking about Chooch right now. Let's go. This is talking about the one wheel. Let me see what he's talking about here. Do you remember where it was?
Yeah, you'll see it. Keep going.
Okay.
Keep going. Here. Right in here, right in this area here.
All right. Pay attention, guys. Pay attention. Thanks. Let me know if you can hear it, okay? Can you hear it?
Nope.
All right. Let me share my audio. Hold on. Can you hear it?
An update on the.
Yeah, I can hear it.
All right. Let's listen to what he has to say. I hope it's not my audio you're hearing. Was it clear? Was it coming out clear?
It sounded clear to me.
Okay. You know what? Let me make sure I do this right. Hold on. Stop. Share audio.
Squirming around here.
That's okay.
I need a new chair.
What? I'm sorry, man. I know my lives tend to be so long.
No, dude, this is awesome, dude. Please, what I be doing on Xbox, fussing at somebody?
All right, cool. Let's hear what Zenly has to say. Thanks, Real Talk, for bringing this up.
Dealing, so you got to be really careful. An update on the S20 group buy that I am formulating. No concrete anything yet. This is a formulation, kind of thinking about it. I don't want the stress of having to order or deal with money or anything like that. I want to ride an S20. The reason I'm doing it is because one, King Song has been pushing me to it literally almost every day, like getting messages from them to make the.
Hey, King Song's been pushing him. What about me? I need them to push me.
Yeah, dude. King Song, what are you doing?
Okay, but I'm not vocal. That's the thing. I need to be vocal like him and Chooch. You know what I mean?
Purchase. And so I've been asking them for a lot of stuff in return. And this is something I wanted was the motor code. And here it is. Here is the motor code. This is of the sample. And it says right here, 2,200. So I'm pretty sure this is a 2,200 watt motor when it's being advertised as 3,300. This is the sample. This is the motor code of the sample. And also I've heard that this also reveals that it's the 84 volt motor somewhere in here. 2018, this is like an 84 volt, 2,200 watt motor they're using on the sample. So that would prove my theory right in that video with Electric Dreams. My previous video that it was lacking in torque. I mean, to me, it looked like it had about the same amount of torque as the S18. And I think this is an S18 motor, right?
Wow.
Can anybody confirm that for me? And again, that some of my rumor and speculation that they are having trouble sourcing a 3 or creating a 3,100 watt motor could be true. Now, maybe they're crowdfunding. Maybe that's why the sales people are so aggressive in like reaching out to people online, or maybe just on YouTube. I'm not sure why they're so aggressive with their sales tactics. But anyways, I want to see, before I do a group buy, I want to see a 3,300 watt motor. That's not an S18 motor. That's what I would like to see before I'm going to move forward on a group buy, or even want to try the. I mean, if they put out the S20 with 84 volt motor, would that be disappointing? Unless, I don't know, I think it's disappointing. I would. It's basically an S18 with a different body, right? That's what it would be. Not hyped on that as much, to be honest. So I really like to see the 3,300 watt motor. What do you guys think? The price would have to drop dramatically. I mean, I don't even think it's possible. We need to see, I really would like to see a 3,300 watt motor soon this year, so that we know kind of like a timeline, because seeing this now, not being able to see a 3,300 watt motor, that tells me it could be, maybe, hopefully, we're getting these summertime, 2022. All right, last bit here. Again, I don't know. This is pure speculation and rumor and gossip for entertainment purposes. The reason I speculated that it was Abrams cut out was because these were the last two posts I had seen from Kuji, him comparing the Abrams to the Sherman size. This is Abrams, beautiful. I really would like that wheel. And I saw this. I love it.
Yeah, everybody, man.
Honestly, riding ergonomics, no innovation there. Same with the Commander. I hadn't seen this, that he also had the Commander. It's strange to me that he's like reviewing so many wheels at the same time. I guess it would be useful to be like, hey, I want to see the Commander versus the Abrams right away. Would like to know. But we don't get to see any of that. Hopefully he's okay. Good salesman, keep us guessing. All right. I hope you guys enjoyed this show. The Zen Zone.
Cool. Wow, that's interesting. There you go. That's very very interesting that Real Talk brought that up. And again, this is what the guys were mentioning earlier. They were they're expressing their concerns that, listen, we have our deposits. You're presenting this as a finished product. You're stringing us along. You're doing all these things, and then real talk. Now I get what you're saying. Real talk. Now I understand where you're coming from.
Well, that's the amazing thing about the EUC community. You have so many brilliant minds. Me, I wouldn't have known to look at that. I would just see a series of numbers. But I mean, that's you can't. There's always someone out there that's just on point with what the developers are doing. That's what I love about it. Everyone's on. You got people on top of their game. That's awesome.
That looks like a serial number to me. Like a serial number. You can. Hey, EUCVibes sent $9.99. It seems to both of us. He said, "Good vibes to UStride and Sensei Vegan."
Appreciate you, man. Vibes is a cool dude.
Yeah,
Vibes is one cool dude, man. He really is.
Yeah, he's pretty chill. I don't think I've ever met him. Have I met him?
Nah, I don't think. Well, he came to the rally last year, but he got there a little bit late. So I don't know if you got to meet him at the first rally. The indoor, I think it was the indoor. Yeah, it was the indoor rally. Oh, you didn't go to the indoor, right? Oh, you didn't go to that one.
I wasn't.
I wish you'd have been at that one, dude. You would have.
Dude, I was, dude, they're go-kart. I have plans, dude. Maybe I'll talk to Cobra on how he did it. I got plans. But
yeah, we gotta talk, dude. We definitely gotta talk. Because I do, believe it or not, I have an area that I have the green light to do an event.
Oh, really?
I have but the thing is, it's in Pennsylvania. But the amount of space that we have at our disposal,
holy smokes!
I'm talking like rally, dude. Yeah, we could do something wicked. Yeah,
no. We gotta talk. We gotta talk.
And the reason why I was on hold because I ended up getting hurt. But everything happens for a reason. So we gotta talk. We gotta talk.
We gotta figure this out. There's races for like F1 cars, motorcycles, and they have good cameras. They have like all kinds of crazy stuff. We got to try something, man. We're going to die soon. We're all going to die. So let's try something.
Dude. We got to just go for it. Throw it out there and everything will fall into place. That's the type of person I am.
Of course.
Put it out there and let it happen.
Yep. I'm not seeing the super chats. I'm seeing it I'm sorry if I don't see your super chats. Shark King says, EUCVibes, thanks so much, man. Greatly appreciated. Let us know what you think about what Zen Lee just said, because that was very helpful. In fact, you were thinking of getting a wheel. You were thinking of doing a group buy with the S20. And look, he's basically saying this is possible. I knew that this was a prototype, but I didn't go as far as him to look deep into it and say, listen, this might just be the S18 motor with a different body.
Right.
You know what I mean? And suspension system. Shark King says, let me just read what Shark King says. Thanks for the $2, Mr. Shark King. He says, why people want to cancel Chooch? Okay, well, we can go back to that Zenly video and we'll talk about it after Sensei Vegan talks. Go ahead.
I do want to do say something about Chooch too. Sure. Nothing bad.
Go back to your first thought.
The thing with the S20, that was a 2200 watt-hour motor. That was nothing. That was not a slouch. But the firmware only let it go to a certain speed because it didn't have a battery to match it. If they would have had a bigger battery on there, the S18, they could have added more torque and more speed to the motor. It's just that they didn't have the battery. It was just a battery.
Right.
The 2200 motor, 2200 watt-hour motor is nothing to slouch at.
The motor was fantastic. You're absolutely right. It's the battery. So
it was the battery.
It was the battery, yeah. But I think the thing Zen Lee is saying is, and not just him, a lot of other people, including Real Talk, is that they're presenting it as a product,
right?
Something that's complete, and it's far from complete. It looks like.
No, I can understand that from a consumer standpoint of view. My thing is why advertise something like that? Over 3,000 watt-hour motor. Why not do something like a 25 or 26? Do you really need? You know what I mean? Do you need something that high?
Why do you need 126?
No, not even 126 volts. I'm talking about even the motor size. Do you really need a motor? I mean, couldn't they put like a 25 or 2600 watt-hour motor in there, and you would still get phenomenal performance out of that?
part of it, I feel, is the marketing ploy too. Remember last live, I was looking at all the specs on kingsongs20.com, and a lot of the specs was amazing, great talk. And and a lot of people said this is the first time the CEO actually spoke. So that, to me, a lot of people looked at it like, like this was like something, you can solidify, and say, hey, wow, this is going to be a good wheel. But I looked at it as they needed to back up claims that they possibly could not solidify yet to the people. So if we see the CEO there, we'll kind of like have a blind eye and just give them leeway to do whatever it is they do. But good thing there are people like Zen Lee who knows what to look for.
Yeah, I mean, because you definitely don't want to get to a point where, like, if you're the owner of the company and people are going to say you're mother goosing, meaning that you're just telling stories.
Mm-hmm.
You don't want to do that. So I understand people's concern. I do.
So to answer his question, for me, that would be very disappointing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it would be.
It'd be very disappointing. And not everyone is going to go through Ewheels, dude.
No, they're not.
People are going to be doing group buys.
Dude, that's highly likely how I'm going to do it. I mean, if you can save $600-800, some even closer to $1,000 on a wheel, that puts it in your price range.
Absolutely.
That's huge.
Absolutely. Let's see. So that was very interesting. That was very interesting that he mentioned that. Wow. So what I wanted to say regarding that response from him is that if they're testing with an 84-volt wheel with a 2200-watt motor, not even the motor that they presented in the spec sheet, then there's still months of testing that needs to be done, unless they're not telling us something, unless they're just showing him that. Why, if they had the proper motor, why would they show him that? You see what I'm saying?
Right.
So they don't. I can only reason that they don't. And if they don't have it, how much more testing do they need to do?
Mm-hmm.
That's a whole months of testing that needs to be done.
That can be another 2-3 months.
Yeah, of testing. Because I understand, like, you have an 84-volt motor, so you're testing the mechanics of the wheel itself, not the motor, because the motor might not even matter. You just want to see if all the parts don't fly everywhere, if the suspension works properly, etc. While they still have the motor in the lab testing it out, whatever they're doing. Mm-hmm. But why would you present him with an 84?
Right. It doesn't make sense. The proper way of doing it, hey, slap all the parts that you said you're going to do. What you advertise, put it on the wheel, then test it.
Yeah.
Why test it with mismatching parts? Because to me, it's just going to lead to more problems down the road.
Problems. But then again, why would you even? They could have just been mum, like, don't say anything about the wheel. You know what I mean? At this point, they could have just said nothing at all.
Because I was one of the ones, like I said, if I make a mistake, I'm sorry, I'm looking, I got a message pop up on my phone. I'm gonna put my charger out here. I'm the type of person, if I make a mistake, I'll admit to it. Because I was like, why, being a company like that, why would you say something and not be able to provide it? Why would you want to damage yourself like that?
And it's not like people have any issues with Kingsong.
Right.
Why create one?
Yeah. Why make it rain when it doesn't have to? Doesn't make sense.
Well, some people like it to rain, but not like Kingsong is trying to make it rain right now.
Nah, not like that. Yeah, mate. No unwanted storms, man.
Let's listen to what he has to say about Chooch.
Welcome to the Zen Zone. Put together a few pieces of news and other noteworthy EUC content that is meant for your entertainment. If you enjoy this sort of EUC content, please feel free to leave a comment below. First, we have Chooch's near catastrophic electric unicycle crash. Homeless guy in a blind spot. City riding sucks. Wow. All right, well, let's get right into it. Let's see, started. Chooch Tech cruising along a little. He's definitely hauling in a bike lane. Plenty of trees, like right here, I'd probably slow down, right? Most people would start to slow down right here because this is the blind spot. All right, so he sees this guy. We're at about 7 seconds in. plenty of time to react. Maybe this is like a PTSD moment or something, because it really doesn't make sense why he's calling this a near catastrophic electric unicycle crash. Because right here, I know that Chooch has really good braking. He won the Apple Valley Speedway race. This is not that big of an obstacle right here. Slow down. Come around the left. Let's see what. He just goes full send at this guy.
Wow.
Man, all right. I get the outrage. I saw some outrage on Facebook. I'm like, oh, another YouTuber just getting some outrage, you know? And actually, maybe for good reason, because this is strange to me that he's acting so aggressive here. I don't know what's going on. Okay, Blaze is by him. This guy's freaked out. Probably just trying to chill out. Chooch looks back. It's like, wow. All right. Look back again. Like, I would not sit yelling at the guy. That would be rude. We get it in slow-mo. Okay. Right here, you can see something's off, and this is the corner you got to go around. Slow down. Just mad because some guy ruined his flow. Like, there shouldn't be people out existing. Like, slow down. This guy's clearly freaked out. Maybe Chooch is freaked out too. He's like, oh, there's some dude trying to like jack me or something. I don't know why he's freaking out here. This guy's freaking out, so you can tell he's one scared. Like, I don't know why he doesn't just back up too. But he's freaked out. Like, dude's blazing around the corner, something you've never seen. So he's probably high out of his mind.
That's true. I've never seen an ESP.
He's just chilling.
What is that?
Like, he's chilling.
He's like, the alien invasion is here. UFOs are coming.
In the wrong here, 100%. This actually kind of makes unicycles look bad, I think, in my opinion. What is your guys' opinion about this? I'm looking at, I like Chooch's content mostly. It's nice that he posts this. Let's look at the positive. It's nice that he posts this so we can kind of like roast him a little bit, because I think he deserves to be roasted for this piece of content. But it's great at the same time that we can all learn from his mistake. Okay? In my opinion, if I was a cop or whatever, Chooch would definitely be the one that's like, I mean, definitely, there's plenty of park benches for this guy to sit in, but and blocking the bike path is not like, why would you block it? There's plenty of other places to sit. But regardless, this guy's probably not in his right mind. I'm not sure. And Chooch has plenty of time to slow down. Yeah, I definitely think Chooch was being too aggressive. That's the bottom line. And then to say that city riding sucks because he's used to just being able to rip out on a trail, I think this shows a lack of maturity right here. That's my opinion. All right. Next piece of let's look at the comments. VT, yeah, you can't hit those turns like that, especially in the city. It's okay if you have free range view of everything in front of you, but it's the city. People are unpredictable. Yeah, I like that.
Yeah. VT is a New York rider too.
Yeah. So what do you think about that?
First of all, I'm glad that both of them are okay, because that could have ended bad for both parties. I mean, he could have hit the guy, or he could have lost control, and with trees like that, at the speed he was going, the trees, the curb, he could have come off that thing and injured himself pretty bad. So that way, you know. But my issue, the other issue I had, because I actually had left a comment, and I think it was a reasonable comment. You know, I said the same thing. I'm glad you guys are okay, but you can't get on the guy. You never know a person's life circumstances and why he's in the situation he's in. You know, we don't know. He could have some mental issues. He could be drunk. We don't know. So that's why I feel for the guy too, you know, and you have to know when you can full send it and when you should just be riding a little more reserved. And I've ridden in New York. I walked through New York. New York City's bike lanes are so unpredictable. I've seen people passed out. I see people walking in them. The New York City bike lanes, you'll be riding in the lane, and all of a sudden the lane ends because there's construction and it filters you out right into traffic.
Yeah.
You know, so you have to be, and I mean, you're in Boston, so I'm sure you've seen.
Oh, absolutely.
You know, yeah, you've seen all this stuff. So you have to be very aware when you're riding. I mean, it's easy to cast blame. Well, a person shouldn't have been there, but it takes two people to dance, man. You know, if you're dancing a tango, you need two to dance. So.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. I commented on it too. The way I look at it, I try to look at the big picture.
Mm-hmm.
I personally don't want to be the truck driver or the BMWs of the EUC community.
Right.
Because the truck drivers and BMWs, they tend to, and I drive a BMW too, and I'm guilty for that in the road, where used to be guilty. I'm not guilty anymore. But man, speeding, it's like the car is so fast, you just want people out of your way. And
right.
And truck drivers, they're big, you know, so they block the road. They're like,
mm-hmm.
you know, they kind of like get in your way because they know you're gonna, you know, you see their tires, so you're gonna move off, and they yell at you if you're. So
right.
I don't want us to be that. We're battery people. Battery is supposed to represent the opposite of fossil, or not fossil. I don't call it fossil because I don't believe in that. But we're supposed to be the opposite of oil and you know, like pollution.
Petrol. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So when I see stuff like that, obviously we want to be. I'm looking at it like I want to be the best version of myself. You know, and I don't want to just be like, okay, I'm being, you know, impeded from blazing, so get out of my way. I definitely hope. I hope.
Right. No, I mean that makes sense, and I think I can understand reasons why people would criticize Chooch, but at the same time, I think we all should look at this with an open mind, because I think we've all been guilty of speeding on the EUC where we shouldn't, you know. But
like Zen Lee said, he posted it, so
right.
the fact that he posted it means that we could learn from it.
Exactly, and it's just you got to know not so much your limits, but you got to know where. Especially in city environments like that, you got to be really careful.
And this is why a lot of people have to give New Yorkers and a credit, because, dude,
yeah,
New York
bro.
is a different world, and I love riding in New York. I absolutely love riding in New York. It's a completely different world. They're different. It's the same rules. It's just there's so many different variables.
It's a ton, and this is a prime example why most New York riders don't like riding in the bike lane, especially like during rush hour.
Oh yeah, I never ride in the bike lane. Maybe a little bit if I need to get around.
Yes, certain ones are better than others, and I know they have more protected bike lanes. But I was walking through the city today, and I actually should throw that little clip. I'll probably throw it on my IG page. There's like 4 big dumpsters right in the middle of the bike lane. I'm like, who does stuff like that? They just put that stuff there on purpose. But it's like that's what happens. So if you're hauling along 35 miles an hour and you turn your head too quick and you turn around, you got you're running into those dumpsters.
Yeah. Oh, and here's what's interesting. One of our first lives was about the consequences of having such a big wheel. Now, Chooch, I'm not sure what he was riding. My guess is he was probably riding the EXN, because that's the wheel he's been riding mostly recently. And I haven't watched all his videos, but usually when he's off-roading, he has the Sherman. Sometimes he has the XN. But imagine having an 88-pound wheel and doing what he's doing in a bike lane.
And he's an experienced rider. Think if you're a new rider. If I was a new rider that ran that would have been a major collision right there. If I was a brand new rider.
you just go right over the guy's leg.
Yeah.
Sorry,
man.
bro. I'm so sorry, man. But I don't have any legs. Yo, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
88 pounds.
Yeah, that would have been bad. That would have been bad.
That would have been terrible. Been terrible. So this is what I'm trying to think. I'm like, a lot of people might look, they're gonna get whatever they want, but I feel like these wheels are good in a way because it might encourage them to ride slower because it's so heavy.
But you hit the nail on the head. If you're new to the game, you don't need a wheel like that. You don't. Get you a 14D, get you a V10F, the V8, a Tesla T3, even if you can find, a 16X, an 18, S18s. That's all you need, and you'll have fun. Because you're not going to use all that performance anyway.
You're not going to use it. Exactly.
Not even close.
Not as a new rider.
No, heck no. If anything, it could impede your enjoyment of riding. Oh, it's too heavy. You can't maneuver.
Well, I told you there's a guy who, the first guy I taught, I was trying to teach because he never came back for the second round. With a Sherman as his very first wheel. And I called him just to see how he's doing because I wanted to purchase the Sherman from him.
Yeah.
And he still had it. He's like, it's brand new. It's still in the house, brand new. He hasn't even touched it yet.
Wow.
And my guess is the reason is because it's heavy and it's discouraging. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it definitely would be. That's why I say, man, get you something, whatever, you get in where you fit in and you just have fun with it. And then it makes it so much more satisfying. Like when I went from an M10 to the V2, I was so happy. And then going from the Tesla V2 to my RS now, dude, it's just like you really enjoy your progression.
Yeah,
you know?
Exactly. And that's really what it is, enjoying the progression, because you get to really understand what these wheels are about.
Yep.
John F, he's saying my Sherman set tailback at 58 kilometers per hour. I expect that because what is that? I need to have a table here. That's like less, what is that, 30 miles an hour? 50.
Say that one more time. I didn't hear.
He's saying that his Sherman does tilt back at 58 kilometers per hour. And I'm saying that is expected because that's only
a little over 30. A little over 30 with about 30. Okay.
Oh, wait. It's 36. Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Well, someone said that the Sherman allows up to 179, but I just want to feel the tilt back. I'm very curious. I don't hear a lot of people talking about the tilt back on the Sherman, so that's
so it might tilt back at 36. And anything after 36, you might not get any tilt back. and that monster likes to go.
Yeah, if it does, because there are some guys I saw on YouTube. One guy, he cut out on the Sherman. When he was with Jansen. You remember the highway that they
dude, they were moving though too on that West Side Highway. I know that's
the West Side Highway, dude. Exactly. Yeah. See, the thing is,
live not too far.
Oh, really? See, the thing is, like, if that's possible in the Sherman, then obviously they're gonna carry that same technology to the Abrams, and that's just a plus, man. That's the closest we got right now to not cutting out,
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if Sherman does it based on speed only, or do they do it based on like current draw? Because if they do it based on speed only, you could still cut out, even if you. So that's another thing, guys. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think I'm wrong here. So with me, I can set my speed to like my tilt back to like 30 miles an hour on my MSP, okay? My MSP torque. Now, I set it at 30 miles per hour at 100 volt, okay? 100%. I can do that up to like 50%. I can push the wheel up to 30 miles an hour down to way lower than that. But let's say I'm at 100% battery and I set the speed tilt back to like 30 miles an hour. I'm pushing the wheel, 30 miles an hour hits, it tilts back. Okay, now I do another run, but this time I'm hauling, meaning I'm leaning into the pads or whatever you used to lean real hard. Now the current that's being drawn because I'm leaning so hard is high, like it's insanely high, more than the motor is capable of delivering. Is it going to tilt back at that point? Or is it just going to wait for the speed to be reached? You see what I'm saying?
Right.
In other words, what triggers that? Is it because that's why I like EUC World app. The EUC World app allows you to do that. It allows you to like set current draw, temperature draw,
all that stuff,
dude. Not just speed,
Yeah, so comparing the EUC World app and then the Gotway app. The Gotway app's like a kindergarten app. I'm being honest compared to EUC World.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. I was saying like compared to the Sherman too, because if the Sherman doesn't consider current draw, then your speed won't even matter if you're really pushing that thing.
Mm-hmm.
Because you're setting it for 30 miles per hour, 34 miles per hour tilt back, but you never hit 35 miles per hour, but you are definitely drawing too much current because you're leaning too hard. If the current doesn't trigger the tilt back, you're going to crash anyway. And you're going to wonder, what the frick is going on? I set a tilt back.
Right. I believe you can cut that thing out. If you overlean that darn thing, depending on your weight and I still believe you can cut that darn thing out.
Well, I think you can cut out any wheel.
Yeah.
All you have
Think
to do
about Adam. Didn't Adam cut out the Monster Pro when
But
he
that's-
leaned?
Yeah, but that's
He overleaned on that thing and it cut out on him.
I'm not sure if he was in hard mode, medium, or soft, because that matters too. If you're in soft, and Law said it really well. Actually, he explained it better than me because I tried to explain it and he explained it really well. When you put the wheel in soft mode, it's making you feel like the motor is weaker than it actually is. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
You see what I'm saying? So if you're in hard mode and you're leaning on, there's gonna be no dip. You're gonna get that torque. But if you're in medium or soft mode and you're leaning into that, and the thing already has lack of like torque or whatever, dude, you're gonna cut that thing out easy.
Because I normally ride medium. I normally ride medium mode.
Yeah,
I should try hard mode on the RS.
Dude, you're gonna love hard. You might hate it, but you might love it too. If you hate it, if you find yourself not liking the hard mode, just reduce the pressure a little bit, and you'll love it even more, dude.
You mean to reduce the pressure in your tire?
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna try that.
Because
next time I ride, hard mode.
The hard mode makes riding really stiff. Really stiff.
Okay. And you can accelerate the wheel better in hard mode?
A lot better.
Okay.
Let me look at some of the comments. I haven't been paying attention to.
Yeah, I can't see them, dude. I'm looking on my phone.
Okay.
Yeah, it's really small. It's too small for me to read on the phone.
All right. So, Eric Chen, I think it's just best to wait for wheels to come out before making those judgments. They're all prototypes at this stage. Very, very true.
Valid statement.
He sounds like a veteran rider. He sounds like someone who's been doing this for a while. Next person, EUCVibes. Sunday looks more promising. It's funny how rain kills an EUC meetup. It's true. We need new IP5 wheels already. I have to look at the ratings. Isn't IP6 the highest, or is it IP7?
I don't know, dude. But I got an RS, dude. You can't. That thing is known for not being able to ride in the rain. So if it rains, I definitely can't go anywhere Sunday.
IP6 rating. I wonder what the highest rating.
I'm not sure what the highest one is.
Let me see. Highest water.
But I mean, one thing people have to take into consideration with water is a universal solvent, and it can make it into anything.
Okay, so protective water. Let me see if I can share this with you guys. Okay, so this is what it says here. It says protection from water. IPX6 can resist high pressure. Whew. Ho ho.
Oh, so that's the new standard, baby. 6.
Because if you remember the Hero, when they were doing the water test on the Hero, they were just like, it wasn't even high pressure. It was just like
it was like out of a garden hose.
Yeah, it was like, please don't, please don't, please. They're recording right now. Please don't.
They need to put it through a car wash pressure off.
Like some high pressure stuff, bro. This is IPX6 can resist high pressure, heavy sprays of water. That is what we freaking
That's what we need. That's what we need right there.
Let me see, because I think most of these wheels are like IP5 and IP6, right?
I've heard IP5. I'm not sure about.
Okay, let's see what IP5 is. IPX5 says can resist a sustained low pressure water jet spray. This is us. This is like rain, basically.
Rain, yeah.
Let me see if I can zoom in.
Rain, puddles.
Yeah, there it is. So these are the ratings right here. And then IP6 can resist. So IPX6, that's not bad. IPX6 is not bad. It's
and that wouldn't be hard to do that on them.
Yeah, it says can resist high pressure, heavy sprays of water. So that's cool. Yeah, these ratings are important, man. So what does he say again? He said, okay, so we need IP5. He says IP5. No, we need IP6.
6 is the next level.
Yeah. Real talk. Jack is PR, not an engineer. At Cynthia. Which one is he referring to? I'm not sure.
Oh, Jack from Electric Dreams.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he's PR. He's not engineer, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
But he's way closer to these engineers than we are.
Heck yeah, man. He go down and high five them and everything.
Yo, he had a live on Cobra. I was sleeping during that time because
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
He
If
did.
we can get him on for another live, that'd be fantastic. We could pepper him.
I don't know. He was working for King Song at that time. I don't think he works for King Song anymore though, but he still has access.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
You can still talk to him.
Yeah.
He has answers.
Oh yeah, definitely have the answers.
UCVibes, UStride, they're just pushing him to a group buy, not giving him a wheel. No, that's what I meant. That's what, they're pushing him to do a group buy. Oh, okay. I thought they were trying to give him a wheel to test. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Got it. I completely misunderstood that. Okay. See, I have a problem understanding Zen Lee. That's the second time I'm missing like interpreting what he's saying. EC Vibe. He said it's a female rep from King Song he's in contact with. Okay. Cynthia May. Conspiracy spell check. Zen Lee is full of it.
Oh, goodness gracious.
Conspiracy spell check. Zenly is full of it in that photo. He got it from a random reseller without even fact checking it. So very fishy. So now I don't know what's going on now.
Yeah, dude. We're just gonna wait.
What the frick is going on?
Just gonna wait.
Zenly,
wow.
Are you awake? Are you awake, Zenly? I'm sending the link in the chat. Come clear your name, man.
Yeah.
Clear your name, Zenly. Clear your name. There's someone out here calling you out. They're
it's
calling
only
you
after
out.
9. We're in his time zone, so he should be up and bright-eyed.
Yeah, it's California, bro. Get off that track. Come
bro.
clear your name, man. What? Someone just called you out, bro. So apparently they're saying he got it from, it wasn't even from King Song. That's what this person is saying. They're saying that Zenly is getting it from a random reseller without even fact checking it.
Oh,
I don't know.
That's why I say this community, man, you gotta watch. There's always people out there, man. They're on top of their game.
On top of the game, yeah. They're listening. We're public figures now. We're public figures. People can criticize us.
Oh yeah, I get some Sensei gets some criticism, but I'm just like, hey, it's like rolling up, water rolling off a duck's back, man. I do the best I can and just keep on rolling,
You know what? You know who's very accessible and people don't notice, and I'm not saying flood him right now, but Jason is actually very, very accessible.
Jason from Ewheels?
Yeah, he's actually very accessible. I email him. Sometimes if you're not able to call him, just email him and he'll respond to you. So I'm going to try emailing. If you guys have any questions, post it in the chat. I'm going to try emailing him and, see what's up. If I'm going to ask him if he can do a live. If he can't, then he can't. But it would be very good to have a live with Jason because he's the number one. And I'm not just regurgitating what he's saying on his website, but as far as I'm aware, he's the number one reseller in the US. So it'd be very nice for us to be able to chat with him.
Well, what I would say to Jason, I say this, and I need to email him. I need to get you on the darn wheel list to review some of these wheels, man.
From what I understand from Zen Lee used to work with Ewheels. So what I got from one of his videos is that Ewheels doesn't have a lot of text, and so he's very busy.
Right.
That's what I understand. That's my guess. I don't know, but I would really like to talk to him. A couple years back, he was on a live once, and he had to go, but he actually stayed for a while. If he gets on a live, I'll just need him for 15 minutes. That's it.
That's it. I mean, you have to look at it both ways. That'd be good for him and good for the community. I mean, that would just take and put him more, more value. You coming in, you have to look out for your customer base. You have
he does. He absolutely does. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. EUC New Jersey. I'm sure King Song is pushing some to buy a dozen wheels when they have contracts for thousands. I think he meant that as a joke.
I see what you're saying. Yeah.
He might have meant that as a joke. It's like, okay, so King Song is pushing it for a dozen wheels when they have contracts for thousands.
It's true. These UCO and Ewheels, they're probably purchasing their wheels.
E-rides.
Yeah.
In Europe.
Thousands of wheels.
Okay, who's that? Who popped in? Let me let this person in. Let's see who that is. Hi, how are you?
Hey, how's it going?
How's it going, man? You all right?
UStride, Sensei Vegan.
What's
up?
happening?
I'm so glad I found you guys' channel. It's me. It's me, Hubert. I was actually the guy that was sitting on the curb. Then I come out of nowhere. I'm just eating my sandwich, enjoying my meal, right? This guy comes zooming by on what you guys call an EUC. His name's Chooch, by the way. This guy comes zooming by me, right? While I'm trying to enjoy my meal.
By the way, he's wearing a mask, guys.
I'm on the bike path, enjoying my meal. This guy comes zooming by me, freaks me out. So then I start doing my research. I said, what is this thing? And then I found you guys. I had to call in. You guys were talking about me. I'm the guy. I'm Hubert. I already got it, EUC. I love it. It's awesome.
What do you write?
All right, man, I said, what is this huge guy? He almost took my legs off. I got to get myself one of these things, too.
What do you write?
Bike lane, I'm not gonna do that.
What sled are you pushing, man? What sled you pushing?
Listen, back in my day, we rode electric.
Oh, that's
unicycles.
that's
That's
EUC
vibes.
vibes. That's
I don't know what
EUC
he's talking
bro.
about. It's Hubert.
Vibes are the best, bro.
Man, that was good, dude. That was so good. That was good.
That's my Halloween costume.
Oh man, Vibes, you are the best, bro.
That was good.
Make me laugh, dude. That's some funny
That's
stuff.
hilarious.
And
You
the
know,
Oscar goes to.
I do not participate in Halloween. Okay, so
Oh yeah.
yeah,
That's just a mask. It could be worn any day.
that's
I'm
true.
just wearing
That's
it.
true.
I'm
That's
just
true.
wearing it for fun.
Dude, that you have a completely different voice.
Yeah, Hubert. That's my Hubert voice.
I was thinking of filming like unboxing EUC videos just with the mask on.
Oh my! Oh wow, that's hilarious. Why not? You could
Right?
you could talk however you want. Nobody cares.
Yeah,
Man,
I'll just pretend I have a large staff for EUCVibes. It'll just be different costumes.
That's
Yo,
awesome,
that's
dude.
funny.
How
So,
you
yeah,
guys
man,
doing?
Good, man. Good. We're
Good,
just
bro.
hanging out. Just hanging
Good.
out.
Yo.
What do you have to say about a lot of stuff we just covered? Especially, well, we started with the Abrams being so awesome. Then we went to like how the KS20 looked and how it operates. Then we went to Zen Lee and the 80. He seems to think that it might have been an 84 volt wheel that they were testing. But then Cynthia May is saying that's all made up.
Yep, I saw
It's
that.
hogwash.
Then we went to Chooch and oh my gosh.
Yeah, I wish like King Song would reach out and be like, show us a picture of their wheel, their motor that's actual 3,300 watts. Like
You know what I mean? Why would it say 2,200?
Yeah.
That doesn't make any sense.
It seems like they're testing like maybe the King Song S. This is my theory that they might be like testing out the suspension of the S20.
That's what I'm thinking. Yeah.
And maybe they got the batteries all squared away, but they still might not have the motor and the final pieces. So maybe they're like throwing in S18 parts so they could test out certain components while they like figure out the rest of the wheel.
Right.
That's what I think. I don't know.
Car manufacturers do that stuff all the time. They'll have a different motor in a car.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they do that stuff all the time. So
Yep. Yeah, that's what.
Yeah, so I'm not sure about that, but that's discouraging people who already put money down, dude.
Yeah, and I'm one of those people. Even though it's only $100, it's still like.
right.
But
Yeah, but I mean, but
hope.
the thing is not that you put down the money. It's like you put yourself in queue. You put yourself in a line to wait for it. You know what I'm saying?
And I was right away. I was early with that. Bang, 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 bang. And, like,
Oh, dude, you don't play Tommy when it comes to wheels, bro.
Oh no. Yeah, that's how I got the V12 early. I actually reached out to Jason before it was even on the website. I was like, right when the video went up, or right when I heard about it, I was like, yo, can I put my deposit down? And I sent it like that.
So you're actually getting it after seeing the videos of the Abrams and stuff. What do you think?
I already got the V12. That's actually the one that you rode. That's pretty
Yeah,
cool.
I think so.
We never
Yeah,
met,
that
but
thing felt nice.
you rode my V12.
Yeah, your V12. No, I love that wheel. It's
Yeah,
just
that thing is
fast, but
wicked,
it has
bro.
really good torque. It has really good torque.
I want to get the Abrams and the S20. That's what I want to do.
I honestly want the Abrams now, dude. Oh my gosh. Hey, I got a question. I got a question for you. I'm not sure how knowledgeable you are in batteries, but I'm not sure if you saw the video earlier. But basically, the Abrams has a battery that dissipates at 9,800 milliamps I'm not sure, and it's a 2,700 watt motor battery. So my question is, do you think 2,700 watt hour battery is enough? And 9,800 milliamps is a lot of current draw, which means it's enough to maintain that big battery that they have. So we're not worried about power, obviously. But do you think that's going to affect range, or is it that, or like explain, what do you think about the battery size compared to the size of the Abrams?
Yeah, I wish they would have kept with the same battery that the Sherman has.
Mm-hmm.
And I was kind of leaving out hope, thinking, oh, I could swap out the Sherman battery and put it in the Abrams. But now I see how it's like cased in there. That's impossible to do. So I'm not too knowledgeable when it comes to batteries and stuff like that. But I was talking to some guys that I ride with that know a little bit more, and they were saying with all the stats and everything, they think that the Abrams is going to have like 50 to 65 mile range. Like, really ride it.
Oh my gosh. And you know, to be honest, I agree with them, because you know how I assess that is with the EXN. The EXN 2700 watt.
Yep. That video that Mickey did. Remember?
Yeah.
With the EXN. Yeah.
It has a 2700 watt motor. It's 72 pounds. And according to what this guy said here, let me just pull up his comment again. He said that the EXN has a 21700. Okay, most of the wheels are using that, but its dissipation rate is 7,275 milliamps. Now here's the thing: that's less than the Abrams, and the Abrams bigger. So if the Abrams dissipating more current in a bigger size wheel, obviously you're gonna have less range, dude. That's just my take.
Yeah. I saw that comment. That somebody commented that on one of your videos.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was like, wow, he really dug deep with that. I was like,
no, he went in. He went in.
I mean, that could be an issue if you're a fast rider. You know, you'll dissipate that battery quick.
That's what I'm thinking.
Especially if you're a light blaster. You know, blasting from light to light. Next thing you know, man, you're going from 100% to 50% like nothing. So that could be an issue.
Yeah.
Someone else mentioned like maybe they added more MOSFETs. I don't know.
I was just talking to I don't know if you know Samuel in the Bronx. He has a repair shop.
I know you're talking about.
Yeah. Nice. What did you think?
And he was just telling me, like you were saying, like Sensei was saying, going from light to light like that. He was saying that's really bad for the wheel when you torque it and then break it and then torque it and then break it. He's like, it's better to torque it and keep going, or like gradually get up to it, but it shows in like the voltage.
Oh wow.
On packs that go bad a lot.
Oh really?
History. Yeah. A lot of people that in New York City, a lot of guys torque it and break, and like it's really bad for the battery pack.
But how long?
I think
how long did he say?
That's bad news for you, UStride.
Look, I've been torquing my wheel since I got it. I never had any issue. But is that a short-term issue, he said, or a long-term issue?
That was just an issue with a few wheels he had in his shop. So he like goes over the records of them. He could see like right before they got cut out what happened. And he said a lot of time it reads.
Oh,
like
really?
Over torque.
So you're saying that like the cutouts a lot of people are getting is due to that?
Yeah. Yep.
Wow.
Because it puts a lot of stress on the battery.
Every day.
The motor.
So what's happening? Like you have huge battery packs or cells just dying?
I think it's the control board actually that gets fried.
It'd be nice to have a tech on the show.
Oh, that'd be dope.
That'd be dope. No, that'd be dope. That's crazy.
You should reach out to Samuel on IG. Stride. Yeah,
because the thing is these wheels are getting to a point now where it's like I don't even want to test these wheels anymore in terms of like crashing, because I want like 40 miles an hour. Okay, cool. Just get a nice little stretch where no cars are and go flying. Hey, it is what it is. But 60 miles an hour, dude. I'm not about to test a pedal dip.
I need to buy new gear if I'm going to do that.
Right. Right. Well, I'll say this about crashing wheels. It's one thing when you can slide it out, but like in my case, it's one thing when you get whacked at like 30 plus miles an hour and then you have to hit the ground, dude. It don't feel good, man.
Yeah, he popped out. I don't know what happened, but he popped out. But yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Dude. That's something I never even considered. Wow.
Hmm.
I just assumed the BMS would do their job.
Right, right.
In case
But
you
I
guys
mean, the great thing is we're all new to the battery powered, era that's happening. So it's a good learning process for all of us.
Yo, I don't know what happened, but come back in if you can. EUC vibes.
Because when you really think about it, the electric motor, there's really not much to it compared to a gas motor. But at the same time, it's less parts, but it seems like it's complex at the same time, and that's what makes it so interesting.
Yeah, it's a lot of winding. It's a lot of more. There's windings. There's motors. There's Hall sensors,
magnets, and capacitors. Yeah,
it'd be really nice to talk to someone who knows what they're talking about, dude, regarding these wheels. Because I feel like the more you know, the better. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah,
but in a way, in a way for me, it's a lot of us, we don't want to know because it's like ignorance is really, really bliss. You know, you heard of that? Ignorance.
Yeah, there's sometimes the more you know, the more troubles you have, it seems like.
Yeah, and it's like the less you know, the more you could be blissful. Because look at how I ride. You see how I ride, dude? Trust me, when I'm riding, I'm thinking, okay, like when I'm riding and I see a car over there, I'm thinking, if you cut it right now, you're going into that car. What are you going to do right now? And all of this is happening fast. And you know, the worst things I hate seeing are fences that are metal bars and hydrants, fire hydrants.
Yeah, dude.
Because if I crash into one of these, that's what I think a lot.
Yeah.
Because I like leaning into the wheel, leaning and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So when I see a fire hydrant, dude, I'm like, I have plans already. You know what I'm saying?
Right. You're ahead, man. You're actually ahead of your wheel, which is good.
Yeah. Yeah. Like my leaning is already like planned out. Like, okay, this is a fire hydrant. This is a car. Like, especially when you go through traffic, like there's cars on both sides. So it's like, okay, if I crash into this car, how am I gonna escape this? Sometimes you can't escape at all. So you'll just have to figure out how to embrace the pain. You know what I mean?
Right. You ride like a race car driver. You have your line and you have your moves already down packed. So I mean, that's a good way to ride. You're always ahead of yourself. I'm not at that point yet, So I no, seriously, it's like I'm not. My mind isn't it processes information pretty fast, but it doesn't process it as fast as you. So I have to ride. I ride a little bit more cautious. But I totally understand where you're coming from. Yeah.
Right. Willow of New Zealand. EUC Vibes, I hope everything's okay, man. You just disappeared. Oh, there he goes.
He's out riding. Took it for a test ride.
No, you literally just went and took a ride and came back. You went for a ride and came back.
What's up, guys?
What's up?
You went for a ride, didn't you?
No, I pressed cancel, but I was trying to read the chat and I pressed leave by accident.
Yeah,
but I got good news.
What's the good news? Oh, you got him?
Yeah, I reached out to him on Instagram and he said he's calling.
Yay!
What? Nice.
Yeah.
What's up, guys?
What's up, man?
I just came back on my side.
So what's your name, man? You are Samuel Pacheco.
Samuel Pacheco. Just call me Sam.
Samuel Pacheco. So, Mr. Samuel Pacheco, guys, if you have questions for Mr. Samuel Pacheco, please ask because I'm going to ask him my questions. All right.
I'm just sitting back and absorbing his info, so y'all go.
Yeah, he has a repair shop in the Bronx. AI.
Wait, hold on. I, not AI.
Oh, I keep saying it.
Hold on one second.
Shark King says, hey, Shark King, thanks for the $2.
Oh.
He says, bike lane is death at any speed.
Yeah, dude.
It sounds crazy. Hold on.
So, Mr. Pacheco.
Yeah.
Mr. Samuel, what do you,
Hold on one second. It sounds really, really bad. Give me a second. Hold on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wish I had my headphones.
No, dude, we appreciate you getting him on, man. That's awesome.
Yeah, cool. I lost 2 pairs of AirPods, man.
How'd you do that? What do you mean? How'd you do that?
You know the wireless ones?
Oh, dude.
I just lost them. And then I waited a year. I bought a new pair. I was like, I'm not gonna lose these. Lost them.
You got to go 80s style and wear a headband with those things, dude.
Yeah, I can't wear.
Yeah, that
Man.
sucks.
I got 2 cases though. If anybody needs cases.
You have the cases. That's hilarious.
Yeah, so he has a lot of knowledge on all these EUCs, like the battery packs and all that.
Yeah.
Yep. His shop's full of
Shark
EUCs.
King says that explains why he didn't slow down. He probably thought about hopping the wheel over his legs. Holy smoke.
Yeah, dude.
Shark King is saying Chush probably thought he was gonna jump over the guy's legs. That's why he didn't slow down.
Yeah, if you have the right Clark pad set up, jump right over that dude.
Yeah, but then you have the bag in the way. What about the bag?
Oh, dude, that would suck if you clip the bag, bro, or clip his leg just a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah, current draw. Yep, absolutely. That's a huge issue. Remember, that's how these wheels are moving. It's all current draw, man.
You think you're gonna jump over me? You got another thing coming. I'll kick you.
Yo, that guy's nuts, yo. That guy.
Oh yeah, you mean you?
Yeah.
Give him some candy, man. Calm
You
him
gotta
down.
chill, man. You gotta chill. I'm not
But
cheating.
yeah, there's a fault on both sides, definitely. Is your okay? He's probably gonna try coming in because he wants to fix his audio.
Cool.
Okay.
Let me see. Nick Silver, homeless, questionable guy. Definitely shouldn't have been there. But Chuch was being a drama queen in that video. Yeah, he was. What?
Don't make me bring him back up.
Oh no. Nick Silver said he did say he got mugged by a homeless person before, so he might have some actual PTSD. Oh, that's why people kept saying PTSD. I'm like, who's the war veteran? But then I get it now.
You know, I have a statement with that.
Go ahead.
You have to give people the benefit of the doubt, dude. I was going to work on a Sunday in New York. Everyone knows I work in New York City, and a dude tried to rob me right outside my job.
Oh shoot!
Yeah, that was about a year. Yeah, tried to rob me last November. Tried to rob me outside my job. Anyway, one thing led to another. I was actually punching in. You know, you have those little key fobs.
Yeah.
That's how I get into the building. I don't know if he came up and ran me in the back. I don't know if he was trying to knock my wallet out of my hands. What? He falls down on the ground. He takes off up Lexington Avenue. And I'm the type of person, I don't want any confrontation. And this was stupid on my behalf. I was supposed to say sometimes when you're in a moment, you don't think. And I just was not in the mood to deal with anybody's crap that day. Now, I'm almost 50 years old, but I can still move.
You're almost 50 years old.
You're almost 50 years old?
Yeah, I'm 49 years old.
What?
I thought you knew I'm 49 years old.
What?
You like
Dude, you
you're
don't look
29 years
anywhere near 49.
I'm 49. Eat plants, baby. But anyway,
I gotta go
40.
vegan. I gotta go.
Yeah, dude, right?
No more meat for
Dude,
me. I'm done with
he
it.
took off up Lexington Avenue. I ran him down. He cut up 51st Street, and he looks back, and I'm right on his tail. And I'm like, dude, you're going to die today.
Were you running or riding?
I ran right up the center line and ran him down and caught him up the block. But what I'm saying is, you know, I came to my senses. It was like, hey, it's what are you going to do? I mean, I'm not going to sit there and get in trouble whipping someone's, you know, beating someone's head in, but it happens. I'm thinking, I don't know this guy, what, you know, issues he has, or, you know, he could have some mental challenges or things like that. So it's like you have to give people the benefit of the doubt. That's what I'm trying to say, you know?
Right.
Yeah.
Hey, Samuel, what's the name of your shop? I think he's having issues.
Sensei, you need these.
What's the name? Samuel, can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
Let me borrow those, bro.
You can hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. The name
of the shop is ai.rides. I being the word love in Mandarin. So, in pinyin, yeah, I'll write it down right now.
Okay.
So, ai.rides spelled AI, but it's actually love in Mandarin.
Oh, okay.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
So love rides, but ai.rides, and it's intentional. basically, I have a personal brand, which is Only I Can, which sounds like Only I Can, but it's actually Only Love Can. People will be able to identify with it however they want to. At the end of the day, even if you feel like Only I Can, that's self-love. So it is still a form of love. And the shop, when I first came into ownership of it all, basically, you know, I had another brand that I was intending on pushing with the shop. That didn't work out. And so I was like, damn, I don't have a brand. What am I going to call the shop? And then I was like, wait a second, I do have a brand. So I was considering launching my personal brand through the shop. And then I was like, wait, I could adapt it for riders. And it doesn't have to be EUC specific. You know, it can be something that it's just for riders in general. So I do ride, I ride. However, I have my brand and I was like, i.rides. Okay, cool. Love rides. And for me, that's on brand with who I am and what I do at the shop. Because when people bring their wheels to me, one, I do it for the love of the community. Like I enjoy EUCs, I enjoy riding. That's one thing that I came to realize recently. Like I am a tech. I'm a rider who happens to be a tech, not a tech who just picked up riding, you know, just to be part of the community. No, I'm part of the community. I'm in the community. I do ride. You know, I came in, if you're considering EUCs, I came in 4th/5th place for the Broadway Bomb here in New York. So it's
Sensei was there. Sensei was there.
I was far behind him.
You know, so it's like, it's one of those things where I do take pride in not only the way that I ride, but I take pride in my work too. You know, I can share with you, like, I don't think I could do it on here, but at different points, you know, you'll see on the chats or wherever you're at that I take wheels from looking busted to looking almost brand new. And that's without swapping shells necessarily. You know, obviously if it needs one, we need one. But I can take what you have and make it look clean. You could ask eucVibes. I picked up his RS. His joint was looking a little crazy. And, you know, I got it looking good. And all it needed was a little bit of love, to be honest. And I think that that's the piece that, at least when wheels come into my shop, it's the piece that I think is missing, whether it's other people working on it or people just don't sometimes show their wheels some love. You know, people take their car to the car wash all the time, you know, just to get it cleaned up. But people treat their wheels like it's just there, you know. But for me, it's like when it comes into my shop, it may be dirty. And depending on how I'm feeling, for the most part, I end up feeling like doing it. I clean it up, I do it, and I don't even charge for it. Sometimes, you know, I'll ask like, hey, you want me to do this and that for a couple more bucks? They say, yeah, but truly, I just like having people come in and leave with not only with prompt service where you get it back, if not the same day, the next day, or within a certain time period based on what it is that you need for your wheel, but also to feel good about it. You know, you get your wheel back and it's like, wow, like my wheel looks almost brand new when this thing was busted when it came in. It's functioning as it's supposed to. Everything is fixed up. You know, and I always try to find deals wherever I can. I try to give good prices. And if I can manage to, you know, consolidate certain things, you know, you might be doing a service with me. If I have certain parts on hand, well, you're doing a service with me, so why overcharge for certain parts? I just cut you a deal on that, get you back up and running the way you should, and keep it moving, you know. And I've seen a lot of wheels because of it. Ever since I came into ownership of it, people have just been flowing. You know, they've been coming in. Last week alone, I saw 10 wheels. Since I think from Saturday to Tuesday, I think I got another 5 wheels in, and it just continues to come. You know, I think people recognize the effort that I put into it and my love for it, and they come here, they get the service, and some people stick around and watch. So Dodge Shorts, he was here the other day. He was here. He watched me handle his wheel, and at the end of it, he was like, "Yo, this was great. This was a great experience. Like, I definitely am coming back again whenever it comes time." Well, that's right. I also fixed up his Sherman too. I forgot that I did Tommy Sherman too. So I fixed up both of Tommy's wheels. He dropped off his RS at 10 p.m. at night. By 7 a.m. the next morning, his wheel was ready.
Wow.
And then his Sherman, he dropped it off that night. If it wasn't for the fact that we needed to order parts, he would have also had his Sherman back probably the next day too. Within that 24-hour time period, I did 6 wheels.
Wow. So
that was 3 veteran Shermans, an MSP, RS, and one other wheel I can't remember right now. I think an MCM or something like that.
What was the major issue out of all these?
I had somebody who had a whole shell swap for their wheel. The biggest, craziest right now that I have in the shop right now, and I'm waiting on a new motor, is a Sherman. Who I don't know, and this goes to show. This is like I don't know who did his wheel before, so it's no shade towards any particular person. But as a general statement, like definitely be careful with who you bring your wheel to. So I don't know how clearly you can see this, but the axle wasn't secured correctly. And so the shims made its way around the axle. When I opened the wheel, the axle was exactly in the position that it's in right now, but the shims and pedal were straight. So it was literally turned. And that so far, I'm just like, yo, that's neglect. Like you just straight up there was no Loctite on it. There was no thread locker. It was just as if somebody just fucking hand turned it. Excuse me for cursing. I don't know if cursing on this chat or not, but I don't know if somebody just hand turned it or what, but it wasn't secured correctly. And he was hearing like knocking. So like I don't know if you guys have ever had a loose axle to the point where it kind of has like a dead space. So he was feeling that dead space where it would kind of shift without touching the motor, and it was because the pedal was shifting without actually grasping onto the axle. So stuff like that comes in. We have entire shell destruction. I had to do for the MSP that I did. I basically did a whole inner shell swap. Had to tighten the axle. I think his rim was fine, but he needed new LEDs, new everything. I had an RS with a similar issue. Fixed that up.
Is that a shell? What shell is that EUCVibes? Whoa, is that cracked?
That's the veteran Sherman.
That's his Sherman. This is his veteran shell. He had a crack by the charge port, so we had to swap that out for him. And
he swapped it out so quick. Got my wheel looking brand new too. Like I didn't even know it was my wheel when I went to.
Yeah, that goes to say it. I got it that Sunday, so he left it like on a Thursday, I want to say like a Monday night or something like that. I got the part by Sunday, and then by Monday it was ready already. So, I had him up and running.
And he waterproofed it too.
And I helped seal it up. Yeah, I put a little bit inside there, covered up things. Just because the thing about a Sherman too, and this goes for everybody listening who has a Sherman, if your wheel has been opened at all, the seams around the LCD screen are no longer as watertight as they were when you got it, because there's an adhesive that is on that LCD screen when it's stuck. Once you remove that, it's no longer. So me generally, I don't know if you guys know who Declan is, Full Throttle EUC, but we all over here, we are strong believers in Gorilla Tape.
Nice.
Gorilla Tape is great. It's clean. It matches a lot of the shells, which is the best part. It's black. It's sleek. And you can put it on without looking crazy. It's not duct tape. It's not, wild. It's not wild. And there's two versions. Gorilla Tape, you have the standard duct tape type, and then there's one that's a water seal. So for Tommy Sherman, his inner shell, he has I guess he got into some type of incident or whatever, but it's not perfectly closed on the inside. It's tight, but it interlocks. And that locking mechanism is a little off. So I made sure to seal that up. That way there's no water spitting up inside the wheel towards the motherboard or whatever. Right. Granted, the Sherman has a really good design where the motherboard is on top and it's, it wouldn't be able to hit it normally, but you never know. So sealing that up was a good thing. And that's just something that I like to do. There's something I'm offering soon. I'm waiting on Declan that I mentioned. I'm waiting for him to get a couple 100 miles on there. Maybe if he gets to the 1,000-mile mark without any issues, I'm working on, and it was his idea, providing a service that helps prevent rust inside the motor itself, coating the motors and just kind of giving your wheel a little bit more longevity than it already has. I know a lot of us, while we shouldn't ride in the rain, come on, you can't stop us from riding. So,
hey, I got a quick question for you. So, Basement Productions, have you seen MSXs before? You've seen MSXs, right?
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah. So, Basement Productions, I would have answered him, but you're on here, so he's asking, UStride, I found a 2018 MSX 84 volt, like the one I have, and I love my 84 volt, with a 1,600 miles on it, in good shape for $1,300. First thing I would ask Basement Productions, can you test that wheel out. But do you think that's a good deal?
I would say definitely test it out. What I will say is this. I had a while ago, before the shop was mine, I had worked on an MSX, basically rebuilt it from scratch. It had brand new LEDs, brand new inner shell, brand new everything. The only thing that was old on it was the rim, the motor, and the batteries. It had even a new motherboard. That one sold for around $1,200. I think with 84 volt, it's not the 100 volt. MSX, MSP, brand new. Right now, you can get it for around, I want to say 2,100 if anybody has it in stock, 19 to 21. So I would say
is that the 1,200 watt hour though?
That's the other question. Is it 1,230? Is it 1,800?
His is 1,600.
No, it has 1,600 miles on it. I don't know if it has.
Oh yeah, you're right. Oh,
yeah.
Good.
If it's a 1,230 watt hour, definitely not a good deal.
Yeah, definitely.
If it's well, I mean, I guess that at that point it might be sentimental value, right? Like having a 1,230, it's a lightweight wheel. It's
right.
That's a good thing. But I would say that if we're doing specs for specs, treating it as if it was still
1,600 watts.
1,600 watt hour. I would say try to get it down at max to 12. And I would say that for me,
charging him $1 each watt hour.
Right.
I wish every EUC was priced like that, $1 per watt hour.
The thing is, I usually see it that way, but for something that's newer, right? Like that's what I'm saying. It depends on the condition of it. I can't see it. What's the name? Basement Productions. If you want to hit me up, feel free to hit me up.
And how do they contact you? I'm going to put it in the chat. Maybe you could put it in the chat.
Sure. All right, I'll do that right now.
Oh, Samuel, you saw Scar King said about to bring in my wheel just for a checkup, left fella.
Yeah.
By all means, feel free to.
Star King, I'm guessing you're in New York, right? Obviously.
I am in New York. Yeah.
You're in the shop right now?
I am in the shop right now.
Ooh.
Right now.
All those tools. Let me get some.
Yeah. I'm trying to see. I can't see this.
Basement Production says he gave him an offer for $1,000.
Okay. Hey, if he bites, I think that's a good price. If not, I would say that, like I said, the max that I would do is 1,200 for that wheel. Mainly based on like what it is. It is still an 84 volt wheel. It's a little older. It's out of production. So like if you ever need to source a part for it, you're going to have to wait a while, especially for an 84 volt board. The batteries are fine. Those you can find anywhere.
Maybe AliExpress in China. That's pretty much it.
Right. But then that takes time, so like the minute that you actually, you're going to have to wait, a month or more to fix it. You might be able to get a shell from like Ewheels, or if I have any in stock still for me. But yeah, I would say it's a risk. A lot of people like that wheel though.
I love that wheel.
Yeah, I think it's a great wheel, and that's why I say it also comes down to kind of like sentimental value. It is 84 volt, but like I like King Songs, right? I like the King Song 18XL. I ride a Monster Pro and a Nikola, but like if somebody were to sell me an 18XL for like $700, I would take it. Maybe at this point, maybe a little less, but I would take it just to have it because I really enjoy that wheel. So same thing with an MSX. If somebody had a 84 volt MSX and they were selling it for $1,000, for example, and it's in good shape, like good physical shape, I would want to check if it runs, obviously, and that there's no damage to anything on the inside. But if it's in good shape, yeah, I definitely would cop it for $1K.
Man, shout out to Shark King. He's been like giving me money all night. Dude, I really appreciate your donations, man. He says, how much would I sell my version 2? He really wants to sell his Sherman. So Shark King is thinking of selling his Sherman to get an S20. He asked, how much would I sell my version 2 Sherman for with a fast charger and 60 miles on it?
Dude, that's a brand new wheel.
That's great.
Brand new.
You got to get the Black Cobra sound effect.
I know. I need to get sound effects. I really do.
Shark King, if you want, see, the price got inflated recently, right? So everybody's hopping on that, and everybody's like, oh, I got my Sherman for $2,700, but now it's 34, whatever the new price is. So I'm gonna raise my price of the thing, you know. So I'm gonna go based on the new price and assume that you got it at the new price. Based on the new price and based on the wheels that I've seen with accessories and everything else like that, if you're selling it stock, as in stock Sherman, stock seat, stock pads, and the charger with 60 miles on it, and it is not touched, like it is not, there's no damage to it, there's no nothing, I would say you could get at least $3K for it. Maybe more, but at least $3K for it. And that's just based on the current market, because it is harder to get a Sherman. You have a relatively new Sherman.
And it's harder to get parts.
Yeah. It is harder to get parts. Certain things are on back order. I mean, Ewheels, I think, is going to continue to support the wheel as far as providing parts and everything like that. I know they're waiting on a couple shipments of, you know, certain parts or whatever. So I think they'll continue to support it. But the Sherman has a 3,200 watt-hour battery, and it's one of the strongest wheels out there. So even at 2,700, that was undervalued based on previous wheels. Like a Monster V3 also retailed for 2,700. So.
Yo, that's not a bad idea. Real talk. I should probably get the Sherman, right?
Yeah.
Like seriously, that's a brand new Sherman.
If you're trying to sell me the Sherman, then the most you should sell it for is $2,000 though.
Yeah,
that's okay.
Oh man. Yo, Sure King, what's wrong with the Sherman? Anything wrong with it?
Right, that's my question. Maybe it's just too much. You know, it is heavy. I mean, the S20 is going to be kind of heavy too, but
yeah,
it is heavy. It's a long range wheel. Some people don't need the amount of range or speed that it has. Some people just commute, you know. If you're NYC, I got an 84 volt MSX. Only issue is the case isn't fully waterproof. Slightly off. Hit me up. Oh, let me put my stuff in the chat. How do I comment on this?
Oh, there should be a comment at the bottom.
I'm on my phone, so it's a little different.
Oh yeah,
you go to chat. It says chat.
There should be a chat. Oh, because
I'm gonna put it in the private chat, and then
if you go to chat and then it says private chat, go to comments. It's on the top right.
Yeah, but the comments don't let me.
Oh, you're right. You can't.
Don't let me chat.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. That's right. Send it to me, and I'll do it.
Telegram.
So that's IG.
Okay. I think that's Telegram. Let me see.
Someone banging on my door.
All right, guys. So this. Oh, really?
No, Samuel.
No. It's just the wind's blowing. I'm looking over at the door.
I did something cool today.
Dude, that's awesome, dude. Like, the community needs that real, you know, because we know these people exist. Oh, dude, I have a question for you.
Oh, my phone is dying.
Oh, okay.
Wait, hold on. Give me a second. Right. I'll be right back.
Yeah. So you know what I was going to ask him? I was going to ask him because the other live we had was these wheels are crazy expensive. So should we get the wheel from like AliExpress, hand it over to a technician to look it over?
Yeah,
and then
that's a good question.
Does he think that's a good idea? You know what I mean? Because look, they're getting it from the same companies anyway.
Yep.
Oh, you should ask him about group buys because he knows about group buys too.
Oh yeah. Are the group buys usually cheaper?
He's the plug.
He's the plug.
Yeah. Yup. They give you a discount.
Like how much? Like I got my 84 volt on a group buy, and it was, dude, I got it for the price of a Tesla. I got it at the time was $1,450.
Oh, I never bought an EC on a group buy, only a helmet. I got the TSG pass on a group buy. And I saved like $40 on that. That was pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, some guy on Facebook reached out to me. And at first I was like a little unsure to do it, but I'm glad I did it.
I think that's something to do for my next wheel, man. It's either group buy or Ali, one of the reputable stores on AliExpress.
Yeah, because like you guys said the other day, if you have a technician locally, that's the move. And it made a lot of sense when you said that. I was like,
it made a lot of sense because it's like, it's not like these guys are making these wheels. They're sourcing it from the same manufacturer as Ewheels. They're just not, they're probably not checking it as good as Ewheels. Yeah. But, you know.
Yeah, it's funny. It's the same thing in, I'm in the photo booth industry. And it's the same thing I found out, like, after I was in it for a few years, I started realizing, hold on, I could get these photo booths for a fraction of the price on AliExpress instead of using one of these companies, you know?
That's where they're getting them from. Yeah.
Yeah. It's funny how it's like that for like a lot of niches, not just EUCs.
Dude, I was looking at armored hoodies, and I'm looking on AliExpress. Okay, I see this, I see that. Actually, I'm sorry, I was on eBay, and then I looked on Amazon. Someone had just taken and put their logo right on that hoodie that they got off eBay. Yeah, so I was just like, okay, there you go. So that's what they do. Wow.
Holy smokes! So NYC EUC says he got his Monster Pro in a group buy, and he only paid $2,300.
What?
Yo,
I'm upset, man. How come no one ever told Sensei about this, man?
You'll be keeping this out. We want it in.
I want in, man.
2,300 is a steal, is right.
It is.
Yo, I still didn't get what happened to Star King's leg, though. What happened?
Oh yeah.
Star King, what happened to your leg? I don't remember you explaining what happened.
I was hoping I'd grow my YouTube big enough where these companies would send me test wheels, but they don't put no respect on my name.
I think you gotta bug them. I think you gotta bug them.
I gotta grow.
Yo, Samuel, thanks again. I really appreciate it. Let me ask you a quick question. Guys, by the way, this is Samuels.pacheco Telegram right here.
It's all good.
This is Telegram, and this is his IG. It's in the chat.
Just call me Sam. It's all good. Samuel Pacheco.
It's in the chat. Okay, so I got a quick question for you, man.
There you go.
So let me know what you think about this idea. Do you think it's a good idea for people to purchase wheels on AliExpress, to save some money, but then send it over to their local tech guy who is an EUC tech guy before even like touching that thing? You know what I mean?
So this is what I will say.
Just a recommendation, guys. He's not saying do it. I'm just getting.
This is what I will say. One, I will say that it's a conflict of interest because I'm not only a tech, but I'm also a dealer. But I will say this. When you buy it from AliExpress, you don't have the backup of a local dealer or whatever dealer in terms of warranty, in terms of anything like that. So let's say you do get a wheel from AliExpress and it shows up dead on arrival, right? Or a week in, 2 weeks in, a month in, something blows that is definitely not your fault, right? Then who crashed on the West Side Highway? Definitely not me. I don't crash.
No, not you.
Okay.
He might have fixed that wheel after the crash, but he didn't crash.
Right, but no, I don't crash on the West Side Highway.
I talk about Star King. That's how he messed up his knee.
Oh, damn, Star King. Sorry, man.
That was him. I saw that. That was him.
Yeah. But wait. Oh, on the Sherman, the dude that was like on Hanson's video that he was like, you're gonna cut out. He's like, oh, I knew he was gonna cut out. Damn, my bad, bro. I'm sorry to hear that. Oh no, he said he ran over something in the grass and it's a wrap. Oh, so I guess it wasn't him. There's something else. He put on the West Side Highway. If you hitting grass, he must have been on the bike path. But how you call it? Oh, so back to whether you should do group buy versus dealer. Now, do you get it for cheaper at a group buy? Absolutely, right? But the premium that you pay with a dealer also comes with its perks. For example, I had somebody who the Monster Pros, on the note of Monster Pros, right? Somebody said they bought it for $2,300. Yeah. That's great. That's fine. The first version Monster Pros had a weird thing with their motherboards where it started oscillating at a certain speed if you were sitting down. And also, they died at 79 volts. The new motherboards die at 74 volts, and they also don't have the oscillation issue, right? So let's say that you reported that on your own to Gateway. You'd have to wait another however many weeks for that to come in, right? If you even manage to get through, because you bought it to AliExpress, not from Gateway directly, right? Wow. That's the other thing. So now when you're talking to a local dealer, whether it's or even a dealer like Ewheels, right? Now they have direct connection to, Gateway or whatever the case may be. In that situation, they might already have the motherboards on hand, as we did. By the time that the people were reporting these oscillation issues, we already had version 2 motherboards shipped in, just to have on hand in case somebody, had a burnt motherboard or whatever the case may be. Right. So They reported that. They sent the video. Once we sent the video to Godway, and they were like, "Yeah, that is an identified issue. We're going to approve the warranty." We were able to swap out their motherboard right away, and they got a new board right there on the spot. They didn't have to wait another 3 months just for their wheel to get back up and running. And
So
that's what I would say.
This was someone who bought it off AliExpress or not?
It is somebody who bought it through us.
Through you, okay.
Yeah. So, you know, I'm ai.rides, that's the shop. There's also Uni NYC. They're going through a rebranding period right now. The new name will be coming out soon. But I'm ai.rides. So they bought it through the association with Uni NYC. ai.rides wasn't there at the time, but Uni was.
But do you think it's a good idea, though? Knowing that you won't have the backing in terms of warranty, et cetera, do you think it's a good idea for someone to just purchase? When you say dead on arrival, what do you mean? Like the board is dead? Yeah,
there's some wheels, even as a dealer, that sometimes the wheels, you take it out the box and it's not functioning. It just doesn't, for some reason, doesn't turn on. Or, like I said, maybe it does turn on when you get it, but then a week later, something blows on the motherboard. Or, for example, Black Cobra. I mean, I think he got it on the
Yeah, he got it directly from Godway, though.
Black Cobra?
Mm-hmm.
No, he got it in association with a group of people, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, yes, they got it from directly from Godway. But yeah, and at that point, you know, they followed up or whatever the case may be. But that person, the person who got the wheel to Black Cobra, also is a dealer. They have a connection to Godway, and that just goes to show. They followed up, everything was good, and they got it, you know, they got it fixed. As far as Ali, I've never really ordered anything that I depend on from Ali. I've only ordered like little pieces, little parts, stuff that if it gets messed up, it's not my life that I'm paying for, you know, like it's just a couple of things. So I don't know the nature of things that come in from Ali, and I'll say that as well. I just know that there are benefits to going to local dealers, but if you're really penny pinching, then yeah, I mean, hey, if you're willing to wait however long and you don't want to get it right then and there, because that's the other thing too. If you get it to a dealer, you're likely just picking it up, not waiting however long. Yeah. And we live in that economy where people just kind of want it right then and there. They don't want to wait.
Well, this is mostly for people trying to save money.
Yeah, if you're trying to save money, hey, it will save you money. I mean, that's for sure. Like I can't disagree with that.
I think you being a dealer is dope because you're a tech too, so if something goes wrong with the wheel, I'll be like,
you sold it to me, brother. You
yeah.
better fix that.
And then the other thing is, right? Let's say it is a warranty issue. This is another thing. Let's say, like in our warranty situations, if it's truly a warranty issue, not only are you getting the part replaced from Godway, right? Like we'll replace the part, but also you may not have to pay for that labor because it is a warranty issue, right? Or you may not have to do it yourself. Now, if you do it yourself, fine, go do it yourself. But you may not have to pay for that labor. If you get it from AliExpress and you don't get it from a shop that's backed by a tech, like Ewheels, like myself, like other shops, whatever, that may have a tech associated, then you got to go find somebody to put it on. And even if you save, let's say you buy a Monster Pro for $2,300, then you got to get a new motherboard or whatever. Then you might pay whatever you got to pay, and then you got to go to your local tech and pay another $100 or another however much to go ahead and get that fixed. So, there's benefits and cons to both. If you're a good rider, not even a good rider, because sometimes it has nothing to do with being a good rider. Shit just goes bad sometimes.
Yeah.
But yeah, will it save you money? Yes. But as there is with insurance or any warranty you buy from Best Buy, the premium that you pay is for the sake of protection later on.
Right, naturally, yeah.
And so that's what I will say. Will it save you money in the short term? Absolutely. Can I guarantee you'll save you money in the long term? I don't know. It can go either way, And you also don't, like I said, you don't have the support of being able to go, hey, Sam, or hey, whoever, something's wrong with my wheel. I need something replaced that is not my fault. You have to actually email somebody and pray that they actually get back to you and that they'll solve your issue. So that's the other thing.
What do you think of the so I had a question about the Abrams battery. No, I can't seem to get a good answer on that. So basically it's the size of a monster. It's pretty huge. It's 85 pounds.
Yeah.
It's 3300 watt motor, and it's a 2700 watt hour battery. Now, someone made a good comment on here, and we were comparing it to the EXN, because the EXN is
same specs essentially, just
it's
smaller
essentially
wheel.
the same specs. What's really different is the weight. It's not by much, but here's the thing though: the dissipation from the battery of the EXN is 7,275 milliamps, and then the discharge rate of the batteries that the Abrams is using is 9,800 milliamp hours. Obviously, that rate is good for the battery because you're going to have that good torque. But here's the thing: that crazy amount of amps being dissipated is going to result in less range, right? No, am I wrong?
Yeah, the Abrams. So here's my view on it. I think the Abrams is a good wheel. If you put price aside, I think the Abrams is a beautiful wheel. Like if I got that shit for free, like EXN Abrams, I think the Abrams is a beautiful wheel. It clearly has a lot of torque. You're absolutely right that at a higher discharge rate, it has more torque. We'll put it that way, right? But anything that has more torque or is pulling more power is always going to drain battery faster, naturally. Whether it's a car with 6 cylinders, whether it's, whatever the case, it's always going to pull more power to get it up to speed. Another thing is the Abrams is heavier. It's also a 22-inch, not a 20-inch. So the same way that if you take a Gotway Nikola, it's basically the Nikola versus Monster V3 argument, right? Except that the Abrams actually has more torque. But a Nikola and a Monster V3 are the same wheel, minus the size. They have the same motor, they have the same batteries, or they equal the same battery, rather. The only difference is 22-inch wheel versus 16-inch wheel. So
UStride is like having a ton of fun back there.
Yeah. He showed up to my house the other day. He was dropping something off. And I said what up to his boy. And he's in the background like, hey, can I get $1? And I was like, no, I'm good, man. And then the crazy thing is, I was like, yo, I thought that was EUC for a bit. And then I like go to look in his car looking for him, and he's not there. And there was the old man. I was like, what the fuck? But,
so quick question. So, yes. So the answer is
yes. The answer is it will have less range. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, pretty sure. Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure. The thing is also what we don't know, or what a lot of people don't know. Let me put it that way: watt hours, depending on the cells you're using, doesn't actually always equal range. Mm-hmm. So I don't know what the Sherman is using. I mean, the Abrams is using.
Hold on. I have it. The Abrams is using a Samsung lithium 21700 rechargeable cell, 3.6 volts, 5,000 milliamp hours.
Okay, so if it's a 21700s, but it has a higher discharge rate, let me see.
Yeah, it has
so
a higher
discharge
rates compared to the EXN.
Because the EXN is using LG
21700.
Yeah. It hasn't. Well, like I said, it could. Watt hours is, if I'm not mistaken, or amp hours is a calculation between voltage and amp hours, and something else that equals watt hours, and the other way around. So it all depends. It is still a 100-volt wheel, so that variable remains the same. And if it's 2700, then I would imagine that they're relatively the same, other than the discharge. So same thing. Oh, going back to what I was saying about the Nikola and the V3. The V3 had way less, had about 10 miles, at least with a rider like myself, a 10-mile difference in terms of range. I used to ride a V3 and get 20 miles out of it. I ride a Nikola and I get 30 miles out of it. So I think that the heavier weight, more torque, and the fact that it's a bigger wheel will give it less range. But at 2700, you're already looking at, on the EXN, with an average rider, you're probably talking 50 to 60 miles with somebody who's actually going above 30. I would say the Abrams, you're probably looking at 40 to 60. And if you're riding reserve, then you're still looking at the higher numbers. Like if you're doing speeds above 35, it's the only time where range will even matter to you.
Right.
Because if the person asking this question, I don't know who asked it, but
It's me.
if the person asking, oh, it's you. Okay, well, but for anyone, like there's people that I know that they have Shermans, but they ride at 25 miles an hour, right? You're gonna get 100 miles on that. Like there's no arguing that. But if you ride hard, you ride 35 plus. I think at most wheels above 35 miles an hour is when they become less efficient. That's when they start pulling more and more power to even move.
You need to cut those people out of your life. If you have 25 miles per hour, you gotta go get on yourself.
That is so funny. Good golly.
I think it's a good wheel. I would say it's essentially the bigger. I think EXN versus Abrams is the same argument between like a MSP versus a Monster V3. It's a 20-inch versus 22, same battery, same everything. One of them has more torque though. That's the better thing. This is a bigger wheel, but it also has more torque, which is amazing. The fact that you have more power to push a bigger wheel, now you can put them next to each other, and it doesn't guarantee that the smaller wheel is going to take off fast.
Well, it makes sense with the dissipation now. Now I get where that torque is coming from. So, Sensei, do you have anything to ask him? Guys, if you have questions for the gentleman, please ask, because this is rare, man, to have such a
he's answering. I'm just all ears right now, and he's answering a lot of the questions I have as far as the dissipation and the range and things like that. So this is
So about the what was my other question? About the KS20, right? The KS20. What do you think about the KS20? Because the S18 had issues in terms of like repairs, because if someone dents the back.
I hated the S18 as far as repairs go. I'm really hoping that it's a little more friendly for techs, the KS20.
What did you hate about the S18 in terms of repair?
It's just a bunch of plastic pieces covering. It's like the foundation of the wheel doesn't require any of the other stuff that's around it. So it's there literally just for looks. You can remove almost all of the plastic pieces, and there's no difference in function. It doesn't support the wheel. Kind of like the V11 to some degree. The V11 at least has the suspension part mounted on it, but the S18 is just like it's a appearance thing. What's on it? So with that said, though, as a bigger guy, I liked the V11 suspension better, personally. Maybe because I couldn't find an S18 that was tuned to my weight, possibly because I didn't own one, so I was always trying other people's out. The V11 I found to be a much more natural suspension ride, as opposed to bike shocks, like on a normal like where it just eats it so much. I'd rather just feel it than for it to like bottom out in this.
Well, the S20, that's the whole point. It has a progressive suspension, so there's two spring rates in one system, so you're not gonna get that bottom out. Yeah.
So with the S20, I like that feel. I think if it manages to improve on the suspension and it's actually better, I think it's a great idea. I'm not a big fan of the design.
Why? Don't just gloss over that. Why? I mean, look, you're getting what you asked for. There's no body, so you don't have to worry about those panels.
Yeah. It's, if I'm not mistaken, the stock color is red, right? Like it's not coming in any other color.
Yeah.
I think if a wheel is going to be any color, I want that to be my choice. I don't want it to be something that is designed, like red is a color, like it's a choice of color. It's not like black or even white, right? Like it's a choice of actual color, which and red is my favorite color, but that's,
EUCVibes said his phone died. So no worries, EUCVibe, that's fine.
Yeah. So that said, the color, the design aspect of it, I think, I'm more of I like minimalist designs. So that's part of why I like the V11 more than the S18. I like the design of it. It's very clean looking. It's also why out of all the suspension wheels, I like the Hero the most. Because I think out of all the suspension wheels, that looks best. I'm not saying it's going to feel the best. I have no idea how it feels.
I agree.
It looks best. Yeah.
It looks better than the KS20 for sure.
Yeah. So looks wise,
Well, for me, in terms of the front, because I don't like the front of the S20. In terms
nothing
of the
there.
overall look, I think the KS20 looks better. But
it's a bold choice, but it's like it's the Ferrari versus a Range Rover, right?
Yeah.
They're both
Right,
great
right.
cars, and they're both for whoever wants it. But a Ferrari in red is loud, and it's a very specific design choice. I like Ferraris, but if I'm going for what am I going to ride on a daily, just normal, I'd probably choose the Range. I'm not always trying to be loud, you know, because the Range, I'll get it in black. It's nice, it's clean, it's cool, and I'm sure you could pick a bunch of other cars that match the same description. But that's that. I heard something about the pedals are not like foldable. I'm not sure if that's true.
Oh yeah, that's right. Because so the side pads are. You can talk to this too if you want, Sensei. The side pads are slidable, so you can slide them up, slide them down. I guess if they're all the way slid down, which is going to be the case normally anyway, you can't put that thing up.
You can't put the pedals.
Yeah, see,
but
that's
I think
weird. Oh,
my issue with the S20, I love the way it looks. The front definitely needs something to fill in that gap, more than likely or not, because they need a clearance for the suspension. It's just the suspension arm in the back. It looks like if that thing goes into a crash and rolls, something's getting bent on that thing, man. That's the biggest issue that I have with the wheel.
That was an issue that the S18 suffered from too. The suspension would get damaged in a crash, amongst other things. I think they need to worry about the way that the battery is mounted. The mounting on the S18 did not have the strongest pieces. There were things that would break on the mounting of it.
So can you see this? Can you see this right now?
Yeah.
So right here, if you're looking, right, when I first saw this, the first thing that came to my mind was, I'm not even sure what this is made of. If it looks like plastic, it could be plastic. I don't know. If it's metal, which is what I feel like, it's maybe some type of metal piece. If this part gets hit and it's metal, I feel like if it bends in any way in the front or the back, it could puncture or at least cause some type of rise to disform the battery somehow. I'm not sure. I'm just looking at it from that perspective because there's no body. There's no body at all.
Yeah.
So what do you see? What do you see when you see this thing, man? This is the front of it.
I think I'm going to do two scenarios. I think for city riders, that's not that big of a deal because there's nothing that's really going to, like, in most accidents, there's nothing that's going to be able to just go straight in there. It looks like the body sticks out a little further than that. And also the wheel sticks out further than the battery. So like the tire is going to hit the floor first and then it'll fall onto its side. Now, if you're an off-road rider, then there's a lot more variables there.
Mm-hmm.
Tree branches, stones,
oh my
rocks, like all of that stuff. So yeah, if you manage to like catch something really strange and it hits that box, if that's where the batteries are, whether it's metal or it's plastic, it's still exposed. And that's a little bit on the unsafe side, in my opinion, which is also, but what I will say is Kingsong, other than the S18, has been very good with protecting their batteries. They've had them double and triple encased with several pieces over them. So if they follow suit with their previous wheels, that should be probably an outer case with another inner case with some padding, hopefully. I haven't seen the inside though. I'm hoping that was something they did because, you know, that's what they missed on the S18. But if you look at a 16X, if you look at a 14D, if you look at an 18XL, their batteries are covered inside of something else, inside of the outer shell, if I'm not mistaken. So, yeah. But I don't mind that gap in the front, by the way. To me, it doesn't look so bad.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it makes sense because they need that room, you know, for the
to clear it. Yeah.
Maybe cooling too. You need that air, maybe.
Yeah,
that's true. It's good for the heat sink, especially if at the top. It looks like it's a top mounted motherboard because it has the LCD on top. So the same way that the Sherman like barely has cooling issues, I would imagine it's the same thing because you just have a giant heat sink like always catching air, always cooling down.
Yeah, because the Commander, I was just talking to Sensei. The Commander had that issue. Marty Blake, do you know Marty Blake in California? Yeah, so he has the Commander right now, and he was doing like a review. And you know, in California it's hot, and he does these high crazy rides. So he found out that it overheats easily compared to the Sherman. So he had to literally drill holes in the back speaker area and the front, and drill. Sensei, you could explain like where?
Yeah, where you pull the speakers out, there's I guess a gap in there for the air to flow through. So he had to take a Dremel to make that space even bigger, so the airflow would rush in and suck that air out. So 2 holes in the back, pull out the speaker, make the other exhaust vent bigger, and then put that all back in so the air will just pull out the back. But to me, it's just like they should know that already, though. You just can't have an enclosed plastic with no air passage. That's just like a car, you know. You get to make it breathe, man. You got to put like a nice intake on it.
Yeah, I'm looking at this video, and
let me just
as a tech, I still am gonna dread this wheel, but I do like it a lot better than I thought I liked it. It looks, to me, it looks more minimalist in the reel than it did in the renderings. Yes.
I mean, that wheel looks sick from the side, man. And like I said, it looks like a sport bike, man.
That's a great side view. I don't like the idea of the pads, though, and that was my concern about the Commander when I first started seeing it. I thought the pads were like part of in the design of the shell.
Me too.
I don't want that. I want to choose where my pads go and how I have them on there.
Oh, this is interesting right here. I was concerned about the mud guard. Now it makes sense. So see, the kickstand acts as a mud guard.
Yeah. Same with the Hero. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Wow, they know that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. See, look how the water like pretty much rooster tails, and then it doesn't hit his butt. Look.
Yeah. No butt water.
No butt water.
Yeah, rooster tails out instead of up.
Yeah. So
butt.
apparently there's a rumor, and I can't verify this, but it did come up, so I have to mention it. There's a YouTuber, his name is Zen Lee, and apparently he's a part of a group buy, but he asked whoever he's buying the wheel from to send him a code on the motor. So there's a code on the motor, like a serial number or something like that.
Yeah.
He wanted to
every motor has a motor code.
Yeah, motor code, exactly. And apparently it's not what they were advertising, the 3,300 watt motor. It was a 2,200 watt motor, and it seemed like the wheel was an 84 volt. So why would that even come out, even if it was like from another reseller and not Kingsong? Why would that even be out there in the world? If you hear something like that, aren't you running?
Yeah, I mean, that's concerning. 3,000 watt motor versus 2,200. That's a big difference. I mean, it's one of the biggest reasons that I like the Monster Pro versus certain other wheels. It's because it has that 3,500 watt motor. It can pull that power. It has, people say it doesn't have torque, but what a lot of people don't know, because they don't own the wheel, they don't take it up to that level, is I've hit potholes that will cut out a wheel at 20 miles an hour or 30 miles an hour doing 45 on a highway. I'm a highway rider, by the way. And that wheel did not cut out. So for me, I mean, obviously the battery plays a part with a Monster Pro.
Do you have a site?
It's not up yet.
Okay, I was trying to put it on. You said you have an Instagram, okay? I do have my Instagram, i.rides. It'll be i.rides.com, but it's not up yet. So it's not, okay.
If you want to do my Instagram for now, instagram.com /, you could do you have my page, which I'm more active on. It'll be samuels.pacheco.
So it's instagram.com / what?
/ Samuel S, like SAMUEL with another S afterwards. Period PACHECO. PACHECO. ECO.
I can't hear you. ECO?
ECO, yeah.
Yeah.
ECO. All right, cool. Guys, go ahead and follow the dude.
Yeah, this is my page, and then the shop page, I'm actually going to throw it up on there.
Mhm.
But the shop page is i.rides, so AI.rides, simple, and that's the other page. So
Okay, cool.
yeah.
Yeah, guys, there it is. Follow him. No, but this is interesting, man. It's this is interesting because a lot of people are concerned because we feel like Kingsong is stringing us along and there's not a lot of information. For example, so they said, right, we have 126 volts. How
And
can
then there was rumors that it came out and it was like a 100-volt controller or something like that,
is
right?
that so? I didn't even know that. Are you serious?
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. You saying that now, I'm like, yo, what's going on? And I really hope that they deliver on what they're saying they're going to deliver on. But I did hear something along the lines of like there was a demo wheel or something released where it was 100-volt. It may have been rumor, it may have been a lie. I don't know. I really hope that they deliver on the 126 volts. And I think that having a 3,000 watt motor is going to be important. I mean, 22 does a lot. The Nikola only has 2,000. The 16X actually has 2,200 watts too. That's already an existing Kingsong wheel that has a 2,200 on there. The Sherman is only 2,500. And then you have the EXN, the Monster Pro, and now the Abrams, which are looking at 28 to 3,500 watts. But those wheels all deliver a lot more power than a Nikola or a Monster.
Right.
So I think, put it this way, if the top speed is 45, that's okay. 2,200 watt motor.
Oh, no, that's plenty. Yeah, that's plenty.
That's more.
That's
I
plenty.
don't see the reasoning. Well, one reason I could see them coming out with 126, and I tried to like study battery technology a little bit. The more volts you have, the less power, less you're burning less current. Basically.
Yeah, I think it'll. I may be wrong, but it may be less likely to heat up because you're using different packs. It's a different discharge. Well, I don't know if there things will be different discharge rate, but each cell you're putting less power on each cell because there's probably more cells per pack.
Right. There's like 4P, 6P. I'm trying to understand that stuff.
Yeah. So yeah, I think it'll probably be it'll just be more efficient as Kingsong does. I mean, if you look at an 84-volt Kingsong, like they have power. Those things are not weak wheels. They may be topped out at 30 miles an hour, but like they're pretty good.
Right.
So
I just want to shout out. I just want to shout out what EUCVibes said. He just sent me $5, so let me just say it to him. He says, "ai.rides, highly recommended East Coast shop, fast and great work plus fair pricing. Samuel got my wheel back to brand new condition. Hey, I have like 3 wheels here that needs to be fixed. I just have no time whatsoever."
I got you, bro. Where you located? I don't know if I've met
I'm
you.
in Boston, man. I'm in Boston.
Okay. Hey, bring all 3 here, man. I'll get them fixed over a weekend.
Yeah, seriously.
Shoot, man, my Tesla needs fixed, man. It does. I work in New York, so
so bring it through, man.
Yeah, I might have
you.
to bring it through, bro.
Nice. Yeah, we gotta get that.
What's wrong with it?
Yours.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. No, you go ahead, Strad.
So mine, I was competing off the line with my torque MSP, and I took it off, man. My torque MSP handled that like a champ. But then I tried to do the same thing with my high speed, and I never did that in the past because I knew it didn't have a lot of torque. But then I tried it, and it just died on me, and I crashed right away. So I opened it up. I opened it up, and one of the capacitors blew.
Okay, and this is a high speed MSP.
This is the high speed MSP.
I got controllers here, man.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. See, I got you. I'm telling you, man. Whatever 3 wheels you got, you bring them. I'll get them done within the weekend, so long as I have the parts.
Of
we
course.
can maybe
I'm not rushing you. You know.
Yeah.
Nice.
But and then what's wrong with your wheel?
I believe I need a shell swap because I was in an accident. So from what I can see, the board and everything seems to be okay, but the shell is pretty banged up. The left side of the battery pack is split all the way down, so you can look in and see the battery.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I got you. I think I have Tesla shells in stock as well. So it's literally, I wouldn't even have to wait for it. I just swap it. The 3 wheels I hate the most to work on are M10s, Teslas, and S18s. But Teslas is my favorite of those 3 wheels. Okay. The only reason I don't like the Tesla, depending on the version, is because the motherboard sits in the top.
It's crammed right up in the top.
But the newer versions have it on the side, so it depends on which one you have.
I
So
have the V2.
Real Talk is saying a fee shared that the Abrams is not a hollow or axle. So what can it be, and will that affect the range? And
it's not hollow or
it's
axle.
not hollow, and it's not a traditional motor. So I wonder what that's going to be.
Wow, I don't know.
Wow, that's interesting. So maybe that's going to affect.
Like I said, yanking out the tech, bro.
Well, what I will say is that just because it's not hollow doesn't mean it's not designed the same way. So the hollow bore motor has a bigger bearing, but there's an empty space in the middle. And also the bigger bearing has that gap, which allows water to get in, whatever the case may be. Just because it's not hollow doesn't mean it doesn't have a mounting mechanism that isn't the same. So it might just be like a hollow style without the hollow center. You know, like if you've seen the Russian, somebody mentioned it here. There's a Russian suspension wheel,
think you saw
and
that,
they have the suspension inside of the hollow part. So it takes up that spot. That's also a good point. I'm very interested in that design. That seems cool. What I will say is, while I don't trust 1,000 PSI pistons under my feet, I think the EX suspension actually is a good suspension. I like the feel of it as somebody who rides a little faster, because it's just give. It's not suspension. It's like it just softens
enough to knock the edge off, right?
I really like the EX suspension. I wish that it was worked on a little better and
you just wish that it wasn't sticking out like that, because the way the V11 did it was perfectly fine.
Right, yeah, but the thing is, those are bigger pistons, so it only requires 100 PSI, 120. You're talking about 1,000, like in a thing like this under your feet. So yes, one, it's sticking out, so it was exposed to elements, that it could be damaged. But two, if something fails, like if the thing that keeps it in place and holding all that pressure in, if that fails, 1,000 PSI can do damage. Like
you can go catapulting, right?
Well, not you, but the whatever it is, like it
comes out like a bullet.
It'll be like a bullet.
Yeah.
So I remember Sean mentioning that in his review. Why do they have such a high PSI? That doesn't make sense.
Well, because it's small. So you need higher PSI to provide. If you have a bigger thing like this, right, you can put 100 PSI and it'll provide the same support as if you shrink it. You need more pressure in that small space in order to provide the same support. Because it's pounds per square inch. More square inches, more resistance. Smaller square inches, you need to up the pressure in order to do the same.
Wow.
Yeah, I guess if you do it that way, right? Pounds per square inch, let's say the V11 is 10 inches, you only need 100 to get 1,000. But if it's only 1 inch, you need 1,000 to do the same.
Okay, that makes sense.
So
yeah, that makes sense, because the V11 obviously has less pounds per square inch because it has a bigger chamber,
more inches. Right? Yeah.
Wow, thanks for
that.
Now,
my question for you, Sammy, is what do you think about the Hero as far as the specs and carrying? It only has an 18.
Yeah, it's the one wheel. It's the one wheel that's not getting a lot of love right now.
The Abrams? Oh, the Hero?
Hero, yeah.
I think the Hero doesn't get the love that it deserves because it's so expensive.
Right.
I think it's just a price point thing, in my opinion. It's 100% a price point thing. Which that's not a statement towards the people who don't want to pay the price. I think it's reasonable to look at it and say, if I can get a RS, right, or a MSP or whatever 18-inch wheel for 2,200 max, and it has an 1,800 watt-hour battery, 18-inch wheel. Depending on the wheel, it's not horrible in the rain. Or let's not even say the rain, right? You got 18-inch wheel, 1,800 watt hours, and a high speed. So the usual C30 motor probably for the Hero, right? That puts you at a price range so far, 2,200 max, right? 23 depending on where you're getting it from. I can't justify $1,000 on a suspension and a screen, and I think that's where it goes wrong. And then you also have the King Song, which I think is advertising for sub 3,000 or at least lower in the 3,000 range.
Way lower, yeah.
And it has more battery.
Way more.
Yeah. It has more battery. It has 2200, if I'm not mistaken, battery wise. It's a proven suspension. Well, rather, it's not a proven suspension wheel, but it's a V2 suspension wheel, right? They've already done suspension. This is Gotway's first suspension of its kind.
Yeah.
Where they have
Well, actually, the suspension that it has is like the S18.
Right. So that's what I've heard, and that's what I'm saying. Like, if it's not improved upon, then you're just releasing what they had, but better, right? S18 also couldn't go 40. The high torque, that's not for me. I am interested in the Hero, but I'm interested in the high speed.
Okay.
So that, to me, if it was a lower price point, it would be my Nikola replacement because of the water resistance. It's a little heavier, yes, but because it's water resistant, that's what my Nikola is used for. It's smaller than my Monster Pro. You know, I think that there's a lot that's in it, and I think the wheel, spec-wise, is great, at least in its class. But price-wise, I think that's why a lot of people are knocking it, because they're seeing 4,000 expected MSRP, and that's wild. That's like $1,800 on a suspension and a Sherman screen. You know, I can't justify that.
Real talk is he sent me $5, $4.99. He says best EUC stream I've ever seen, and honestly, thanks Real Talk. All thanks to eucVibes, because I'm all about data and I'm all about like getting to know things, but the problem is my excuse is I'm too busy and I can't learn much fast enough. So it's good to just have people on here who know stuff and you know stuff. So thanks for that.
You're welcome. Yeah, and thank you to Vibes for shouting me out and bringing me into this. But see, like I'm looking at this video and I love the design of this wheel.
No, yeah, it's like I said, I think it was an ugly wheel, but I think practically it's the best wheel in terms of suspension.
Yeah,
it's just very practical, dude.
For me, the ugliest part is the headlight. The rest of it is
the front. Yeah, the way, because I feel like the headlight should have been like in like
that back is sexy though. That tail is nice.
The back is nice.
Yeah. You can always 3D print a cover to put over that front.
That's true. Change it That's true. You could change it a little bit, give it a little different look. But that back is nice. I like the angle. I don't know if that's meant to be the seat or not, but
that is the seat. That is the seat at the top.
That's cool.
And the mudguard is actually, what is it? The kickstand.
It's the same as the S20 is the kickstand mudguard.
Yeah, it's in. Well, no. The kickstand is right here. It's a metal piece. It's two metal pieces.
Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah.
No, it's a nice wheel, dude. It really is a nice wheel.
Yeah.
Maybe they might drop the price on it, man, and make it more competitive.
Yeah,
maybe.
if they drop the price, I have no doubts that it will sell. Will it sell as much as the S20? We have yet to see that. But I have no doubts that it will sell. 1,800 watts has been enough for a lot of people for a long time.
Off-roading,
right? It is off-road. You don't need crazy range to go off-road. You know, if you're using it as a commuter wheel, cool. It's suspension, 1,800 watt. It has a high enough speed. It looks, you know, decent. And if you're taking it to work, it's black. Like it fits in the corner somewhere. It's nice. It has that center trolley handle.
Trolley handle is
the best trolley handle of any Gotway wheel ever. You know, Nikola maybe, but I like this design a lot better.
The RS is the worst. The RS handle is the worst, dude.
The worst.
That thing, it'll take off on you if you.
Yeah, I almost had a RS take out my leg once. It was bad.
Someone's asking what's the top speed of the Hero. Well, okay, so this is how Gotway works. They say a top speed, and then you can just typically add 5 more miles to it. It's 35 miles an hour on paper, so it should be able to do 40, but it's 35 on paper.
I think to me, you can treat the expectations of the speed on this wheel the same way you would treat a high torque and high speed MSP or RS. I think it's going to be the same. Probably 35 is cutout territory for the high torque, and then 40 is cutout territory for the high speed. Because people say the RS high speed and MSP high speed can go to 45, but that's if you're lighter and if you're not like.
Yeah, exactly. Because I have. Wait. Which one did you say? The high speed MSP?
Huh?
Did you say? Were you talking about the high speed MSP?
High speed, I would say, yeah. Like once you're reaching 40, you're still in the cutout territory. Like you can push it a little more.
The high speed can comfortably do 47.
Really?
Yeah, I have the high speed.
Oh, okay. How much do you weigh though?
I weigh with gear. I weigh 210 pounds.
Oh, okay. All right. I just haven't. Honestly, I've never pushed it because I've never. I've only done 40 on the.
Yeah,
on
the only issue with the high speed at doing those high speeds is torquing it. You can't torque it because it doesn't have that torque. When I ride at 45, 47, I'm cruising. I'm not torquing. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, that's to me. I always try to save. Oh, my bad.
No, dude, I'm just saying. He's like, I'm just cruising. I'd be going crazy.
Well, that's fair. But you could kind of cruise on a Nikola doing 40, around 40 as well, maybe a little more. For me though, I try not to push certain things because I live in the city with really shitty roads. So like, if I'm doing 40 and 45, 47 is cutout territory. It'll torque. It's torquing. You know what I'm saying? Like when you hit a bump at 40, you're gonna torque it. So for me, like I could hit a bump on the Monster Pro doing 45 because I can do 50 comfortably, like cruising. But if I'm going to be going on roads that I don't know or that I know are not ideal, I'm only gonna keep it around 45 because at least that gives me that little bit of headroom. Like if I hit a bump, I'm not gonna over torque it. I could
dude, like over torquing is a thing, and this is why I want to set and man, I want to say so much right now because of you. The thing is this, right? No, seriously, man, intense. So we were just talking about the apps, setting the proper settings with the apps because with my torque MSP, I'm not worried about cutting out because of bumps, because of anything, potholes. I know it's gonna hold up. But one day I went for a long range test on my high speed MSP and I brought it down to 35 battery under load, but I was just cruising. And I went up a little sidewalk and it just cut out on me. And fortunately, I was just doing 10 miles an hour, so I just ran it off.
Yeah.
But that's never happened on my torque version MSP. You see what I'm saying? So it would be nice. Wow. It'd be nice because I want to work on this next live that I want to set up where it's a workshop where I get to help people set up, and myself as well, set up the wheels for not just speed, because my EUC World app is set up for speed. So if I have like 2 speed alarms, one at 37 and one at 38. I know the wheel can do, one at 38, one at 30. I know the wheel can do 40, 41, but it'll cut out at 41. So I pull it back 2 miles, 38, 39. But the thing is this, I want to set it up for current draw. You see what I'm saying? How much current are you pulling? Because if the wheel is rated for this current, I'd rather go with the current than worry about speed. If I'm torquing.
See,
but
for
you
me,
can do both. You can do both.
Absolutely. I think I can't speak on the current. I haven't learned enough about it for me to speak on it. But what I will speak on is voltage. I think a lot of people read percentage and they go, oh, I have 30%. I had somebody the other day tell me that they were on 80% battery, right? And I said, well, how many volts? I don't listen to percentage.
No, you're
I said, how many volts were you on? And this is the EXN. He said, I was on 85 volts. I said, dude, that is not 80%. That is less. That is 25% battery. Your wheel cuts out at 79 volts, 80 volts. From 100, that's 25%. You're not on 80% battery.
25%.
He was on 25. So I was informing him, look, you can cut out at a low speed just because your battery is low enough. Because if you're keeping it constant, right? You're gonna see you're gonna see your real voltage, right? You're the one that it looks like what it looks like when it's at a standstill. Mm-hmm. You know, and if it's at 85 volts at a standstill and you're cruising and you're maintaining that speed, you probably see 84, 83.
That's
but
low,
if you're torquing it at 85, I've torqued my Monster Pro up to 10 volts, and that's a 3,600 watt-hour battery.
Wait. What's the max volts that you can torque your Monster before cutout? Like, what's the specs?
Well, no. I'm talking about sagging the battery.
Oh, okay.
So torquing it is just, that's the thing you do. You pull more power from it. But I can make my battery sag from 100 to 90 while riding, depending on what I'm doing. If I'm going above 45, if I'm pushing it towards 50, if I've been holding 50 for like 10 minutes, which I've done, you know, like I said, I ride highways. So that is all relevant. Now, if you're at 85 volts and you torque it, I would say on a normal torque, I can torque my wheel 6 volts. I can sag my wheel 6 volts rather. So if you're at 85 and you torque your wheel and you sag it 6 volts, you're in cutoff territory. You're at 79 volts.
Wow.
So that could be the situation with you. You were on 30%, but that's just an algorithm, and the algorithm may not have learned.
Exactly. I didn't look at the volts. You're right.
Yeah, the percentage is based on an algorithm. It's like based on your past rides, how you ride. But the other thing is, most of the time, it's also calculating how you are at a standstill. If you leave your wheel on and connect it to the app at a standstill, if I'm not mistaken, it averages that out into your ride. So now it's thinking, this person rides at an average of 22 miles an hour and he has 85 volts. So he should be able to get this amount of range or this far or this amount of percentage. But in reality, if you decide I'm going to ride 25 every single day, and then one day you come out with me and I'm like, yo, we out, let's go 40. And now your wheel is saying, oh yeah,
wait. I
never knew that.
Missed what you're saying. Are you saying that's how the wheels are?
That's how EUC world is set up. If I'm not mistaken, it's an algorithm.
Wow,
no, the wheel is voltage. It's straight voltage and voltage sag, and that's it. But the algorithm that you're seeing, because the wheel never tells you percent, it just tells you volts. So if you look at any voltmeter, none of them say 30%. They just say 85. The EUC world, if I'm not mistaken, it's an algorithm that's based on your ride. That's why it's able to provide that little green bar where it says like average miles per kilowatt.
Average
or per
riding
watt.
and average
Yeah, so it's all an algorithm. So I don't look at percentage, and I recommend to anyone out there who tries to push their wheel, don't rely on a percentage. Look at the volts. So when I'm riding my Monster Pro, if I'm doing those speeds, I'm looking down, seeing what am I sagging to? Because if now my board cuts out at 74 volts, so I have more space. But before, if I was at 86 volts, I was looking down because I would be at 80 volts while going at speed. So I know I have very little room to
you know what I need? I need to change my website because my website doesn't do anything that it says it does. I don't train people anymore. I don't rent wheels. I don't do anything. So I gotta change that. I gotta take this thing down. You know what I really need on there is that voltage. Like I need to find out for the MSP torque. This is what the voltages mean. For the high-speed MSP,
I gotta learn that
this
too.
is what you know what I'm saying. Like this,
I need to learn that too.
You can probably learn to do it this way. At a certain voltage, if you draw a certain amount of current, right? Because you were talking about current as well. If you like at 86 volts, if you're because I can't speak on current, so I'm going to put X number, right? If at 86 volts you draw this amount of current, it probably will cause a sag. This is all probably because it's estimates. It probably will cause a sag of this amount of volts. So when you're at these voltages, be careful of pushing your wheel past a certain speed, past a certain like amount of force that you're using. Don't take off at a red light if you're at 82 volts on a wheel that dies at 79 volts. Not a good idea. You know, it's stuff like that. It's you know, I would say, and again, I could be wrong on certain things. You know, I'm still learning, but I would say that would be a good thing to look into, like the amount of current being drawn at a certain level of voltage on your wheel.
Slick Jimmy is saying EUC World algorithm can be turned off.
Okay. So in other words, the percentage is straight up like what the battery level is. If it's at 85 volts, is that 25%?
I don't know. Slick Jimmy, you can explain yourself.
Yeah.
It's something I have to learn too, because that's the best app I've ever seen, hands down, for EUCs, man.
I like it. I have it on my phone and I support it too.
There's just so much to learn. So much to learn.
Yeah. And a lot of this I'm learning as I go too. You know, it's things that I observe myself, and it's things that I see other people get hurt for. you know, they'll ride their wheel and they're like, oh, it's on 85 volts, but I'm gonna ride it like the battery's full.
Mhm.
Don't do that. Not a good idea. And even
do you
other
have-
things. Oh, there's other factors too. There's other factors too, like the weather. The weather
Mhm.
will cause your battery to sag even more.
Cold, wind,
Yeah.
the grade,
all
you know,
of
if you're
that,
going
you're
uphill.
looking
Yeah,
at,
man.
if you're cold, like it'll kill your range, it'll kill the voltage, but that's all battery sag, as far as I understand. So yeah, if you're in the summer, if you're hitting 45 and then you're beeping at 45, in the winter during really cold weathers where it's actually affecting the temperature of the inside of your wheel, yeah, you're probably looking at not 45 and more like 42, 40. Like you don't want to push it the same way you push in the summer during the winter. I'm interested to see how bad my Monster Pro sags during clear days of the winter. Like, you know, it's just cold, it's, you know, whatever. I really want to see the, you know, I'm sure it'll still provide the power, but I probably won't be able to take it above 45 because it'll probably like really start to kill the battery on
So,
it.
Real Talk is wondering, that's a good question. So we have 84 volt wheels, we have 100 volt wheels, now we have 126 volt wheels. There's rumor the Abrams is 116 volts. How do you test for voltage?
Volts is a way that the battery is organized. So testing, I mean, you can literally be safe. I don't personally recommend, if you don't know how the charger pins are set up, I don't recommend testing it there. But if you ever get a chance to unplug your motherboard, you can literally take a voltmeter, put one to the you know, to the positive end, one to the negative end, and it'll show you like this battery is however many volts. But it has to do with the configuration of the battery. So each cell, depending on the cell, may have like, I think about 4 volts or something like that.
Yeah, 3.6 or something like that.
Yeah, 3.6 to 4 volts, and you add it up in a configuration to the point where it gets to you know, whether 100 volts, 126 volts, whatever.
Yeah. So I get what you're saying. Each cell adds up to the whole sum.
To the mass number.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the Abrams is 3.6 volts per cell, per, like, you know, stick. And so is the Sherman.
Yeah. Give me a second.
How does someone join a group buy? Do you know?
You got to find, hold on 1 second. Back.
You'd probably have to buy a certain number too. I'm thinking at least maybe 10 to 12 wheels.
You got to find people. Obviously, the price is based on how many people are buying in that group buy, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
It's essentially just a bulk deal. You know, you buy something in bulk, you get it for cheaper. So that's, you know, you kind of just got to find whoever and get it that way.
Oh, yeah, that's a very good question, too. This is why I need to vamp up my site. I need to make it more practical. How do you, DNut99 is asking, how do you find out?
On the wheel.
Yeah.
I mean, the easiest, there's 2 ways you can do it. Look it up. You know, like 100 volt wheel.
It's not that easy to look up, man. Like, it really isn't.
No, I'm not saying that in a bad way. No, I'm saying there's 2 ways.
No, I'm saying like it's you would think that would be something that would be so easy to figure out, but it's
really? Well, in my experience, most 100 volt wheels, other than the Monster Pro, die at 7. Die, like we're talking about tilt back and basically dead at 78 volts.
Okay.
And if you're talking about if you're talking about 84 volts, I've only owned one 84 volt, which was the 18XL. I believe it dies around 60 something volts. So yeah, I don't, and don't quote me on that, but I'm pretty sure. Give me 1 second. Hold on.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, these are things I feel the distributors should have on their site. You know what I'm saying? Sensei, for example, like the free wheel spin, you would think Ewheels would have that on his site. The free E-Rides has it. When I go to E-Rides site, it has the free wheel spin. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah, I know that most wheels leak. We're still talking about the voltage thing, right?
Yeah.
Sorry, I got distracted.
Yeah.
Yeah, most 100 volts wheels they die at. But the other way is just ride your wheel until it dies.
Yeah.
Yeah, like the only
And then
way
look
that
at the voltage.
when I swapped my controller, the only way that I could really know that it died at 74 volts was by riding it all the way down, because I didn't trust it at first. I wasn't sure, because the motherboards, other than the date on the motherboard, which is like it's the code, but it's actually a date mixed with another number. There's really not a lot of differences between the boards. So I swapped my Monster Pro motherboard. I knew that it died at 78 because I figured it was the same, and I also heard that, from everybody. But I also wrote it up until that level. At 79, it starts to beep, like low battery beeps, and then at 78, it tilts back.
Wow.
So that's not even saying that's when it dies. That's just when it tilts back. I don't ride it after it starts tilting back.
Oh, quick question for you. Do you have a question, Sensei?
No, I'm absorbing this information.
Quick question.
Seriously.
So I wanted to know if the Sherman is able to tilt back at a certain speed. So for example, I know Gotways can tilt back at 30 miles an hour. And I'm not talking about King Song, and I'm not talking about In Motion, because you can't turn those off. But with Sherman and Gotway, they're different beasts. So I know with my Gotway, which does 40 miles an hour with the torque and 48 miles an hour with the high speed, I can't get it to tilt back past 30 miles an hour.
Yeah.
Do you think the Sherman, being that it has it in the screen itself, like you can set it up in the screen, have you experienced any type of tilt back past 35 miles an hour? Or
I don't own a Sherman.
or I mean, from customers, like have you any questions on that? Has anybody asked you? Has anybody even brought
Nobody's
that up?
ever asked me that. As far as tilt back goes on a Sherman, I don't know. I can't answer that. The wheels, the way that I know they tilt back is because I ride them. I know that most of the wheels that I ride, they tilt back way too early.
Yeah, that's why we turn it off. Exactly.
Yeah, so we shut it off. Also, I'm not sure if I would want my wheel to tilt back when I'm going a certain speed, because
the thing is, the only reason I'm mentioning that is because these wheels are doing 50 miles an hour now. Before I didn't care, but now they're going at speeds that I don't mind having a tilt back. You know what I'm saying? Because for me, the way because when I ride, right, I like I said, I set it for speed, but I don't really rely on that. I rely on the pedal tilt forward. So when you push a Gotway too hard, if you're not torquing it too much, it tends to dip forward real quick before it cuts out. So that's my alarm, like internal alarm. So when that happens, I pull back. You know what I'm saying? But because these wheels do 50 miles an hour now, 55 miles an hour now, easy, I don't want that forward tilt back anymore. I prefer that tilt back because that speed is more than enough for me.
Give me a second. I agree with you. The thing is, so here's my issue with tilt back, right? If you hit tilt back unexpectedly, you fall forward, right? Like you do this like, oh shit, I'm tilting back. Now, if you set your tilt back too close to the threshold of what your wheel is capable of, you do have for inexperienced people who are not expecting a tilt back at 45 or whatever, right? Like if you know when you're going far at 45, like you've already kind of done it enough where you're like, okay, cool, then yeah, tilt back might not be bad because you'll feel like a gradual like thing. That's fine. But that's the other important thing. It has to be gradual. Because if it's like a King Song,
no, of course.
If it's like a King Song 18XL, that's no good. Like that shit is like, whoop, hey,
really?
What are you doing?
Yeah, I don't.
So, if it's like that, I don't want it because at that point now you're doing 45, it tilts back. You're like you over torque your wheel and now you're cutting out. Or maybe you don't need. Well, like I said, you're cutting out if you put it too close to the threshold. Now if you put it like King Song, where it really cuts out more around 31, but it'll tilt back at 28. That's not that bad, like there's some room there. So for me, if I was gonna put a tilt back on a Sherman, I would put it, from what I know about Shermans, I personally would put it at around 45 is not bad. I would go more safely with 43.
Yeah.
Because if I'm not mistaken, 42, 43 is 70% power
Okay.
of the Sherman, and that's why it beeps, because it beeps at 70%.
Well, I rode the Sherman up to 45 miles an hour and with no problems.
With no beeps?
No. There were beeps. I probably didn't hear it.
Yeah.
I'm sure there were beeps. I didn't hear it.
Yeah.
Because
I know people who have taken it up to, I think, 51, 52, and they were beeping.
Wow.
Yeah.
And they were beeping like crazy. But that's the thing. It's also hard to really tell like what is going on when it's doing that. With that said, though, if 70% is at 43 and it's beeping, then I wouldn't imagine that, you know, it's too far away from a bump being so bad that could make you cut, you know? So with that said, the same way a bump would make you over torque, a unexpected tilt back could also make you over torque. I know people who have cut out because of that. They're like, oh, I got so used to 100-volt wheel that like I got on my shit, it tilted back, and I was like, oh, and they like, you know, so yeah, I would say tilt back isn't a bad idea, but it has to be designed really well in the firmware where it's like super gradual. Because for me, there's a sort of tilt back on almost any wheel, in my opinion. Even a Nikola or a Monster Pro, if you turn off the tilt back, when you learn your wheel long enough and you learn it well, you can feel that the motor starts to like let's say it has a natural dip while you're accelerating. When it's at its limits, it becomes more flat, and if anything, slightly angled back. And to me, I take that as a don't push me flat, and definitely don't push me at an angle, because I will give up. And I felt that, and I tested it. I was like, what is this feeling that I'm feeling? I was on my Nikola, and I was like, it was like literally almost flat, but just slightly like this. And I was like, let me try this real quick. And I like torqued it, and it gave up, but I caught it. Like
that's what I do. Yeah.
Yeah, it gave up, but I caught it. And the Monster Pro, I feel that. I used to feel it more when I first started, around 48 miles an hour. As of late, I've taken it up to 51, 52, 53, but I would hate to hit a bump at that speed. I have no idea. I have no idea what that would do. But I know that at 45, I feel completely safe on that.
Brian, go ahead.
My question to both of you, what would you think of a wheel where it has almost like an auto cruise, meaning once you get to your speed, say if it's 50 miles an hour, you get to 50, it'll hit 50, but it would automatically bring you down to like 48, so you wouldn't cut out. You understand what I mean?
Dude,
so it has,
I would love that.
That would be cool.
I'm surprised they don't have something like that.
If I'm not mistaken, and I could be wrong, but I want to say the conversations I've had with EVX Mick, he's described the V12 as essentially underpowered. Like, not underpowered, but rather it doesn't allow you to go past a certain speed, but it actually has a threshold for more. So it's like, and I think that could be done. I think honestly, in my opinion, I want to say King Song, the 84-volt wheels are kind of like that, because if you think about it, 84-volt wheels can go up to 40, depending on like an MSX can go up to 40 depending on the rider. That's right. So I'm like, 84-volt wheel. The battery on an 18XL is not too crazy different from, you know, the 1600 watts is not that far apart. So they're probably limiting the wheel so that you can still push the power of 40, but at a lower speed. So I think that's a good idea. I think that's a great idea, actually.
We had a guy named Panda. He mentioned that at one point. He said, because I made a video called the infamous cutouts, and we're trying to figure that out. So what he said was the manufacturers should create a wheel. Let me give you an example. They should create a wheel that's rated at, let's say, 3,000 watts, but don't promote 3,000 watts. Promote 2,500 watts or maybe 2,000 watts, and use that extra power.
Safety.
That makes sense.
Yeah, I agree with that. That is what I was gonna say. Something I was thinking about when you mentioned this is another reason I feel so safe on my Monster Pro, and I could be completely misinformed here, but I'm going based off of numbers. If a Monster Pro starts beeping, right? That's PWM. If I'm not mistaken, that's in relation to the watts that a wheel can deliver from the motor.
Mhm.
The Monster Pro has a 3,500 watt motor.
Mhm.
That's at 80%. So by numbers, that 20% is much larger of a threshold than a 2,200 watt motor doing 80%.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? So I agree with you. And in my head, I think that's why I feel so safe doing the speeds I do. And even on unideal or unideal roads with the Monster Pro, because it has such a large motor. I'm probably not drawing the 3,500. I'm only drawing 3,000 or 2,500 out of it when it has that threshold. So I agree with you. I do think it would be a great idea for them to advertise not the peak, but the like the safe zone, 2025. I mean, obviously nowadays we're very big on specs, right? I've had conversations in the chats where they're like, yeah, but they need watt hours to sell these wheels. When in reality, we could have higher capacity batteries. It just won't have the big number. But that's what sells right now, 3,600, 3,200.
That's true.
You know,
Yeah. I
so,
forgot about that. Marketing, man.
yeah. So it's one of those things where they're going to have to take the thing and say, this is 2,000, but I guarantee you it's stronger than your 3,000. And you got to somehow prove that and make it clear to people that, like, I'm telling you the truth.
Right.
And I mean, if people really think about it, they can literally just look at other PEVs, right? There's no 100-volt e-bike, or rather, that's not the general voltage for an e-bike, but an e-bike will blow any EUC out the water if it's like if there was a 100-volt e-bike, that shit you wouldn't even see it in a race with an EUC, you know.
Well, the difference with them, the difference in defense of the EUC
is that it's self-balancing and it uses some of that to keep itself up. Yeah. And that I agree with, and I know that much. Same thing with skateboards. Skateboards, you have like a Cali still using 50 volts, and it's very powerful. Yes, I know EUCs are using a lot of that power to keep itself up, which is completely, I think that's a great point. But nonetheless, yeah, I think that if we have an overpowered motor that is like undersell and overdeliver is always a great like selling tactic. Undersell, overdeliver. Say it only does this and make it much more powerful.
Right. That's it. That's it.
Like, I think that's a great point. And I think that's, I don't know if Ewheels does it on purpose, but if you look at all of the numbers on Ewheels, they're nowhere near the numbers that these wheels can actually do.
No. And I noticed that. They drop it down.
Yeah.
And that's why I like Ewheels. I think that's a really good
yeah, they say Nikola does like what, 34 miles an hour?
That thing pushes
we know that's not true. They had
that's why I always
at like 35, and I'm like, that's also not true. Like, so and then I think the Sherman was rated for like 45. People are pushing up to 50 something, like
way above 45.
Yeah,
and I used to think it was.
And I think that's the point. I think honestly, it's kind of on us because we say 45, we say 50, but nobody's really advertising it as 45, 50. We just know it does that.
We just know it does that. Yeah.
So I think that there's some point where that's on us too. Like they tell us, hey, if it beeps, don't push it. But we're like, no, ride the beep. I don't do it anymore. And that's where it gets hard because it's like you're running it at peak, and you know you're running it at peak because you can hear the annoying beeper behind you. That's where it comes into like rider responsibility too. Like
I think Terry McIntyre says that that's likely what the S20 is doing with the 3,300 watt motor, and with only 43 miles per hour should have a large threshold for safety. But I think we're saying something a little different, right? We're saying that if it is a 3,300 watt motor, don't
advertise it like that.
Yeah,
advertise it short.
Right.
Now, see, that's
advertise it like a 2,500 watt motor. Or 26.
I mean, the thing is, a lot of these wheels, other than Veteran, if I'm not mistaken, they're sourcing their motors from places that exist already. These are like e-bike motors or something like that.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So, and I may be wrong. I'm not claiming to be correct, but if I'm not mistaken, Veteran makes their stators that's a custom motor that is only for their wheels. And the only other wheel that does that if I'm not mistaken, again, I could be wrong, is the EX, not the EXN, but the EX.
The EX, yeah.
Those are, well, actually the EX is still sourced, but it's sourced from a very good place. That's what I've been told, at least. But as far as EUCs go, yeah, they're sourcing it from places that exist. So that motor code that's on it, a lot of that is probably just, well, the plate is, you know, it's coded, like it's written with the Gotway branding. So I'm sure if they, or like, you know, whatever Wheels branding. So I'm sure if they wanted to, they could have that replaced. Yeah. But that code is probably likely from the manufacturer, just telling Gotway or whoever else, like, this is what your motor is, and this is the motor code. This is the, whether it's a C30, this is the amount of magnets that are in it, C30, C38, C40. And then, yeah, so they're sourcing it. So that's the other thing there, yeah.
So do you have anything, Sensei?
Yeah, I know, like, when I got into the game, I was looking at the Tesla, I was looking at the Nikola. Because I always say the Nikola's like a ninja, man. It can do more than what it says. But there's not much difference between a motor. One's 1,900 watt hours, and I think the other one's like 2,000. I'm like, wait a second, how come the Nikola can do like 40 miles an hour, and then you can maybe get up to Tesla, depending on your weight, maybe 32, 33.
I think the difference is in the battery, for the most part. Yeah, that's another thing that I've learned over all of this. Top speed is one thing, but sustained top speed completely comes from the battery.
Ewheels, maybe I'm saying maybe I'm not saying anything at all. Maybe I'm being redundant, but I looked at Ewheels webpage and they're saying that their batteries sustain 10 amps. A battery on an EUC should be able to sustain 10 amps no matter what, and under any conditions for it to be considered a good battery. So sustained speed on EUC shouldn't be an issue, because the battery by itself is supposed to be able to maintain 10 amps at all times.
Yeah.
I mean, that's one thing I try to do when I ride. Instead of going up and down the speed spectrum, I'll try to, if I'm going to ride at 25, I'll stay at 25 if I can. Instead of going, 35, then you drop back down at 20. That way I'll try to keep a constant speed.
So before we leave, because it's getting very long.
For real, wait, hold on real quick. For real talk, you said it's Samuel faster than David. If you ask me, I say yeah, but we got to put that to the test.
You want David answer? Nice.
So eucVibes was saying that a lot of wheels are coming into your shop because of torquing, not twerking, torquing. So,
oh man, you had to make that distinction, huh?
EUCs don't twerk; they torque.
Yeah, that's funny.
So he says that we should not be torquing our wheels as much as we are because it's killing individual cells. Is that true? Or is this a misinterpretation here?
Oh, okay. I know where that's coming from. It's speculation.
Okay.
This scenario that he's drawing that thing from is speculation. That wheel didn't make it to my shop because the wheel doesn't exist anymore.
Whoa! It blew up or something?
It did. I'll keep it as non-specific as possible. The speculation is this wheel with my weight on it. I only pushed this wheel to max 38, 39, right? This wheel, this is speculation. Like I said, this is not, we don't know. It blew up. Like there's no way of really knowing. But there's a suspicion that this wheel was ridden, and these cells are not great, the ones that are in the wheel, that this wheel was ridden way too hard at a low battery or a low enough battery where I guess it fucked with potentially one of the cells. And what happened was when the person had turned off their wheel like 20 minutes prior, it was fine. But they rode, got all the way home, turned off their wheel, and within seconds, their wheel started making noises it shouldn't have made. And it was duck and cover time. The speculation here is that, so this person, and props to him, I would mention you, except that your information is your information, but he's one of the riders I respect the most in the community. He's taking this wheel that I've only done max 40 on to 46 miles an hour.
Wow.
So, and most people don't get past 42, 43. Put it that way.
Is he a light guy?
Huh?
A light guy?
He's a light guy. No, he's average weight. He's not like, I think he's like 150, maybe 160, which I would say is, you know, about average. I'm 220, so I know I'm on the heavier end of the spectrum for a rider. You know, I would say somewhere between 150 to 180. But okay. So this now, okay, well, that's one situation. It was driven really hard, but he's not a torquer per se. That's just he rode it really hard at a potentially low battery, which caused something to mess up. Now, what I'm reading in the comments now of what eucVibes is saying is people have this habit of rocking their wheel back and forth in place. And that actually heats up your wheels a lot and can definitely blow a motherboard. With you on it, it's not as bad because you're doing a different motion. But one thing that has happened in the past, and the newer wheels aren't as susceptible to it. But if you lay a wheel against a wall and it's not flat,
yes, I saw that happen to my wheel.
Back and forth.
I saw
and
that.
It'll continue to change that current back and forth, back and forth, back and forth until it gets so hot or whatever the case may be. It like does something to the capacitors and something can blow.
Wow!
And at that point, yeah. So if you ever place anyone who's watching, if you're ever placing your wheel against a wall or wherever, make sure your wheel is sitting still and is not moving. You don't want it moving. Those little vibrations, as with an earthquake in a building, those little vibrations will start to add up and your wheel will eventually start doing this. And by the time it's doing this, it's already like, it's potentially in a very dangerous area. So eucVibes is bringing that up because there was one day he was on his RS outside my building. He was holding a wall and he was just like rocking back and forth on it. I'm like, dude, it's okay. Like you can do it, but it's not good to do that for a prolonged period of time. And it's just not best. It's not best habits, best practices rather. So yes, there is a very strong possibility you can damage your wheel by rocking it back and forth like that. Switching from forward to backwards, you're charging your wheel when you're hitting the brakes, and then you're drawing current again, and then you're charging your wheel when you hit the brakes again, and then you're drawing current again. So you're like discharging and charging, like, all at the same time, multiple times. That is not good. If I were to oversimplify it, it's like the warning of being on the phone while charging it. Not a good idea. Like,
that is nuts. That's why you get on the stream, people, because you learn. Learn something.
That's a lot, man.
That's
intense.
Wow, that's crazy.
That's intense. Brian ZoomWheel is in UK, and he has something called the MSS, which is like a souped up version of so he has an EXN MSS, and I believe there's another version, MSP MSS. I don't know.
I heard some things.
You heard some things about those?
I heard. I can't speak on it. I've never seen it here. A lot of people here don't trust modded wheels. No shade towards any company that does them. But a lot of people here don't trust them just because they've caused a lot of casualties, if not of property.
Yeah, they've gotten. Yeah. Oh, I see what you're saying. Is it battery related? You mean?
Yeah, like the batteries end up getting messed up or something. Just like I've heard a lot of negative feedback on modded wheels. Now, there are people who ride modded wheels and live by them. Jansen, for example, David Jansen, rider. He rides the 2200 MSX, and that shit has been giving and continues giving. And I know a lot of people who ride that wheel, and it gives and continues giving. However, modded wheels like the 3108 Monster V3, certain wheels where there's just a bunch of mismatched like packs thrown in all of it,
or no MS or no BMS.
Right. It's just one of those things where those are a little more on the dangerous side. Now, I didn't see much on the MSS. I seen one review that was not in favor of it.
But that could easily be explained because Brian ZoomWheel mentioned it in the last stream. He mentioned that the guy who had the wheel had pretty much it had an issue a week before or sometime before, and then wrong way happened to have gotten it at the wrong time.
Okay.
So
and
other than that, I haven't heard anything bad about the company. So
yeah, no, that's fine. Yeah, I've EUC Service is a acknowledged company. Like it has been modding wheels for a long time, and they exist. And I haven't heard much about them in a bad way, but that's also because I haven't heard much about them as a whole. There's not a lot of people here in New York, at least, that have EUC Service wheels. That said, hey, EUC Service, you want to send one my way? I'll test it out. That's no problem. But I'd be interested in if it is better, right? Like if somehow it is in any way better than an EXN. I already really like the EXN. So if it is in any way better than the current EXN, then I can only imagine that it's great. Because I personally, the power that the EXN delivers is ridiculous.
Oh, so I have a question for you, man.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me make EUCVibes happy here. It's 5 hours and 18 now. Let's start the show.
Oh my, that's epic.
All right, so I'm a type of rider who likes to ride hard. You don't know me, but consider me a New Yorker. I ride like the crazy New Yorkers. I love it.
Yeah.
Right? I want the EXN because the form factor is like the MSP. It's a 2,700 watt hour battery. The problem is I don't think the range is good. Am I wrong?
On a 2,700 watt for the EXN?
Yeah. Because I watched the review from Alien Rides, and these guys are in California, so they have like a lot of stretches. It's gonna be a little bit more for me because we have a lot of stop and go and stuff like that. But we have roads too that are similar to California. I would hate to get an EXN with a big battery like that and only get 30 miles riding hard.
No. Well, you said you're 210. 30 miles for a New Yorker sounds about right.
Aye.
Because, see, so what I will say, my boy JR, I don't know if you've seen him. He's the EXN rider with the blue pads. That's my bro. Like we ride together. I ride my Monster Pro. He rides his EXN. Mm-hmm. He is only at max on like maybe wet, 135 pounds. Like that's soaking wet. So, but normal, like on a regular day, he's like 125 to 130. And he gets the same range on his EXN that I get on my Monster Pro.
You see,
it's weight.
125.
That's weight.
Well,
right?
how does he ride though? How does he ride?
He rides just like me. We're talking.
What's the range you get on your Monster Pro?
I get about 60 miles. Well, I was getting 50 miles when it died at 79 volts or 78 volts. Now I get probably like 60, 70, depending on how I ride.
At what point do you stop riding hard after you filled it up after you've after you charge it to 100%?
I stopped pushing it. I can ride up to when it was at 79 volts. I'm still testing the 74 volts. I don't know, like I'm scared of it because it's just not what we normally are used to. Mm-hmm. So I'm still testing it, but I am. When it was dying at 79 volts, I would be able to push it up to 40 plus at an active, like as in I looked down at the voltmeter and it was at 81, 82 volts, which means that at a standstill, it was around 85 volts.
Okay.
So I was able to push 42. I didn't do much more than that because I'm like, yo, it's pretty low. So generally, I would say for any wheel, when you're at that 25% voltage from all of your, batteries. So if it's a 100 volt, once you reach 85 volts, I am more reserved.
At that point, how many miles do you think that is?
If we're going full speed or
not full speed, but like hard enough riding.
I would say 25%. I'm still able to get like another 10 miles or more.
But I mean, at that point, okay, so riding hard up to that point, how many miles would that have been?
Riding hard up to that point, I would say 40 miles.
That's still good.
And you're saying that EXN with a 125-pound rider gets about that?
Yeah.
That's bad for me.
I would say so.
Yeah.
I would say full voltage. If we're riding it, like I don't know. So you said you're like 210. Yeah. The thing is though, if you gotta think about it, it's a 20-inch wheel, right? How many miles do you get on an MSP?
That's what I'm trying to tell you. On my MSP, when I ride hard, it's 15, 20, maybe 15 miles. Maybe 15
So then
miles.
you should only be expecting 7.5 miles more.
Wow.
Because it's 1.5 battery.
But I mean,
right?
that's when I go hard. Sometimes I go hard, sometimes I go slow.
Yeah,
you know?
but whatever the case may be, right? Whether you're going, because it's still a 20-inch, right? Like MSP says 18, but it is 20. It's an 18x3 tire, which inflates to 20 inches. Whatever your MSP gets, just at whatever, whether you're riding hard or you're riding, conservatively, just multiply it by 1.5, and I think that's a realistic estimate. Okay. Minus just a little bit. I think that's a realistic because of the weight. I think it's a realistic estimate of what you'll get out of an EXN. I think people think 2,700 and they think like, oh my God, I gotta get like 40 more miles out of this thing. It's like, no, you just get half of whatever you got before. You're getting half more, like 50% more battery, 1.5. It's 3 900-watt packs. So yeah, if you're getting 20 miles, expect 30. If you're getting 15, expect 25. If you're getting 30, then expect 45. That's great. Yeah. But for the price point, I think the EXN and the Nikola 2700 watt hour are two of the best price points.
I was just about to ask you that too.
I think I agree
that Nick AR, man. That 2700 watt hour.
What do you think of the Abrams? The Abrams is just too tall unless you're 6 foot. How tall are you?
I'm 6'3". That's why I ride a Monster Pro. I love it. It's great. Right. So if you see videos, people joke around out here. They're like, "Yo, you make the Monster Pro look like an MSX." I'm like, it is what it is, man. Like,
you have a YouTube channel?
I do. It's not active.
No, it's okay. I was just curious.
I do. It's not active, but there's nothing in regards to EUCs on there. I do music. The stuff that's on there is very old. So, like, we're talking high school old, more than 10 years ago old. I've been working on some stuff, since then. Different things happen, higher quality music, higher quality producers, higher quality engineers. So I'm in the building phase of that, but I also came into ownership of this business. So, like, that's awesome. Something
Congratulations, man. That's awesome.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
The people we don't know are owning everything in our community, and we welcome you to take over. I'm playing.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah.
I do have another question.
Yep.
So
let me shout out Cynthia May at $5. Thank you, Miss Cynthia. She says, great stream and informational. Everyone is learning as we go. Such an in-depth talk is great. Thank you. We all need it, man, as much as we can get.
Yeah.
Thank you, Cynthia.
Now, my question to you, Sammy, is for the new riders out there wanting to drop, all the money on, the Commander, the Abrams. What about buying a wheel like the Nick? Would you recommend?
ZoomWheels, I put the link in the chat. Sorry, Sensei.
Pardon me?
ZoomWheels, I put the link in the chat. He said, get me on.
So that would be my question, man. I always say I think the Nick is still one of the top rated wheels out there, and I'm still considering the Nick. It's still up on the map. I said, should I just go ahead and buy the Nick AR? For the way that I ride, that would be a perfect wheel for me.
I agree. I agree with you there. I think the 2700 watt hour Nick, or new riders for experience, a Nikola in general, whether it's 1800, whether it's 1845, whether it's 2700 watt hours. The difference there is the battery. Decide what you need. There is a different ride feel. 1845 and 27 feel the same-ish. That 27 is a little heavier. The 1800 feels more balanced. So know that. But what I would say is the difference is the battery. If you need and a little bit more speed. If you need the range, take it. If you don't need the range, get an 1800. It's lighter. So there's that too. What I will say for any rider, new, old, fucking 5 years in. What's up, Brian? How you doing?
What's happening, bro?
How's it going?
Oh, yes.
I think for any rider, a Nikola is a great beginner wheel, and this is what I tell people: if you have the money, a Nikola is sturdy. It goes 40 miles an hour once you learn how to ride, right? 38, I would say safely. It is 16-inch, so it's big enough to go over most things. But it's not a monster wheel, even though it's Monster V3 in height, right? It's rain resistant. I won't say waterproof, but it's definitely resistant.
And the shell is hard.
And the shell is sturdy. So for me, and it's zippy, and it could take off. It's a great city wheel. So I would say for any beginner, if you have the money, right? Like if you can go ahead and just buy a wheel that you will keep, period, for the most part, to me, it's the Nikola. The V12, I haven't tested it to that capacity, right? But if it lives up to its specs and its design quality is actually there, then the V12 is a competitor for the 1800 watt-hour NIC. However, it's a lower battery, just slightly, not crazy. It's a little more expensive and it's heavier. So there's that. If you're doing NIC plus, like the regular one, versus V12, very similar. Choose whichever one you want based on the weight and, whatever matters to you. If you're doing NIC 2700 watt-hour versus V12, there's no comparison, especially for the price point. Like at 26 or 25, whatever it is, there's no comparison. There's no comparison to any wheel other than the EXN. And at that point, you're talking speed and range versus water resistant and range. Like that's your decision there. But there's no wheel that spec for spec, battery to whatever, that compares to those two wheels, in my opinion.
Yeah, dude.
Like they really messed up the game in a good way. In a good way for customers and for people who are buying with that 2700 watt-hour NIC.
Brian Zoom, go ahead, say stuff.
Well, it's 7:30 in the morning here.
Oh, yeah?
Good morning.
Top of the morning to you.
I don't know what time it is there, but I'm always.
You're a little low, Brian. Brian, you're a little low. Up your volume.
Hang on. Let me have a look. Is that better?
Yeah, that's a little better.
Oh yeah. I'm always coming on the back end of this live stream. It started 5 hours ago. Wow. I missed it. I keep waking up and I turn my iPad on. It comes up UStride live stream. I think, fuck, it's been on for ages. I know you're about 5 hours behind me, I think. Yeah, I'm not sure what time it is there.
I think so.
But yeah.
Did you ride the Abrams? Did you ride? Because you're with.
I'm going there today to K because I've made the seat. I had to make the ZoomWheels seat, but it's had to be longer because the Sherman ZoomWheels seat for the Sherman doesn't fit. It's too short. So we made them yesterday. I'm going down to K's in London. It's about 2.5 hours. I live down the south coast. So we're taking the seat up there to do a video and take pictures so it go on my website. But it's a longer seat, yeah. It's a shame it didn't fit the original. It would have saved people money. And I was hoping it would, yeah, but it doesn't. So we've had to make it 2 inches longer. So we've had to take it to the upholsterer and get it all done. But we're going there today to take the videos and take pictures. So it'd be about, I'm sending EUC Vibes a seat for him to.
So in case people don't know, sorry to interrupt, Mr. Brian. Mr. Brian, he makes seats for the Sherman.
The best seat I have ever experienced on any wheel.
So now
if you can make one for my Monster Pro, I need a little higher, a little more cushion. I would love one.
Don't get me wrong. Every wheel what's come on the market, yeah, I've tried to make, yeah, but the Sherman and the Abrams have got the bar. And it's
so much easier,
but you try to put Velcro or you try to do what Marty does with that fucking bike seat is completely but it's too much. You can't take it off. You can't once it's on, it's on. So the Sherman and the Abrams, you just unclip it and you know what I mean. But putting the bike seats on, it just looks like a Frank.
No, I know it doesn't jive with the flow of the wheel in terms of the design.
It doesn't. But so and we're talking about the EXN. I've got the EXN MSS 3150 watt, from Daniel EUC Services. It is the fastest, and I've got an original. I've just sold me original EXN because I don't need all these wheels. Because winter's coming here, and I don't want the wheels to be dormant. the wheels have got to be used. Yeah, in my experience, the batteries have got to be constantly using. If you get a wheel and you leave it for 3-4 months, you've got a good chance of the battery dying a little bit in the wheel. They've got to be used, in my experience, so it keeps the batteries alive. Yeah, so I went out last Saturday on the EX, my third day using it. It's got tilt back at 50 miles an hour on the EXN MSS. So it doesn't beep, it slowly tilts back, slowly. Yeah,
Nice.
yeah,
That's
and it's
what I'm
really
talking
nice, and it's no beeps. Daniel reckons it starts beeping because he does it on the gyro. He tests all his wheels on gyros, the machine. You know, your cars do it and motorbikes.
Yeah.
So he said it won't beep to about 53, yeah, but it tilts back for safety at 50.
What?
Wow.
It is the fastest wheel from 0 to 50, but top end, the Sherman will beat it, yeah. The Monster Pro will beat it because I've had all these wheels. But get in there, it's 50% more torquey than the original EXN.
What's the range?
Same as the Sherman.
Holy smokes, man!
Well, you're 50 watt less. You're 50 less battery because it's the Sherman's 3,200. But the way I ride, you're gonna get less because I ride it hard. I ride like Superman, yeah. And you
know, when I first saw you on Black Cobra talking about speed, I didn't believe you. Now I believe you.
That's why they call them ZoomWheels, man.
I was watching that show, and my wife went, "Fucking hell, he don't like you."
I have to be honest. I didn't believe you.
I want to get Daniel on your show, yeah.
Sure.
He's so knowledgeable when it comes because he's done a degree in electronics and all that stuff, and he is so knowledgeable. Yeah, he blows me away. What he knows. He wants to help the community and make safer wheels. Yeah.
Right.
He sent some stuff to me yesterday, but I can't get it on my phone and put it on here. Maybe
we can chat later.
Some information he give me. I'll send it to EUCVibes.
Yeah, we can chat later.
Some information about the EXN MSS. Yeah, like if you know about, I'm not great about knowledge around wheels. I'll just buy them, get on them, and fucking ride them. Yeah, that's what I do. If they break, I'll just get them fixed. Yeah, I'm not. You know, remember, I'm still new to the. I've only been riding EUCs for a couple of years. You know what I mean? I started off with an 18XL, and then I've just thought, fuck that. Please decelerate. It's done me nothing up about 2 weeks.
I love that.
Get rid of it. Yeah. But
please decelerate.
The EXN line, MSS. Daniel's 16 stone. He said you can never cut this wheel out. This is what he's saying. Yeah. And I've been riding like I've never ridden before, like Superman, yeah?
Brian, how much do you weigh?
I weigh 13 stone.
We don't know what that is, bro. What's 13 stones, man?
13 stone in pounds. Let's see. He's 182 pounds.
We love you, bro. We love you, bro.
That's the English for you, yeah? I'm 13 stone, yeah?
13 stones. I'm gonna start using stones, man. Forget pounds.
I want to see how many stones I weigh. Hold on. I'm 15 stones.
Wow.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. Almost 16 stones.
I'm about 12 stones.
Daniel is 16 stone, and he rides it, the EXN MSS, he rides it like Superman. He said, you can never cut this wheel out.
But that's how I feel about the EXN period. It's nice to know that the MSS possibly is even more powerful.
Well,
but the EXN, man,
to me, it's 50% more torque. 50% more torque than the original.
How are you measuring torque? How are you? I know you guys probably have something.
He does all the tests on the gyro. He puts weights on the wheels. He's got a machine. See, I can't take it from my phone and put it on here because I'll show you everything he sent me. I sent it to EUCVibes last night, yeah, because like we're talking that. And so if you've got a gyro, he's got a machine and he puts weights on it, yeah.
That's what I plan on doing.
Yeah, that's what he does now. But so he knows that the wheel, he knows the wheel. He tests it on weight, cut out speed, torque. He's got all machines. It's very technical what he does, and I trust him. I trust that man with my life to get on a wheel to do 50 mile an hour. Yeah.
Wow.
And listen, don't get me wrong. They're electrical machines. Anything can happen. Yeah.
I was just gonna say that. Don't trust any man
No, I
at 50 miles an hour.
From 0
But I got you.
0 to 48, yeah, I don't get no tilt back. I don't get no beeps. But when I hit 50, it's slowly, and I think I'm hitting 50. Now look at me EUC World app, and it tells you I've done 50. I've done 51.8 mile an hour with a Sherman next to me, and it never beeped. The Sherman was beeping like a loon, yeah. And it never beeped, but he reckons it'll start beeping about 52 point something, and it starts beeping because he does all the tests he's doing on them. So, but I want to get him on this. You need to let me know, but it'll have to be early in the morning, like this sort of time, because he's an hour in front. We get him on here for half an hour, and he can talk to you about if you know about your batteries and the wheel works, you will be able to relate, and you'll get so much knowledge.
So Brian, check this out. I want to show you guys this. Hold on. I'm not gonna. It does. See, the thing is, I have to talk to Sensei Vegan so we can try to build this together. But I'm trying to build something. Oh gosh, hold on. I'm trying to build this thing here. See, it's a contraption where the weights go on top of here, and this goes inside these brackets that I placed on the pedal, and then it's supposed to lean back and forth like a human, like this.
Oh, I see what he's saying.
Yeah, so that I can simulate a true a true rider and not just something that's static.
Well, yeah, well that's what Daniel does at EUC Services. He'll do it for 10 stone, 13 stone, 16 stone, 20.
Yeah, that's
stone.
what I'm trying to do. Oh, that's why you said stones. Okay.
Yeah, and then if you wanted to order, if you said, look, I want to buy a wheel, 16 stone, he'll say, right, your limit on this wheel is X, or do you understand what I mean? But he does all like tilt back. It's amazing what he does. Yeah, it's amazing. And like you said, I've only rid it for 3 days now, and I haven't even had it on sports mode. You got a sports mode. It's hard mode, but he calls it sports mode. Oh mate!
How much is that wheel? Okay,
that wheel cost me £4,000 English.
4,000 pounds in US dollars. Isn't that like $1 million?
No.
Hold on.
It's $5,000 though.
I still can't afford that.
Yeah.
Is there an AliExpress version?
No, but you won't. But listen, you don't know what's in. You don't know what's in that version from AliExpress.
Oh my gosh!
But
I thought it was like around 3,000.
You pay for what you get. I sold my original EXN when I got it, so I said I don't need 2 EXNs. Oh, hang on, what's it? UStride. I've sent you ZoomWheels dyno video on Instagram. Oh yeah, and EUCVibes. See if it can put. That he's watching. See if it can, that stuff I put up. What Daniel sent me about the wheel, and you'd know.
You mean not being able to cut out?
Yeah. It just tells you all the tests he's done. It's really informal. And then if you know about your wheels, I suppose you know about your wheels and how it all works, about the watt hours and. Yeah, it's amazing.
So it's hold on. So it's $5,000, right?
Right.
Yeah, well, that's
and I'm getting.
Is, yeah.
Would you say, Brian, that it's worth the extra 1,800 pounds versus the EXN?
For me, yeah, because I'm blowing everyone out the way. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. For me, it's more of an ego thing because I'm out with Sherman's.
No, I have ego too. I have ego. I have lots of ego.
The Commando and all that. So I'm out with Kay. He's got the Commander high torque, the Commander high speed, and I'm just blowing them all away, and I love it. Yeah.
The thing is, right? I'm not trying to go and get a wheel for the rest of my life. A new wheel.
No,
the thing is, the only reason I'm getting another wheel is because the speed I want is just not there. So I'm just always trying.
Then they come out with the next one with the more.
Yeah, with the next one. But not just the speed though. It's speed with portability, etc., etc. If that wheel is $5,000 and I could possibly talk him down or say, hey,
he said he'd do group buy. He said, look, Daniel's a really nice guy. You need to get him on here, but you'd have to start the stream a little bit later for him to come on. because he's an hour in front, so it'll be.
Oh, I have to start the stream later than this.
Well, no, well, yeah, well, it's different. Remember, you're 5-6 hours behind us, so it's hard for us to start.
It doesn't matter, dude. I will make it work. But here's the thing, though, Brian. So it's 50% more torque than the regular EXN.
Yes.
How much more range than the EXN?
All right, right. I'll give you So I'll go out when I first get the wheel because it's a 3,150 battery. I'll go out my first time I get it, and I'm booting it 40, 45 mile an hour, 35, leaning. I'll do 26 miles. 26 miles. I have 74% battery left, and I'm talking about, and I'm caning it, on my own. Because when I'm on my own, I seem to go faster than I'm with a couple of other boys because they're not as fast. So I'll get 74% battery left after 26 miles of riding hard.
40%, you said?
No, 74%.
Oh,
that's actually pretty good.
So this is the wheel right here.
When you get to 50% of battery, it seems to delete a bit quicker, doesn't it? Do you know
this is the wheel. This is the wheel, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's the normal one, isn't it? Is that off Daniel EUC Services?
It says EUC Service.
Is that the MSS? Because he sells normal wheels.
Oh, it's supposed to say MSS.
It'll say it on there with the red letters.
He has a different. I've been looking at the wrong wheel the whole time. All right, cool.
What was that wheel?
That's the EXN.
That's the EXN.
With the red lights?
He's made the RS. He reckons the RS MSS, is unbelievable,
Hey, Zoom, which one's more expensive, the EXN MSS or the RS MSS?
It'd be the EXN MSS.
Okay.
It's a bigger battery. Because the RS is still 1,800.
Okay.
The battery.
I know he sells batteries for the RS too. You can up it to
He doesn't like to sell batteries. He doesn't like to sell batteries because he don't know if you're going to put them in right
okay.
Look, anyone can. Yeah, at the minute, a few of them are trying to buy batteries from Germany. Yeah, the 450, and they're trying to do it themselves. But just putting a battery in an EXN does not make it an MSS. Yeah, because it does low. The wires are thicker. You know, the wires. I'll tell you a little story. 2 years ago, I get the Sherman. Yeah, we go up to Liverpool. I do 52 mile an hour. We get back to the hotel room. We open up the shell. The Sherman wires melted. Yeah, because the current made it too hot, so the wires melted. Yeah, so Daniel changes all the wires because you got to remember when you're getting that much amp in the wheel, it's going to make everything hot. Yeah, so he changed it. He doesn't just put batteries in. He doesn't just put batteries because it's loads of stuff he changes. So the wheel can take the amps and the power and nothing burns out.
Okay, so I'm looking online here. It says it goes from a 2,700 watt hour to a 3,150 watt hour.
Yeah. That he does a normal MSS with a 2,700. Yeah, but it changes the component, and then he does the big one. What I've got, the 3,150.
Oh my gosh. What's the lifespan on this? Do you know
it gives you a year warranty, yeah? Oh, don't put him on there, for fuck's sake. God.
No, he just popped up because I had a different video playing.
Oh. But if you watch Wrong Way's first video with the MSS,
I did.
He can't say enough good about it. Do you know what I mean?
I did. Because, dude, if I could get this wheel for a good price, I don't need another wheel.
Listen, the wheel's amazing, yeah, and it's all right having wheels that do more than 50 mile an hour. Where we ride in London, no one really rides more than 50 mile an hour. It's all 35. Listen, I do. Don't get me wrong, yeah. It's more 35 to 45. That sort of in and out of traffic, and you know, it's all right. Listen, that anyone can jump on a wheel and go 50 mile an hour and cut it out. Yeah, you ain't got to be a brain surgeon to do that. But I like 45, 40, up to 48, like blasting. Yeah, that's what I like doing.
Brian, what do you think of the Abrams? Because
I'm going today because he got the shell last week and the batteries come this week. That's why, because the batteries come separate when you order the wheel. So I won't know until today. But I'm only going there really to test it, sitting down with a new seat. That's what I'm doing.
Aren't you next to e-rides? No.
No. Oh, I'm thinking something else.
No, he's in London. I'm down the south coast.
Dude, to me, they're all the same. Are they different? London, UK, what?
No, I'm 2.5 hours from London.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
I moved out of London and come down to the south coast, yeah? Like 22 years ago with my kids, yeah? Because it's a better life for kids down here, you know what I mean? London's too dangerous, just like, you know what I mean? Yeah, so I'm only going up there today to do videos and take pictures and put this seat on the Abrams and get it out there. Do you know what I mean?
Good stuff,
yeah.
Man. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow, man.
But I've sold over 300 seats, you know, for the Sherman. And most of them went to the US.
That's good stuff, dude.
Yeah.
That's fantastic.
Well, I like the quality of the Abrams. I like the sound of the Abrams. I like the light. I like everything about it except the 2700 watt battery. This makes no sense.
It's a shame they never put.
It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, that's kind of jacked up, man.
It's a shame
I don't understand that.
Big battery, but they reckon Kay reckons they're bringing out a smaller wheel in between the Sherman and like a little. They're doing a smaller wheel. That's what.
Sam, can you repair MSS? Sam?
Yeah, I would imagine. I mean, I'm more than willing to. It's the same as any other wheel. I wouldn't imagine that there's anything that I have to do anything different. Yeah, if anybody wants to buy an MSS, you want to bring it over here for me to service it.
And you know what? If you spoke to Daniel and he started selling,
dude, can you put your shirt on? I'm sorry, man. Like, dude, you got to put your shirt on, man.
Oh, sorry.
He likes his shirt
I
off.
was in bed.
He just loves it. He's
like,
I'm a man. Watch me. Like,
got all the hamburger meat hanging out, man.
Yeah, but sorry, what's your name? Sorry, not you, not Vegan. What's your name? Sorry, it ain't come up. Your name?
Me,
yeah.
Sam.
See,
yeah.
Daniel. If Daniel, because he done it someone in the UK, yeah, because he's in Poland and he was paying them. Where there was MSSs in the UK and they went wrong, he was paying someone to fix them who was knowledgeable, yeah. So we'd probably do that with you, Sam. If they started selling, I could link you up, you two, and he'd explain. Do you know what I mean? Because he needs people.
Yeah.
He needs people who know what they're doing, not think they know what they're doing.
Oh, so you're saying it's possible that he could ship to a US and because
but it's dear, it's expensive. V bought the MSS, the original,
like
the MSP MSS, and it's just expensive to ship to the US.
Yeah,
it's expensive. It's
all
such
the
a shame.
import taxes and everything.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
Yeah. So what happens is when you send a wheel, you've got to say it's worth $200. Yeah. If you start saying it's worth $2,500, they charge you on the amount it's worth.
That's crazy.
So everyone's sending wheels saying it's 150 quid. Like when he sent the EXN MSS, he said it was 150 quid. Yeah. So he couldn't, because I had to pay the duties in the UK from because of Brexit and all that. I had to, so he's sending wheels out, undervaluing them really, but they're worth a fortune, just so you don't get paid because they charge you on how much it's worth. Fucking joke, really.
Wow.
This is crazy. This is why we can't have nice things.
Yeah, so it'd even be hard to get one here then. Yeah.
Well, you can. Well, V got one out there.
Yeah, but V has.
There's another. V has Gladiator got one too, didn't he? Gladiator.
How much did V and Gladiator pay?
I'm not sure. They must have paid $3,000.
As a group buy, right? As a group buy?
No. They done separately. Yeah. But I'm going to Las Vegas on the 10th of November.
I want to talk to your friend. I need to talk to your friend because right now there's no wheel for me. There isn't. It has to be the Sherman.
Well, the EXN is just right. Look, the EXN is just the right size, the right battery. Even the 2700. Yeah. When I got my normal EXN, I went to London. I was racing the Shermans, the RSs, and it blew them all away. Yeah,
And
'cause I ride
cars.
aggressive. Yeah, I ride aggressive. I think the EXN, yeah, is one of the top wheels out there at the minute. Yeah, and that's a fact. Yeah, for the weight, for the size, any bigger, it'd be like a Sherman. I think it's the perfect size wheel. Yeah, that's in my opinion. And like I said, it's only my opinion.
And it's not that heavy.
Yeah, I
It's
was
the
just about to ask for the
wheel,
weight.
if you can lean like that on it, I don't think I can cut it out when I'm doing 20 and I lean into it. That wheel is superb, yeah. And I just feel very lucky that I could afford to get the MSS line with it, yeah. The EXN original is the nuts. I think it's one of the best wheels out there for the size, the battery. It's brilliant, yeah, brilliant.
Let me ask you this. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say I completely agree, man. I've tested the EXN out over here in the city. We've been doing like some. I mean, I'm not a fan of drag races like that, but we've done them. And when I tell you that, I just told you, I have my boy. He rides the EXN. I took his EXN. He was like winning. Like he was just straight up like against any wheel. He was just out. There was no wheel that was really beating the EXN. And I was like, damn, that's crazy. So I had my Monster Pro. It was me and him. We did it. I mean, he was able to. He's able to outrun me. He's light and he's like basically free spin on a wheel. But I took his EXN. I was like, yo, let me race your wheel real quick. He was like, all right, no problem. I took it, and when I tell you the power, and this is a regular EXN, not an MSS. When I tell you the power delivery, I don't use pads to torque my wheel. I was able to torque the EXN with the pads in a drag race, and it didn't even feel like it was trying to give up on me. Wow. It was just straight up delivering. And I was like, yo.
That might be your wheel, Stride. That might be your wheel.
And the only trouble with it, because it drains the battery, if it had a little bit more battery, because it does take a lot of power, it does diminish the battery a little bit. But, for 30, 35 miles of riding hard, sweet.
Wow.
Yeah.
That might be your wheel, man.
I wish I had something like the EXN for the Broadway bomb. I think that shit would have been different.
That's your wheel. The EXN, UStride, the EXN is your wheel.
You're telling me. I know.
If EUC Service can find a way to, I would say, let me add to this. I think it's definitely your wheel. Only if, because this is my one thing with the EXN is the water resistance.
Oh, yeah.
And not on the bearing, but the actual shell. Not the bearing, whatever. Bearings are bearings. But the shell itself is not safe from water. And that, if they can manage to make it, as good, as close to sealed as possible, and it's still this wheel, as people who live here,
vibes.
I would love it. He's back.
Yeah, he's back.
Good, Tommy.
Yo.
I had to check back in on the best live stream of all time. What's up, Wheels? What's up, Brian?
So,
what's up?
Yeah,
if they could manage to make it,
Sam, I'll tell you what I've done with my original EXN. I'm going to do it with the MSS. There's a tape. There's a rubber tape see-through, yeah? You can buy it, so it's clear. It's like a tape, but it's see-through, yeah? So you can put it all over the joint. It comes off when you want to look at the wheel, but it sticks like glue, but it comes off really easy. But when you put it all over the joints and all that, it doesn't really notice. And that's how I waterproofed my shell, like my original EXN. I'm going to do it with the MSS, yeah? It's like a see-through tape, yeah? It's like a rubber, yeah? And you go all over, and it doesn't even look ugly when you put it on because it's see-through. You can get that. I don't know what it's called. I'll have to have a look and put it on UStride's one of these.
Yeah, definitely. I'm interested because there's, I try to, when people come into my shop, that's something that I try to offer. Like as much as I can seal your wheel up, I will. I'm looking into trying to create rubber gaskets that I can have the wire, like it'll be like a C gasket where the wire goes in, it settles into the hole, and then the gasket is like closed enough that it's almost tight on the wire, and I can plug it into the shell. If I can design that, I think that would severely improve the design. specifically of Gotway wheels, because they always have that issue where the wires are running through the top and through the headlights and backlights. Those are just ingress areas straight up. Like just everything gets through those. I was just like, look at this wheel right here. I can't really see myself, but
show you
like nothing but dust like here, and it's all coming from up there, you know, like, and it's always, whether it's the Monster Pro, whether it's the EXN, most wheels, the issue is that top right corner, at least Gotway wise, where water and dust can just get in. So if I can stop that, if I can plug that, to me, I think that would be amazing. And then something else for like shells like the RS and the MSP, something for the handle as well. Like there could be some type of rubber gasket for the handle that prevents water from going in where the handle is at. That's another good one.
Yeah. The EXN is amazing. The EXN, if the original. I'm blessed because I've got the MSS, but
50% more torque.
Yeah, man. 50 and more battery, dude. Oh my god.
Well, I've got the battery. That's why I like. But I'm saying, if I didn't have the money to buy the MSS, I will buy now today. Yeah, the EXN. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, you would. Yeah,
100%. I would definitely buy it. Yeah. You know, like the Commander. So last week we had the Commander higher speed, the Commander higher torque. Yeah. The braking is shit. The braking, you can't. The braking on it really bad.
Like on both of them, both the torque and the high speed.
Yeah, both of them. But the higher torque's a little bit better. And I said to Kay, you may have to get bigger lean pads at the back so you can lean more. Yeah. But yeah, well, I've been black, and the braking on the MSS EXN stops on a penny. Bang, wallop. It's like it's so good. As you stop, it wants to throw you back. Yeah, it wants to ride you back. So, you know what I mean? It's just all round, just amazing wheel. But the normal EXN is amazing. I love the wheel. I love the wheel.
Wow.
If I could have any wheel now, even the Commander, it would be the EXN.
So you absolutely feel like the EXN was a wheel that wasn't really made independent of the other Gotway wheels. It was just a wheel put together to compete with the Sherman, right? And not well done.
Well, no, I think that they made the EXN because of the EX. Yeah, the EX.
No. I'm talking about the Commander. The Commander. Like, do you think the Commander was made?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Look, I've read them all now. I haven't read the Abrams, but I'll read it today. I'll ride it today. But the Commanders, look, the battery was amazing. I quick charged that day. Kay never. When we got home, Kay still had 40%. We was out all day. We done about 70 miles, of riding hard through the streets, through London. And his battery was amazing. He never charged once. He never quick charged once, So that was the good thing. But the torque.
Oh, Sensei Vegan's phone died. Hopefully he'll come back in.
Yeah, the torque version on the Commander was really good, but it's 40 mile an hour wheel. Yeah.
This live stream is killing people's batteries, dude. That's crazy. It was your battery. Now it's Sensei Vegan's battery.
How you call it for Z-Ween?
Oh yeah, he asked you a question, Sam. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. Right here.
Well, I seen Mr. Brewer. I wrote back to him. Okay. Mr. Brewer, if you're interested, I would say hit me up. You know, we can always talk about it. You're in Colorado. I'm not going to pretend to know where it's at. I know my map, but
Sam, where do you live? In New York, Sam? Are you in New York?
I'm in New York, yeah.
Okay.
New Yorkers only knew New York.
New York public schools, they don't teach you geography. That's
No, in New York, they don't teach you geography. I will tell you, as a New Yorker, I know where these states are. The East Coast,
California,
most of them. I know where Texas is at. I know where Louisiana is at. I know where California is at. Washington.
Wait. You didn't even mention Boston. Michigan. You guys know Boston because
well, that's the East Coast. But Boston is not a state; it's a city, Massachusetts.
Right. Yeah.
But see, if I didn't know where Boston was, I wouldn't know where Massachusetts is either, though. I'd be like, where's Massachusetts? But if you're in Colorado, hit me up. We can always talk. We can work something out. I'm interested in general, whether you want to start your own shop, whether you want to start something that's in association with mine, I'm completely open to it. I'm always willing to share knowledge. And we'll talk about it. Hit me up. I think my name, it should show up to you guys. I changed my name on the live stream to show my Instagram and my Telegram. For anybody who's watching, Instagram is at samuels.pacheco. Telegram is the same thing, just minus the period. So that's fine. I saw another one talking about basically the sentiment is the idea that the commander is redundant, and I don't think that is the case. I think that it competes with the Sherman. It has a higher motor. It has a slightly bigger battery.
But I'm sorry to interrupt. Let me interrupt you. I'm sorry to interrupt. The only reason I'm interrupting is because ZoomWheels just said that the motor is terrible.
The motor's terrible on the Commander?
No. The talk, the braking, the braking's not good on both wheels, yeah. And that's what me and Kay have said about it. Yeah.
No, I agree with that. The braking is terrible really on a good amount of the high-end wheels, to be honest. The Sherman, I'm not a fan of the braking. I feel like it just keeps wanting to go. Even the EXN for a little bit, I kind of felt the same thing. Like it at first, I was like, this wheel kind of just wants to keep going as opposed to stopping. Later firmware, it's kind of felt a little better. The Commander, I haven't felt the braking, but spec for spec, and then also from what I'm hearing, it's essentially a Sherman meets an EXN, and I already love an EXN. So like that's a win for me.
Even the 2700 hours is a good one, huh?
Huh?
Even the 2700 hour EXN is good.
Right. So if you have a 3600 watt hour EXN, I'm
you
sold.
Don't need anything else in the future.
Yeah, like I'm sold. That's speed and that's range. Like and it's smaller.
Devo is asking real quick because it's along the same thing as you guys are talking. He's saying, "Hey guys, EXN torque or speed? Which one would you get?"
Speed. For me, it's speed. Always. I'm a speed guy.
Yeah, I regret.
The thing is, it has so much torque already. It has so much torque already. It's not a wheel that you need, in my opinion, that you need a torque version. Like unless you're trying to ride up walls like Fantomas, like I don't see the point of a torque EXN because it is definitely already torquey. Like it has torque.
Yeah, I remember Law. I remember Law saying that too at the rally because I was thinking about getting the RS. He's like, "No, man, it has enough torque. Just get the high speed."
I feel the same about the RS.
What kind of motor does it have? Is it a hollow motor or?
Yeah. Wait. The Commander? No, the Commander has the axle.
The EXN.
EXN is hollow bore.
That makes sense.
Hollow, but
it's a small one though.
They updated it. Yeah, now it's smaller. But the Monster Pro has the same one too now.
Yeah.
It looks more similar to the V11 now. Like the size of the motor is about the hollow is.
I think it's a lot better.
Yeah, I got the RS high torque and I regret it. I wish I got the RS high speed.
Yeah, torque, you're naturally gonna lose speed if you get a torque.
Yeah. They already are torquey wheels. Again, if you're not off-roading or you're not like climbing walls, I don't see the real need for give me a second, hold on a second, guys.
Yeah, it's true.
Even riding the RS at the rally and I had that street tire on, I could feel the torque in that wheel.
But you guys were saying that the EXN might be the greatest wheel, but for me, it's too short. I like.
What do you mean? What do you mean? It's too short, as in, like what?
I like veteran Abrams size or bigger. Isn't it smaller than the veteran Abrams?
Isn't it the same size?
The EXN is the same height as an RS.
It's the same height.
As the RS?
Yeah,
or the Abrams.
Like maybe slightly taller, but it's about the same.
No, the Abrams is really tall.
Oh, the Abrams, the Abrams is the 22-inch wheel and the pedal is like already higher and everything like that.
And they say that the S20 is going to be even taller than the Abrams, but all the stats on the S20.
Of course, man. The S20 is probably the tallest.
It's a suspension wheel.
Yeah, I don't believe that either. I don't believe any of the stats on the S20.
I'm telling you,
the Abrams is not a suspension wheel. Sorry, I'm bugging.
The Kia S20.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. The S20 is suspension wheels.
Yeah. Well, the Kia S20 is naturally going to be taller because the suspension. So when you get
a V11 is tall as shit. A V11 is like It's crazy tall.
Right,
Yeah, it's tall, Will.
Sam, do you think the S20 someone will be able to unlock the speed on it?
Repeat that.
Do you reckon they'll be able to unlock the speed on the S20?
It would be nice.
Yeah.
It would be nice if it can do a true 45. The only thing is that it's still, I mean, 2200. It's not bad in terms of battery size, but I mean, it would be nice if it can do 45 safely. To be honest.
Yeah.
The only thing is that you're not going to be able to hold that for very long with a battery that small.
No.
Hey, does BMS have anything to do with battery? Of course it does, but in terms of helping the range, on my EUC is asking, maybe Veteran has found a way to min-max the smart BMS and shave some battery off for weight. I don't know what that means.
Min-max the smart
BMS can't affect range, right? Like it just helps.
Yeah, that's what he's saying.
Yeah, all the BMS is doing is just making sure the batteries are healthy. Yeah, and it's giving current to the battery packs. Yeah, the BMS. Yeah.
Now it could be optimized. Like we still haven't found out what the cutoff voltage for a Sherman is. I mean, for the Abrams is. Now, because a 100-volt, 3600 watt-hour Gotway wheel prior to the Monster Pro cuts out at 79 volts. So we know what to expect there in terms of range. However, now it cuts off at 74 volts, which is way more. Like that's a big percentage right there. So if the Abrams, the controller, which I don't know if it can with 2700 watt-hour. I think the reason that you can bring it down to 74 is because the amount of cells.
UStride. I'm going to FaceTime Daniel, see if I can get Daniel on the show.
Yeah, sure. Hey, let's do it.
I'm going to FaceTime.
If you can do it, man.
I'm going to get him on. If I can get him on, I'll get him on now. Yeah.
Sounds great.
Yeah. So if they have optimized it that way, if they manage to somehow have the cutoff voltage lower, then you would get.
Go on UStride. You need to come and join the live.
Go ahead. I just muted him. You can go.
No, it's all good. If they manage to optimize it in a way where they can bring the cutoff voltage lower, then yeah, you're going to get more range. The 2700 doesn't even matter at that point, because 3600 now is actually not the same. Like if you were to put 3600 watt-hours inside of a veteran Sherman that still cuts off at 79, you're not getting the same range.
Right.
Well, yeah. Because of the tire size is different.
Daniel the link, yeah, he's on FaceTime. How can I give him?
All right, I'm gonna put the link in the chat.
Yeah, it's on. Can you go on the chat, Daniel?
Yeah, I just sent the link in the chat.
UStride, yeah. They're waiting for you to come on, yeah. They want to pick your brains, yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, Google.
This is it, baby. This is a 24-hour stream. 24-hour stream.
24-hour stream. Right,
oh my God.
He's gonna come on, yeah.
Okay, sounds good. Let's do it.
Him, Sam, then ask him about whatever you want to ask this man about, yeah? 1 minute.
Drag, you can make like 10 videos out of this one.
I know, dude. I don't have to do any edits.
Get on there, yeah?
Forever.
He's coming, right? I'll see you in a minute, yeah?
All right, sounds good.
Right, he's coming on, man. We got the
sounds
man.
Good, yay.
Good stuff. Good stuff.
Oh, no, because the thing is, I don't mind like a wheel from Europe, like something like the MSS. But the thing is, my question is, how would we service this thing over here? You know what I mean?
Sam, it sounds like Sam's the man.
No, I mean, like, how's the board? How's the board? Is the board like? What kind of board is it? Is he like editing the software?
You can ask him all these yourself. He'll be on in a minute, hopefully. He'll be on, and he'll tell you about all the dynos he's doing. It's amazing. Yeah, you can listen to him all day.
Let me see if I can add Sam's.
If you need me to jump off and let him come in, let me know. I can do that.
No, you're good.
What happened? Repeat that.
I'm trying to see.
Yeah. Wait, I didn't hear that. Sorry.
I was gonna try putting your information in the bottom.
Oh yeah, by all means, please.
Can you put your information in the chat so I can?
Yes, I got you.
Yeah,
so,
Sam. Yeah, if you can UStride, in the description when you leave, when it finishes, can you put Sam's Instagram and
Yeah,
your
yeah,
Instagram,
I'll do
put
that.
it all on?
I'll add all that stuff in the description. Because we need people that know what they're talking about, man.
Oh, he knows what he's.
I am.
Are you coming on?
There he is.
I am just looking for the app. I cannot log in.
You can't log in, no?
He can't log in. Why?
I don't know. He's looking for the app.
Oh, the app. Oh, he doesn't need an app. He just needs to go to my channel.
Yeah,
or you can share the video with him.
Yeah, I'm on my iPad. I'm not on my phone. I'm speaking to him on the phone.
I can't. My audio is like really bad.
I can hear you though.
Yeah, we can hear you.
UStride, I sent you the video on Instagram. I DM'd it too.
Okay,
Instagram.
I don't know if you can pull it up on.
I can.
Yeah, just come on. Just come on for 10 minutes. Yeah.
You don't have to stay long.
Go on then. Go on.
EUCVibes. That's a video. EUCVibes.
Yep.
All right, it's gonna go to his computer, yeah, because you can't do it on his phone.
Oh shoot! That's what I'm trying to do. Something like that.
Yeah, is that what you got on there?
Yeah. Hold on. Let me see if I can play this. Hold on.
Yeah, that's what he does. He puts weights on it. If you buy a wheel from him, you tell him your weight, and he will test it and tell you what that wheel can do at your weight. It's amazing.
That's exactly what I'm trying to do. That's crazy. Hold on. Can you guys hear it?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. That's what I'm trying to do.
Look at that. That's a dyno for darn EC.
Wow, dude.
Yeah.
It takes. You have to definitely
Whoa.
design it like really tight too, because if you even
that's
have
why
like
got all the brackets. Yeah.
any type of like space, that wheel can like just go crazy.
Wow.
That is
dope.
wicked right there, man.
Yeah, that's wicked.
That's
The guy
what
has
we're saying there. That's what we're saying there.
he has a true shop. He has a true shop, man.
That's
every
dope.
wheel he sends out, they all test like that.
That's dope.
That's fine.
You know what I like? I'll add this since they're showing the way that they test the wheel.
Yeah.
I have to try it with the EXN. I haven't done it, but one thing I really like about the Monster Pro is that, you know, the point in which it cuts out, like the point in which it gives up. The Monster Pro has enough reserve that you can actually bring it back well after any other wheel.
Yes. That's what I like about Gotway. That is what I love about Gotway, dude.
Yeah. No, but if you love that about Gotway, the Monster Pro, that like it can literally, it's like, that was the most impressive thing to me. That point in which it gives up, it has more time and more give than any other wheel to still recover. And I was like, oh shit. Like, that was when I started trusting my wheel a little more. I was like, let me test this a little more.
Well, that's
why
I'm
like, if you can cut out and like bring it back, like no other wheel was I able to do that, like with my hands. The way that the Monster Pro literally gives up, it's like weak, and then it's like, no, but if you put me back, I'm ready. Like it just.
Sam, you know, like the MSPs and all that. What I find before they cut out, they dip. They warn you. They do a little dip, and you think, "Whoa, it's going to cut out."
Yes,
do that Pro, it'll dip. Now, UStride, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
The MSP, MSS, I was doing about 51. I leaned a little bit too much, and it dipped twice, and I went, "Whoa."
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
That's going
back. Hey, you guys are crazy, man.
Gotway is the only wheel I know of that allows that.
It dipped 2 dips, and I went, whoa.
See, man. I'm not riding hard enough, man. I'm not getting no dips. I got to start riding.
You're still recovering.
Somebody was talking about.
In the UK, we don't say riding the beats. We call it riding the dips.
Riding the dips, baby.
Yeah, I saw a video from V when she visited you guys, and you guys were riding fast.
Yeah, you guys are fast, man.
with
Yeah,
V
they
out
was
there.
chugging, man. They was chugging
Yeah.
over there.
That was awesome.
That's how we ride. We just all flat out 45 and you know.
She was like,
I
don't
mean,
want the
you
V12.
got
Don't give me the
remember,
V12.
the police, we get arrested for riding these EUCs in the UK, yeah? We get arrested. So when we see police, yeah, we just off, yeah? We don't stop.
Just run it.
Oh yeah, what's up with that? I don't really see you
I
guys
have
ride
that.
in traffic much.
Oh, yeah, we do. We try to stay off the main roads, but last week one of our members got chased by the police. He's on the road.
Nice.
He's on the road, and the police come behind him, flashing lights. Yeah, so he pulls over on the curb. The police get out. He gets on and fucks off. Yeah, and they're chasing him. They're chasing him with the sirens, and he does it. He does a left and goes in the park. It's insane. It's insane.
Oh my gosh, dude. Are you serious?
No, UStride, honestly, mate. He got chased. They had the flashing lights. And so as they both get out of the car, yeah, he jumps back on and flies off. They get back in the car and the sirens are going and he does one in the park. It's insane, yeah.
How are you guys even able to ride if you can't ride without the cops chasing you, man?
Well, we just ride. We just don't stop. Simple as that.
I give you guys props, man.
That's great.
Yeah, I see.
I like Brian. I think he'll get along with us fine in New York. That's what we do too.
I know.
We say if the cops start chasing you, just turn the block.
Yeah, you can just make.
The thing with New York, they don't even mess with you though. They don't mess with us.
No, they're pretty cool. They're pretty cool out here. But I think we all know. Like, I mean, I'm not saying that I will do this. You know, this is off the record. This is not even if I were in this predicament. I know people
allegedly,
who, if put in that predicament, they would simply make a U-turn and go right back up the block the other way.
Yeah,
allegedly.
Right. But this is in America. They might shoot you.
I watch EUC on YouTube. This guy EUC, and he's getting into a lot of trouble in Australia.
Australia is UK, right? So it's the same. London.
I think so. Yeah.
They don't teach us New York City public school.
Us riders, we do not stop. Yeah, they've got to tase us to get us off the wheel. Yeah, they've got to physically run us down for us to stop. And
have you been tased?
Well, you get 6 points on your license, a £300 fine, and they confiscate your wheel.
Oh,
wow!
Really?
Yeah.
I just hope that doesn't come over here, man. I don't. But the thing is with New York now, from the pandemic, there's so many PEVs on the road from scooters. There's nothing they can really do, man. It's just too big of a.
It's not going to happen. You know why it's not going to happen? Because there was something called the Boston Tea Party here, so it's not going to happen.
Somebody mentioned this before, and somebody just said it again. Or on the topic of it again, the idea of redundancy.
The idea of what?
Huh?
Get on there. They want you on there, yeah?
UStride, look at how far we've came as a country. From the Boston Tea Party, now you got someone from the UK on your live stream. First we had a Revolutionary War, and now they're on the live stream.
So I keep zigzagging trying to get my...
Somebody mentioned the idea of redundancies on the wheel.
Yes.
And
I want to ask that to the EUC guy, the EUC World guy.
Yeah, this was mentioned earlier, like, you know, what's next for the wheels? Is safety something that they should work on? And then somebody just now mentioned redundancies. Now, as far as having a redundant control board to prevent cutoff, I don't think that would be the solution. However, I do think there should be some type of redundancy with a control board in the case that one of them burns or something goes wrong while you're riding. You have at least a backup one that can bring you to a can safely bring you to a stop.
but not rely on it.
Right. You know, it's like almost like riding on like a spare tire. You know, you're not really supposed to keep it there forever. It's just to get you to point A to point B. I think that it would be a great idea, something that has that tilt back feature that you're talking about, right? Like the idea of, the main one burned. Okay, I have just enough power to keep you and tilt you back to bring you to a slow speed.
Yep.
And then, okay, hey, you can ride me at 20, 25 miles an hour to get where you got to go. but this is no longer your main board. You need to get me fixed as soon as you can. And then also something designed in the wheels that keeps the batteries from burning up when the motherboard goes. Because, and granted, that's different with like a Sherman. If the motherboard blows on a Sherman, it's on top. It's a little safer. But as far as Godway wheels, you got the motherboard right next to the batteries and a lot of them, and sometimes so close that like the slightest spark or blow could really damage you. You know. So I think, yes, safety is definitely a thing. We were talking about it earlier with the idea of a threshold on the wheels, you know, like they're able to perform much higher than they say they are. I think redundancies and safeties is definitely something they should do. Once they get the wheels, in my opinion, to 60 mile an hour safe, I'm definitely looking forward to just redundant safeties. Like I would love a 60 mile an hour. I would say 65, but that's pushing it. A safe 60, as in one that's capable of doing higher. But if you hit a bump at 60, you're good. A safe 60, and then at that point, I'd say, okay, now focus on waterproofing and battery safety and all that other stuff. I want to see it happen.
I have YouTube Premium account, and they ask me.
Is he here?
Login. It's crazy.
Brian, what is he trying to do?
He's trying to get on UStride. Daniel's trying to get on. I don't know if you can see him trying to get on. Can you see him?
No, I don't see him. Did he click on the link?
Yeah,
I'm there.
Sam, you mentioned redundancy. You know the S20 has that Hall sensor redundancy.
Hold on, let me see if I can do something for him. Hold on.
That's cool.
He's gonna see if he can
I don't know what that means, but
well, failed Hall sensor, I believe, could lead to a random cutout. So yeah, having redundancies in the Hall sensor is great. It means it'll keep reading the motor even after the first one, the first 3 or however many are in it fail. I think that's a great idea.
Yeah. But that's not the only way a wheel could cut out. So
no, there's many ways. But a failed Hall sensor is definitely like, I don't even know. Like I want to say there might not be any type of warning. It's just straight up drops you.
Those are the worst. Because
that's what's reading the motor. So like it's what's reading the magnets, if I'm not mistaken, on the motor, and it's what's keeping your speed. So if that fails, there's
well, Sam, you know we talked about the dip, yeah?
Oh, I see him.
When the magnets
okay, I
miss.
see him.
There
he is, guys.
There's Daniel now. There's Daniel. Oh,
Daniel, your camera is off. You don't need it.
The wheel dips to warn you. That's when the magnets miss. That's when it dips.
I miss my camera.
There you go. Yeah.
Daniel, you don't need your camera, but if you want to put it on, you can.
Oh, we've got to have him on here. Just ask whatever you want about the MSS.
Are you, Daniel? How are you?
You got to click the mic button too, or you have to allow the permission.
Yeah, there's a mic and then there's a camera. You want to click both.
Hey, Sensei, you ever go to 53rd and 6th for halal food?
I walk past, dude. I walk past it all the time. I work on 50th and Lex. So.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Stop by, dude. You got some food. There you go, bro.
Tommy, you ain't bring me no food, bro. What happened? You know I'm at the shop.
Halal.
Damn, bro.
I got you next time.
6.
Got you next time.
That's right over by the Hilton.
Yeah. Yep.
53rd. That's right over by the Hilton.
Is pulling crazy battery on my phone. I've been charging for like an hour, and it's at 17%, bro.
Dude, I'm about to hook mine up to a car battery. That's what I'm about to do. Hook it up to a car battery.
I bought my uniform today. I bought like 6 black crew neck sweaters so that I could stop messing up my good clothes while I'm at the shop.
Oh, guys, this live stream is so epic. Mickey is actually gonna roll by real quick.
Oh, sure, do it all, man.
EBX,
doesn't matter. Do it all.
Hey guys.
Mickey. There you go, Mickey.
I thought EVX was coming.
No, the other Mickey, the other Mickey.
That's funny.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm going to Vegas on the 10th, boys, to meet up with Law. I can't wait to do that.
That's gonna be epic.
Oh, that'd be nice.
I'm guessing.
That's if I can get out of Bellagio playing poker.
You're not bringing.
You're meeting up with Zen Lee and Wall Laxina?
Yeah, I'm gonna meet them up. Yeah, I'm meeting up with them. Yeah.
Oh, they got some great places to ride out there.
You bringing your wheel out there?
No, you can't. I don't want to put that in with UPS and that goes missing. I'll be devastated.
Yeah, I forget. Yeah, you'd be pissed.
$5,000.
Send it to Jersey. I'll make sure. I'll keep it safe.
Send it to the shop. I'll take care of it here.
Look at us. Like, oh my God.
Send it to Yonkers. Send it to Yonkers.
Listen, if you could send the shell and put the batteries in the suitcase, I would do it. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But you can't. It's
Law will let him use a wheel.
Oh yeah, they got a lot of wheels over there.
Use his EXN, so that's not a bad
you're
thing.
good to go.
It's true, Brian. If you're coming out to the States, especially if you're coming to New York, I'll figure something out for you, man. I'll get you a wheel from somewhere.
Well, listen, next year, because I'm going over there this year for 5 nights, I'm definitely going to come to New York. 100%, I'll be coming. Yeah, next year. Yeah.
Yeah, man, you're gonna love New York. I'm telling you.
It's my sort of riding. Do you know what I mean? It's my sort of riding.
But I always say you gotta give it some time though. When you get there, just feel it out first because you're gonna wanna ride like crazy. It's just
it's the opposite side of the road, so I don't want to end up smashing into an oncoming car.
Oh, that's gonna be fun.
Oh, that's true.
My man's gonna be carbon. He's gonna be like, "Why is this car coming towards me?" The good thing about Manhattan specifically is most of the roads are one ways.
Yeah.
So there is no wrong side, which is great. But if you come out to the Bronx, it's different. So.
And the speed limit's like 30 miles per hour for cars.
I need to go in the hood.
That's dope. You know what I like?
Actually, I think they dropped it down to like 25. Yeah.
I like the low speed limit in New York City too. It's like 30 miles per hour.
Right, so you're always above the cars, like you're always going faster.
Yeah,
it's great.
That sounds brilliant. And there's no police chasing me.
Nope.
No, they aren't chasing.
Not unless they're trying to ask you what you riding.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Yeah.
They'll be like, whoop, whoop. Yo, you killing it out here.
No,
I had a run-in with a state trooper. I was riding the RFK bridge, the Triborough, and I took the highway. Me and JR, we were riding. We're on the highway, keeping up with the cars. We're good. So I'm riding a little slower because I had just changed the tire on my Monster Pro. It's a little heavier. So, and he's on the EXN, out doing like 50 plus, and I'm doing like 45. So I'm riding, he's ahead, and I see him go, and then the car pulls out right as he goes, and they're about to just accelerate and get into the lane and chase him, and then they see me in the rear view mirror, so they hit the brakes, and I swerve around them. I go in front of them, and I'm out. I'm like, no, this is not happening. Yo, we're like going. I got an ambulance next to me. We're going the same speed. I'm going, and then all of a sudden I hear whoop whoop, like whoop, 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 whatever going behind us, and I'm like, fuck. I'm like, yo, JR, keep going, don't stop. So JR actually pulls over on the side of the road up there, and I'm like, no, go, nigga, go, like don't fucking stop. So we're going, and so he starts taking off with me. We're out. We get to one of the ramps on to get to Randall's Island. And when we hit the ramps, me and JR, we don't stop for curbs. We keep it at the angle. We just go. So we're going down. The cop is like barely keeping us on the angle. But I was like, you know what? Let me stop. They're clearly. Oh, this is what happened. They managed to catch up and they made eye contact with me. And I was like, damn, I can't keep going now. You looked at me in my eye. It's one thing to be behind me. I could pretend like I didn't hear you. I didn't see you. But he looked at me, and I was like. So and he was just like the passenger side one was like. So we get off. We're on Randall's Island. We pull over, and I'm like, "Don't worry, I'm stopping." So we get there. The guy in the driver's seat is pissed. He's like, "Are you fucking crazy? You guys could have died out there." Blah 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 blah. There's cars doing 80. I was like, "But they're not supposed to. It's a 45 mile an hour speed limit." And he's 40 mile an hour speed. He's like, "That's not the point." Blah, 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 blah. Like he's going off, going crazy. He's like ready to give us a ticket and everything. So he asks us for ID. My boy doesn't have his ID. He gets in the car. The other one is outside. He's cool. And he's like, yo, to be honest, I think he was just impressed that you was going that speed, dude. He was like, the way you guys took that curve was crazy. he was like, I think honestly he's just impressed. So I was like, look, man, you know, if you're gonna give me a ticket, give me the ticket. Don't give him a ticket. He was just following me, you know, blah blah blah. And he's like, so he goes into the car. They're talking for a little bit. He comes out. He's like, yo, dude, just don't do that again. Like, it's true. Cars go crazy on the roads, and I'm like, that's true. But we was keeping up. He's like, yeah, but that's not the point, you know. And but he was like, but yo, you guys were out.
Give you
Yeah,
credit.
I was like,
baby.
Awesome.
so he let us go. We was all cool. But when he told me, he was like, yo, the way you guys took those turns, bro, forget about it. Because I can imagine doing 30, like at least 40, taking a curve. In a car, you need to slow down. You feel those G-forces like pushing you against the edge. But we're just there like, we out, motherfucker. Like, you know. And so he was like, yo, you guys were crazy around those turns. I was like, that's what we do, man, you know.
So we finally have EUC Service on board. We have
Hey, how's it
EUC
going?
Service. Oh my goodness. Mr.
Hello,
EUC
guys.
Service, Mr. Daniel, thank you for coming on.
Nice to
Hello,
meet you,
guys.
Dan.
I still adjust my camera.
That's fine. Fix that. First, I want to thank EUCVibes for bringing on Samuels. Samuels, while you were coming on, you inspired ZoomWheels to come on. While I was on, I inspired Sensei to come on. And you guys in the chat inspired me to make this live. And look, now we have EUC Service. So EUC Service, we have some questions for you. First, tell us about yourself. Clear up anything you need to clear up and just express yourself before we destroy you with questions.
Guys, I don't know what to say about myself, but I'm just engineer, and I am just making stuff,
This guy's so humble.
making wheels better, safer. I want all people to feel safe on the wheel, be safe on the wheel. And this is our main goal here in EUC Service. So basically, we change stuff, we change everything to make it better. Yeah.
What made you want to make wheels better? What did you feel was wrong with the wheels?
It depends on the specific wheel. Yeah. So each wheel must be improved a different way. So it is not simple question that you can just answer.
Mm-hmm.
Each wheel is different, and you just need to find out what's wrong in it. So once they will make production, we order one piece to check it first, and we see what will be to improved.
When you say we, how many of you are there?
Three people.
Wow.
Okay.
It depends on if it is season or it depends if it is season or after season. The three engineers, two engineers, like one is for the battery, I am for everything, and the other is the technique. So we work all together. So we discuss with many other engineers here in Poland the solutions. So it is not like we have we discuss problems. Yeah. So when we have other problems, not in our field, like mechanical fields. So we discuss it with other engineers, mechanic engineers.
So
we are electronic engineers here.
Wow. So you mostly work with performance wheels, right? You mostly modify performance wheels.
I choose the wheel to modify. It is not like we take care of the performance. It needs to be easy to it needs to have the such technical specification that we can make it better. But some wheels are like totally on top of their ability of power.
Okay.
So we cannot make it better. We cannot make it better.
Like the Sherman?
Yeah,
kind of like the Sherman?
Yeah, like the Sherman. Yeah, exactly like the Sherman. So it is like it has like, close to top of its abilities, power abilities.
Okay, so I have a question for you. This is one question I had, and I couldn't find. I was gonna go down the street and talk to MIT students because they're right next door. But you're in the field now. Your wheel tilts back at like high speeds. Is that firmware or is that software? Or am I not really talking properly? Because Gotway has its own software in its boards. Are you meddling with that software, or do you have your own stuff that you're adding?
What do you mean about? The sports wheel are designed like they need to tilt the pedals up just for secure, just for safety. So to make it more powerful, we make it on the racing mode, and on the medium mode it's a little bit, tilting up. But on the racing mode is more. So it makes you like to achieve the high power, within the seconds. So you can race the scooters, you can race the cars, different electric unicycles. Yeah, this is like we make. Yeah, from start, you can raise the car. Yeah, the petrol cars is easy to do. Yeah. And I'm not talking about speed, yeah? We are now talking about racing. So it means that you have the full torque, full power of the wheel within seconds. And in normal wheel, when you stand like this, like you have the flat pedal, so you can fall out of this when you accelerate. So when you accelerate, you can fall, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Because you have like in your mind, if the wheel is powerful enough, so you need to control like your edge of kneeling forward, just to make it like not too much because it will cut out,
mm-hmm.
or and it depends on the it depends on the of course on the power too, yeah. So basically, when you have the pedals like this, when you accelerate and you have the high torque, and so you can just kneel very much forward,
mm-hmm.
and you even press it more,
Mm-hmm.
So when you just aggressively accelerate and it tilts up more,
wow.
So you press it more, so you feel you have the very stiff pedals when accelerating. Yeah, and that's why these are racing wheels. So these are like specific wheels for the racers, not for off-roaders, not for the guys who just casual ride. These are the wheels for racers, meant to be for racers, made to be for racers, and people who rides it and who has the racing attitude, they just feel that after few rides, they get used to this situation, and they feel that the wheel is very accurate with maneuvering,
mm-hmm.
And is also very stiff, secure, and they feel very confident on it.
Yeah.
So they can, from the start, they can push very hard. They don't need to they don't need to afraid of any cutout or problems. So and on the medium mode is like it is still racing wheel, so we made it on the medium mode a little bit. Like
can it still cut out? So, it can still cut out, right?
It can still cut out at what speed? Because we are talking about like we did a dyno test of EXN Sport, and of course when the torque the torque is like this, yeah. So it goes and it goes down. So when the torque is like this, it means from the very slow speed, you have no torque, because and you can cut out. So people they cut out the wheels from zero. They hit it, they hit it, and it bends, yeah. But it means nothing. It doesn't correspond to the wheel power. It doesn't correspond to its torque. Nothing. Because when the wheel is in the standing position, so if the producer will apply lots of torque to the wheel, so it will drain your batteries, yeah, when the wheel is standing, so it was not the point to do it. So when people stand it on the wheel and they kneel very much forward and they cut out and they think that it is the power measurement, it's nonsense, yeah. Or torque. So the real power measurements you can make on dyno, and you see exactly on which lines on the. I don't know if I can just put it on the chat. I have the picture here.
He's ready. He's put the video on, Daniel.
Yeah, I have it. Let me see if I can share it. Let me see. Hold on for a second.
Yeah, Brian was telling us that the EXN MSS is like the fastest wheel 0 to 50 out here in the world.
It has like 4,284 watts from dyno, and 71, and it is 71 Newton meters. That's we compare it to standard EXN. And the standard EXN has lower power, lower torque. I'm gonna make the video, to compare it, both of them.
Oh man!
Just to, I have this video, so I just need to, make it public. Yeah?
That's insane. That's crazy.
And this is. Okay, I just want to.
So what are we watching here? What are we watching here? Hold on for a second, and then you guys can go in. I'm just gonna show him this, and you guys can go in. What are we watching?
It's dyno test. Yeah, it's dyno test on the EXS port.
I know, but what are we watching? What are we watching? Like, what is it cutting out at? Is it cutting out? How much force does it take? What's going on here?
To test the wheels, you need to put the full throttle. Because when you accelerate, so you need to kneel the wheel very much forward, and this is how you make it also on dyno. And also the dyno measure the resistance and drag also. So the first is the power, so it spins, the motor spins the roller, and then you need to just switch off the motor completely, just to show the drag, the resistance of the of the tire, of whole system. Yeah.
Do you add weights? You add weights on it to simulate the
rider? Yeah. We can add. This what you see now is like the third stage of prototype. We will make like one more improvement, and it will be ready. Yeah, but it will test the same. So the test is like
I hear the MSS has 50% more torque. The EXN. 50% more?
Yes. It is like 25 Newton meters more. Yeah?
So, wow. Yeah, you can really feel that, I bet, when you're riding.
Are you working on
there is no doubt, you feel it. Everyone feel it. I have lots of customers. I have lots of customers who keep telling me that the wheel is, great.
You guys go. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Whoever tried, it is like different kind of wheel, yeah. It is like, totally something different you ride so far.
Yeah.
It's very powerful, you can play with it, you can kneel very much forward, you know, so the wheel is on the back and you are on this angle. So when you ride like this, you don't see the wheel, you see the road, and you are near to the road, you know, and the wheel is keep accelerating. It's a totally different feeling of riding.
Wow.
So and
do you have customers in the USA?
You can also curve, yeah, do curving left and right. So when you accelerate so much and you do the curving, you know, it's just like, you know, I ride, yeah, this way. It is, you know, the feeling is extremely. It's totally different than standard ride when you ride straight and you accelerate, yeah. Riding like this is like, you know, having the wheel on the back, and you feel the power is on the back and you are in the front. It's insane.
Yeah, I'm pretty heavy, so I'm scared to ride like that. I've cut out a few wheels before riding like that, so
you can. It's impossible to cut out. You know, it's too much torque. Too much torque to cut it out. You know, I'm 120 kilograms, and I cannot cut it out. Yeah, and I ride like this with my weight. So it is like the best tested even on my weight.
Yep.
So,
are you working on?
Do you have customers in the USA?
I sent recently one to Canada, and we have the hazardous materials agreement with UPS at the moment. So the first wheel was sent, and it will be received by Kerry on Monday. So we can send it. Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, we were talking about it earlier. How you call it? You know, if you were interested. By the way, my name is Sam. I don't know if you were watching or for how long you were watching. If you were, run a shop here in New York. You know, it's gaining popularity, especially now that I'm the one who's running it and in charge. I own it now. How you call it? Somebody had asked, you know, hey Sam, would you be able to service EUC Service wheels or MSS, for example? And I was like, I would imagine that design-wise, you know, servicing the wheel is designed the same as any other wheel, obviously with changes to, you know, the internals. But I was saying, yeah, of course, you know, if it's fixable, I will fix it. And, you know, we were talking about possibly if you were looking to expand into the US and how you call it, and you were selling to people over here, I would be more than glad to be someone who works on your wheels here for anybody who needs the service for it. Another question I had for you was, I'm a huge fan of the Monster Pro, and my question for you is, are you working on a Monster Pro Sport? Because if I can have a Monster Pro that I can speak about the way that Brian just spoke about the MSS, I don't think I could fall any more in love than I am with the Monster Pro. So is that something that you're looking at?
You know, we are talking with one customer from Saudi Arabia about it, who wants to beat the 100 kilometers per hour speed. And, you know, I was like thinking about it, you know, to help him to beat it. So he rides Monster Pro. He rides 92 kilometers per hour, you know, top speed, and he's 90 kilos. So he's a little bit too heavy. Firstly, I said to him, you know, lose weight and beat it, yeah? No problem. No problem. Yeah.
That's funny.
Yeah, so, but, you know, once we have the dyno now, and, you know, we made several, you know, tests on it, one after another, and, you know, we see the exact. I was surprised, you know, that the data like top speed, 85 kilometers per hour, you know, are what?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, we're going. All right, just be 15 minutes. Yeah.
Are what you know the Brian achieved on the wheel on the top. He achieved basically the top speed on the wheel. Yeah. So
he's fast.
Yeah.
So did I?
That's good. You got him to test your wheels.
Did I hear you say you cannot cut out the wheel?
Yeah, I think that's what he said. You can't cut it out.
You went
I
on
said
mute.
what I said.
You've muted him. You've muted
You're
him.
muted. No, he's muted. He muted himself. Brian, you're muted.
I'm muted.
No, I can hear Brian.
Brian, and he's gone now.
You put the pressure on.
I
know. You can't cut out the wheel. I'm out.
That's it. I'm not gonna say no. I'm not gonna answer
in
that
the
one.
background, like, yo, you can't say that. The legal team was like, cut the line. You can't say that.
Bring him back on. Bring him back on. Did you say you can't cut out the wheel? What?
Dude, but that would be wicked if you can get the.
That was his legal team. They just pulled the plug.
I hope he
Monster Pro MSS.
I need that answer.
Yo, if I could get a Monster Pro MSS, bro.
Oh, dude. But dude, if the EX is like $3,000 to bring over here,
I don't care.
You don't care.
I don't. Yo, if I could get a Monster Pro and speak about it the way Brian just spoke about that, forget about it, bro. Forget it.
Forget about it. You don't need
Nobody's seeing me, bro. Nobody. Nobody's seeing me, bro. And honestly, 3,600 watt-hour range, like, it's good. But I'm not one of those people who brag about range. The reason I use 3,600 watt-hours is because I go fast. Right. So I want to be able to do 20 miles as fast as I want.
That's what I'm saying. You know, my farthest distance for work has been, and for fun, is probably like 15, 20 miles. That's it. And that's mostly, in many cases, that's just going and coming back, probably. You know what I mean?
Yeah. If I could get a Monster Pro, a Monster Pro Sport, or whatever you want to call it, that would be fucking crazy. I wanted to ask him, actually, and I'll ask him when he comes back.
Brian,
if he comes back.
Can you make sure he's coming back, Brian?
Yeah, one minute. I'll FaceTime him now.
Okay.
What I wanted to ask him was, you know, obviously they have to run the diagnostics and everything like that, and I know they like to test their wheels. What I wanted to ask was, let's say, because I have connections to local dealers, right, and stuff like that. Let's say I was able to work with my supplier and get everything that is needed for the EXN minus the parts that EUC Service is like what they do to it.
You want to know what they do, exactly? Yeah.
Is it possible that we could work together in a way where, like, we could really, for the performance people, like the people who really want it, provide that here and make it easier cost-wise? That would be, I'd be interested in something like that.
Because what could he be doing apart from the? I mean, is it a different motor? Is he modifying the motor? Because if it's a different motor, I get it.
Right.
We can probably source that motor in, because if he doesn't have to do any modifications to the motor itself,
then you could basically get a hollow wheel. You know, you get the motor, the shell,
the board.
If the batteries aren't that different, then the same batteries. But I think he does have a battery technician, so there's that. But yo, that could really change the game. Like, we could
that would still be cheaper than having to ship an entire wheel, even if it means shipping the batteries here.
Yep, 100%.
I'm curious about that board, though. That's what I want to know, because let's say my board goes bad. EXN, MSS, board goes bad. What do I do?
Right. You partner with a local tech.
No, of course.
Hopefully I have spares. You know, that's what I'm saying. Like,
yeah, it's just the boards. It'd be like going to a car, like when they program the ECUs in cars. Basically, that's what it is. Yeah.
I'd be interested in that.
I mean, like I said, my search has been for the one EUC that I won't need to replace for another several years, and the MSS seems to be that.
Yeah, if I could get a Monster Pro Sport, bro, 55 safe with that whole impossible to cut out, I'd be fucking
And another question I wanted to ask him is it He's coming back. Okay. It's not that I want to know is it impossible to cut out because we don't have the amount of force?
Physical power, like you would have to be 400 pounds
exactly
pushing on torque pads to maybe.
Exactly.
He told me, Daniel told me, you will never cut this MSS out.
But I want to know why. I want to know why. I want to know.
Ask him.
I want to know why. I want to know, is it a function of weight? Is it a function of battery to weight? What is it? What's preventing it? What's preventing me from being able to cut it out? Because we were just talking about voltage earlier. So voltage is a thing. Voltage.
If you ask him about all that, he will tell you all that. He's so knowledgeable. He's he went university. He's a technical ignition for electronics, and he knows. But you just ask him them questions. You know what I mean? And he'll tell you.
Yeah, see, real talk is saying, I agree. Real talk is like, I agree. The MSS would pay for itself since yearly upgrade. Exactly. That's the whole point. Yeah. I don't want to have to buy more. Look, I didn't plan to get myself in the world of EUCs. I was going to bed one night and I saw a guy, because that's what we do, right? We go on YouTube and we click buttons. Yeah. And I saw this guy riding in the woods with a V5. And I'm like, what the frick is this? And that's how I got into it. And then since then, I've been buying wheels. But every time I get a wheel, I don't want to replace it. It's just I can't keep up with the guys next to me, so I have to replace it.
It was for me. I haven't had that problem with the Pro, but I agree with you on that. Well, actually, I have trouble keeping up with JR on the EXN because he's 125 pounds, bro. Like, and he's on the EXN, he's just out. So
straight out.
Yeah, man. If I could get a Pro that performs just the way that a basic EXN performs, forget about it.
Right. Hey, did you have the same issue that Wrong Way had with the MS Pro? Because he said he cut it out or something like that.
So
I think my guess is he had it in medium or soft mode. Because remember, Law explained it that if you have the wheel in medium or soft mode, it's acting as if it has a weaker battery. So naturally, if you push that thing,
Here's my opinion. I watched the video, and I could be wrong. I didn't feel his wheel, right? But the Monster Pro, if you over torque it, it actually locks kind of like in place. It doesn't cut out. Mm-hmm. It locks to the point where you're expecting to Superman lean it, and then you over lean it. And if you watch that video, that wheel did not dip. It did not go down.
Okay.
It stood in place, and he fell off.
Oh, so, really?
In my opinion, he didn't cut that wheel out. He just didn't expect.
You're a heavy dude.
Yes. Can you cut it out? 100%, as you can any wheel. But as far as just Superman leaning into it and not pressing down on pads, that's different. The thing is, a lot of people also don't comprehend. They're like, oh, this wheel is so easy to cut out. Look, I can push the pads. You know how much force you're exerting on a wheel when you're using torque pads?
Exactly.
That is not a natural weight. That is not your weight pushing down. That is force from one of the strongest muscles in your body, which is your legs. Like you are literally forcing down your entire body weight plus more onto pads. That's a whole different ballgame. And like, it's one of those things that I've watched that video several times, and I'm like, if you look at that wheel, that wheel is standing straight up until it falls over. It is not cut out.
Because I know, Daniel, are you still there?
Yes, I'm here, guys. I have,
I'm sorry, I just didn't want to.
But
I didn't want to.
I
wasn't sure.
Here.
Okay, that's fine. I wasn't sure if you were here or not.
I can just continue a little bit.
Yeah, I don't want to keep you too long. So let me fire at you my question. So you said that the wheel is, and this is not an interrogation. I'm not interrogating you. I want your wheel. Okay, this is what's going on here. You said that it's not possible to cut out the wheel. Is it because I weigh 210 pounds? Is it because I don't have the amount of force needed to cut it out? What's going on here? Why am I not able to cut it out?
So imagine that when you have coils and the magnets on the motor, so you have such force which attract the magnets that you cannot just. It is about the torque, of the wheel. So the taller you are, so you put more force, because you are farther from the farther from the middle of the motor, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not a mechanical engineer, I am electronic engineer. So there is the equation for torque regarding, how far the force is put from the middle of the motor.
Mm-hmm.
So when you have such a big force, which magnets makes to attract the coils attract the magnets, yeah. So when you have such big torque, when the motors when you're riding, you cannot just over torque it because it attracts so much. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And in that case, I think. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Go on, Sam.
Yeah.
Oh.
So when the torque when this torque is low, you can simply cut it out. It is clearly visible, with the 8,000 watt motors. Yeah. So they have low torque, low power, and you can cut it out easily. Like earliest EUCs, Ewheels, or different brands. The 24 kilometers per hour top speed. So this one were weak. So because the battery, are bigger, and they are bigger, and they can supply more energy.
Mm-hmm.
And this energy, and the mainboards also are. The MOSFETs are bigger. Yeah, they put more MOSFETs, like in Monster Pro 18. Yeah, so the MOSFETs works as a switches. So these switches, can handle more current to the motor. So it means that, they can put more current to the coils. So it means that the coils can attract more.
Okay.
So it generates torque, yeah?
Got it.
So it will be like like an edge, which we will find out. It will be like an, we will, with the dyno, we can just find out the edge of the
attraction. So let me
just when we check Sherman, and we will check EXN, and we will check EXN Sport, and we will check few the wheels, and we will summarize the torque. Which is for which wheel and how the wheel behaves. So we will know the minimum torque which you cannot cut out. So you can add like 10% more of the torque.
Get it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it is a function of the battery. It's a function of the battery, because when we push the wheel with our force, because of the amount of battery the wheel has, those magnets can't attract enough because there's not enough energy coming from the battery to resist the amount of force that I'm pushing.
You are going back to the production and the wheel models and what we test when we get to the service. So sometimes they put the two batteries like in RS, which is 40 altogether, which can handle 10 amps on each P, which is 40p, and 60p for the shorter time, like 16 amps for the short time, like 15 in the like 15 amps per cell. So it means that when the motor wants to take more power out of the battery, it just heats it up, heats up the battery, and also it degrades faster, but also it can pull more energy when the battery allow it.
Okay.
So in 2700, we have like 6p, which is good, and 6p is like, I think, for when we get back, for 2000 watt motors, which the simple calculation will be like 4000 watt motor divided by 100 volts. Yeah, it's 40. So it will pull 40 amps from the battery.
That makes a lot of sense. I get what you're saying now. You find the limit and you add a certain percentage more to compensate for what it lacks. I get it. Now you guys go. I get it. Wow.
It will be just, you know, like lots of adjustments, because you know, when you put too much torque, you know, you will lose the range. So it is not like, because you will lose more energy. So this is how the high torque motors work. They are more powerful, and they need to put the more energy also to the coils. So that's why, you know, RS, HT, AXN, HT, you know, these wheels, high torque motors, or standard EXN suck more, because when the system is not, you know, I'm talking about battery, when the system cannot supply the, you know, the current, you know, specific to the motor, so the voltage suck is bigger, so it drops down. So also it when you have small battery and you push too much, the voltage drops, so the actual will spin also decrease.
Go ahead, guys.
Because
Ask your question.
It corresponds to the motor spin, the voltage. So basically, you know, when you want to make the wheel better, you know, it depends. You need to just, sometimes you need to just increase the battery P, so it will be, let's say, stiffer, and it will, you know, put more power to the system, like we did in MSS and RS Sport 2250. So we add one P battery pack, and also, you know, we just you need to just it depends on the on each model. You know, each model you make differently. So you need to find the weakest part and make it better. So
Well, Sam, do you want to say something, Sam?
Oh, I wanted to ask. Well, it's two things I was asked. Well, so based on the explanation, at first I was thinking perhaps the motor is custom made. I'm not sure, but before I asked that question, this actually leads into the same question. We were talking earlier when you got off. It's expensive to ship the wheel as an entire wheel over here, I would imagine, right? I know you have to diagnose.
No. It is like, you know, from Poland to South. I shipped it by $400 at the moment, but we will have discounts soon. More discounts. The more wheels we will ship, the more discounts we will have. Yeah, so it is without discounts. So $400 from China, when you ship the motor, is $600. So altogether, you know, when you ship here is $250, and from here to USA is like $650. For the shipping.
Phil.
Because my question...
Listen, boys, listen, Sam. I've got to go London and test the seat. Listen, UStride next week, man. I'll be on it. Yeah, 7:30 in the morning. Right, Daniel. I'll see you later. I've got to go and test the seat. Listen, love you all. Yeah, and I'll see you soon. Yeah.
All right, Brian.
Bye.
Later, Brian.
Be nice to Daniel.
Oh yeah. Have fun with the Abrams. Have fun testing out that Abrams.
You'll have videos later. Yeah. See you later.
Nice, bro.
So Daniel.
I also have people waiting for, you know, signing agreement here. So I need to finish quick. So if you have something.
The last question was in relation to this question was because I have connections to local dealers, right? And, you know, like we can get the wheels here, blah blah blah. My question, because I don't know how your wheels are made, perhaps we can have a more in-depth conversation at a later point. But if I were able to get the body of the wheels here, from what I'm understanding, the batteries are different, and perhaps the motherboards are programmed differently. Is that something that, as let's say we were working together, if I got the bodies of the wheels here, would it be easier and more cost efficient for the batteries and, you know, motherboards to be worked on over there? And then people who are searching for that higher performance wheel, for example, that you offer, would it be possible to collaborate in that way and just simply drop in the EUC service, you know, inner workings into a body of you know, these wheels?
Can you text me private on Messenger about it?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So we can talk about it. But
Yeah.
I think
guess
we'll get it from Brian ZoomWheel.
Okay.
And Real Talk wanted to know what you thought about the S20 and the Abrams.
Yeah.
S20 and Abrams. You know, I will put it on dyno and I will tell you.
Okay.
I don't know it. You know, I see what everyone sees. You know, I see that S20. I cannot say more because about S20 the low weight Chinese, you know, guy, you know, I don't know his name, but he was working probably in Kingston, I heard, yeah. So he was climbing up, and it looks good. It looks really good. Also, Abrams on the video of artist, yeah, looks good. But as you know, guys, until you stand on the wheel, you don't know. You can only see and predict, yeah. If it's like this or that, yeah. But I like both of them. I will test it here for sure. Cool. And regarding Abrams, you know, I heard that it is, you know, it is too high on the middle, so it is rather for straight rides, like, you know, the Sherman that the people say used to. But maybe, you know, it will change because, you know, people get used to the wheels, yeah. So they change tires, it makes less resistance, it turns, you know, better. So maybe they will find out something with Sherman, like, you know, changing the pedal height.
I have the V12 and I left it on the top height. The V12, I never brought it down. I just got used to it.
It's a different ride. Yeah, pedal height definitely changes the way the wheel feels at speed. At low speeds, it's kind of whatever. You know, you're able to turn on a dime more or whatever. But at high speeds, pedal height is such a different thing.
I know what we need for safety. So we need for safety torque for sure. And, you know, when I will check it, I will know on what speed you can kneel. You know, it depends on the wheel, yeah. So if the wheel will have the lower torque, it's better to kneel forward in the, you know, after like 25 kilometers, like around 10 miles per hour, yeah. Not from start, because the graph goes like this. So you need to, and also, you know, on the end, it goes down. So you need to know that, you know, reaching the top speed, you need to do it not so aggressive, yeah? Just not to over torque it. So we need to have this information just to be safer, yeah? To ride safe, and to achieve, you know, because we are testing the wheels going on them, you know, we take it from the box, we stand on it and we go.
Yeah.
But it cannot be like this, yeah. It must be like, you know, different, totally different.
Yeah.
Totally different way, yeah. So
yeah, when I picked up my wheel from Samuel's shop, I felt that peace of mind because I know he went over the whole wheel and made sure the motherboard was screwed down tight and all that.
You know, I think that everyone, you know, is testing the wheel and they are like just riding it and they get more trust on the wheel. The more they ride it, we get used to the main board because, you know, in electronic components, you know, we have some wheels which we take out from the box and they burn, you know, after we switch it on. It happens usually, you know, when they are making the production during season and they rush, so they don't test it properly and the wheels are like this. So we are the test rabbits here. So I decided, you know, to make a dyno just to test the wheels, like 10 kilometers run and then give it to customers instead of, you know, you can prove nothing, yeah. You can test it like from electrical point of view, but under load, you know, when you test it under load, it is like someone will ride it actually, yeah. So you can even put like 120 kilograms load on it and, you know, just make a, you know, fast run and the range of 10 kilometers, and you see if the battery is dying or the voltage, everything. You can tell lots of things about the new wheel, which no one was standing on it. Yeah. So
maybe put somebody in a harness, like a jumpsuit harness.
Yeah.
With a rope.
But
then
guys,
the wheel cuts out. They're just like, woo.
The wheels are getting better. They are getting more powerful. So
that's good to know from him.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. So it's safer for us, for everyone, and I think it goes in the good direction. About S20, they make 126 volts and very powerful motors.
Is that a real thing? You think? Is that a real thing? The 126 volts.
Yes. We will achieve 200 volts. The more volts we will achieve, the more efficient wheels will be.
But do you think they
we need high voltage because we will be safer. We will be safer at higher voltages. Because of the components. The components are can handle like 400 amps currents. So when the voltage will rise, they will have we won't use all the components limits like 400
like MOSFETs,
it will be and everything in cables, in every component. So it is like definitely it is the big step in good direction.
What about heat management? And then that's my last question. What about thermal? Well, it's not my last question, but I don't want to keep you. What about thermal management? Obviously, with a more powerful wheel, more battery, more performance, you're going to have heat. So how do you handle that?
Big old.
Independently, to each wheel. We just tested. We just, ride it, overheated, riding uphill. Now we will do everything on dyno. So we will see, and we have thermal camera, so we check it with the closed side shell. We overheat it and we check the cooling system. When we improve it, we check how it works. How the temperature drops down. But in real, you need to cool down only the MOSFETs. So which they are stick to the heat sink. So basically. You're supposed to. We made the tunnel, so it will. So when the fan blows into the tunnel through the heatsink, it makes the stream of air, which is cooling it down faster. So we are testing many different ways to cool down, and it depends on each wheel. Yeah. So sometimes. It is enough because on EXN you have such a big heatsink. Sometimes it is enough to just take out the top cover of the main board. But also we must remember, when you cool down only the sensor, so the sensor will cool down quicker. It will shut down the fan, but in fact the fan is supposed to work longer because still the MOSFETs are hot. Yeah. So it needs to be measured, everything needs to be measured because adding, we thought about adding the fans, but it cools down the main board faster and it switch off the main fan, yeah. So
we can definitely get this in the US, right? Because I want a wheel like the MSS. We can definitely get this in the US.
Yes, of course. It will be no problem now. I was fighting, with it from April, and I was told it will be, the Herados material shipment will be achieved within 2 weeks, and I was fighting with it until now, but hopefully, we did it. But it will be possible to 35 kilograms. So probably it might be shipped I don't know, 35 kilograms. Is EXN, yeah. So the biggest wheels,
you said
is supposed to be
okay,
must be shipped separately, yeah. So it is also problematic for us, just because we don't want people to open the wheels and to do the cable stuff because it may cause problems, fire, and it is not safe.
Oh, this
Also,
is
you
why
know,
we would go with a mechanic like Sam over here, because I wouldn't accept it. I'd send it to him first.
Send it to special guys, you know. Don't
Yeah.
do it at home because the voltage is raised, and the battery, you know, is so powerful. You know, it can, you know, like, you know, you can boil the water on it. You know, you can power on the heater from the battery. You know, you can just do cooking. It has lots of power, so you can imagine how dangerous it is regarding the power it has. Yeah. If you must do it, just you know, discharge the battery and then open the wheel. Don't do it at, you know, full charge. Yeah.
So, if I were to get an MSS right now from you, how much would that be?
Excuse me.
The EXN.
You know, you see on my website, but I must update it USA prices for this. And sorry guys, I gotta go.
That's fine. Any last question, guys? Any last questions? He has to go.
Nah, he answered everything pretty much.
Yeah.
I got. Do you get mad when you see a wrong way sign on the road? Are you like?
You know, but my customers remove stickers from their wheels. I don't know. I have happy customers, you know, riding here, you know, MSS all the time, but one who doesn't want to send me wheel for repair and he keep posting. So what can I do?
Yeah, thank you for everything you're doing with the EUCs, bringing them to the next level.
Yes.
Yeah, Daniel, we appreciate you, man. We appreciate you, bro.
Daniel, I'll make sure to get your information so we could talk too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys. It was
Thank
nice
you.
meeting you.
Thanks for coming on.
Bye.
Take care.
Yeah.
Bye. My camera's
that hit me up via DM sounded real promising to me.
Dude, there might be three.
ZoomWheels is right there. ZoomWheels can have contact with him.
There might be 3 MSSs coming to the States.
I know, dude. What?
And maybe 4. Maybe MSS Pro.
Yeah, dude.
No. Oh,
yo, if I could get my Pro decked out. See, that's the thing, right? Because, for example, it kind of works to his benefit. If it's not a custom motor, it kind of works to his benefit as well if something like that could happen, because not only would you have new wheels possibly, right? In other words, hey, I don't have an EXN. I want an MSS EXN. Not only will you have that,
everybody's gonna
but
want
you
that.
also have, yo, I have an EXN and I'm willing to shell out such money, or I have a RS, I'm willing to sell out this much money to upgrade it to an MSS.
Exactly.
Yeah. Exactly. And so you have people who are existing owners that we can possibly supercharge their shit.
Possibly.
Or you could just straight up like.
I like my form factor wheel. I like the size. I mean, I'm willing to go as high as the EXN. That's it. But now I'm thinking of the freaking Commander, but then not wrong way. ZoomWheels said it's bad in terms of like, because you need braking.
Yeah, you do need braking power. But the thing is, I think it has the power. It's just it probably is more about the firmware, because Sherman can brake if it was tuned the right way, right? I think a commander could probably brake too if it was tuned the right way. I mean, yeah, if it was tuned the right way. Because the problem with the Sherman is, in my opinion, and this is my observation of it, when you go to brake, the pedals stay like this, and this is forward. Right?
Okay.
Like you go to brake and the pedals are, like it doesn't, to me, it doesn't respond in the let me stop manner. It just kind of stays where it's at. That's how I felt about the EXN at first as well. It was kind of
I
like
ride my Sherman on hard mode.
It just goes like it just stays.
Point it down?
Yeah, I ride my Sherman on hard mode because of that.
Yeah.
I ride my wheel with 3 degrees pedal tilt backwards, so I'm never really there.
Yeah, I used to do that with my V3. I used to ride it like that, but now I'm with the Monster Pro. I think I keep it pretty much straight, and then with the Nikola, I have it slightly down. but that's because the Nikola, it's very responsive.
Right.
So with the Commander, I would imagine that if they can manage to tune it so that it actually does have a little bit of a pedal dip it backwards when you do hit the brakes, the brakes will probably be fine as long as it can handle it. Because it's not like the motor just disappears.
It has a good motor, absolutely.
Yeah, it's not like the motor just disappears when you hit the brakes. No, it's the same resistance going backwards.
So you mentioned tuning. You mentioned tuning, and Law mentioned tuning too. And somehow I just didn't get that. Who does the tuning? That's Galway, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Or in this case, EUC Service if they're doing it. I think, and that this is where I'm stepping into territory where I'm not that informed. I think the EUC Service, that throttle curve that they were talking about, I think that's what they work on there, and that's also, I think, like I said, probably what can be tuned in terms of braking. It's where the ability to draw. Well, I guess it's. The issue there is when you hit the brakes, you actually are recharging the wheel.
Regenerative braking.
So it has to be able to not only discharge but also take in a certain level, I guess, to a degree. And then the other question is, let me see. So you're braking, it's going, and then it has to have enough torque to resistance in the magnets, right? That's what the torque is. Resistance in the magnets and motor to fight whatever speed you're going. So not only fight it, but bring you to a stop, and then eventually, realistically speaking, it would bring you backwards. So it has to be able to fight the 40 miles an hour. In other words, that whole can you torque a wheel at low speed?
Mm-hmm.
I think that's the same answer as to whether or not you can brake it at high speed. If I'm thinking about it correctly. Because all of a sudden you're exerting force in the opposite direction of where it's going.
Right.
The same way that if you're at a standstill and you torque it, you're also exerting force in that same way.
Because have you ever cut out the wheel braking hard? Because I have.
You very much can. But I would imagine that it takes about the same force, if not a little less force, because you're actually moving forward than it does to over torque a wheel while standing still.
You know what's interesting though? The best thing he said was when I asked him, why can't I why can't I cut out the wheel? Why is that possible? And then he explained it perfectly. What he said was, and let me know if I'm wrong, because that's how I understood it. He said he tests the wheel in the dyno. He tries to see where the limit is, and whatever that limit is, he adds 10-20% more based on by adding more battery.
Yeah.
Crazy, dude. So
I thought that was a great
question that we had the other day, that more batteries means more safety. Obviously, it's not just the limit of the motor. It's actually the battery.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. And I think that if the MSS was the standard, right, then we'd have a different view on it, right?
Yeah.
Then it would become the wheels that we're used to.
Right,
the difference is that there is an EXM, and then the MSS picks up where that doesn't. So we're able to say, okay, this is the limits, and this helps that limit. And I think one thing that he mentioned, which was great, was the idea that what he compensates is what the wheel, in other words, if it's a heavier wheel, he compensates more because it basically, and this makes so much sense now. I never experienced the Monster Sport, like the Monster V3 Sport or whatever, but I would imagine that what he did there was a Nikola has higher torque, right? It can get to a certain level. But the Monster is heavier and has a bigger wheel. So whatever he added,
and the Abrams too. Holy smokes!
Yeah. So whatever he added probably made it so that you can have a Nikola and a Monster on the line, take off the same way, brake the same way, and hit the same speeds. The only thing is the Monster requires more battery to do it because it's heavier, it's bigger, and it's a bigger wheel. So yeah, I think that I was when he said that, I was like, that's dope. I'm glad that it ended up being a battery thing and not a motor thing, because I almost thought that he was saying,
or even a software thing. I'm sure he did. I'm sure he did something with the software. I'm not saying he.
He definitely tweaks the software.
Definitely tweaked the software. I'm pretty sure, but I thought he was almost saying that he has it coiled tighter. It's there's a different customized motor, and in that case, I was like,
if that's the case, then damn. But what I understood was because you have a certain amount of battery, you lean really hard. It's spec'd for that current draw. So the magnets can't come together. They can't attract each other enough because we only have a certain amount of battery. You see what I'm saying?
Right,
So
like it's not allowing a certain.
yeah, it's not allowing. It's not even
yeah.
allowing you. Like in other words, they're not building these wheels to not cut out.
And that makes sense too, because I don't know if you know about Archie's Monster Pro. Do you know who Archie is?
I know who Archie is.
Okay, yeah.
Panda.
Oh yeah, he's from over there.
Yeah.
He recently dropped a V3 motor into his Monster Pro.
I mean, I said, yeah, good night, EUCVibes. I see the EUC Service.
He recently dropped a Monster V3 motor into the Monster Pro. And it's still, if I'm not mistaken, able to do this after some tweaking to the software. It's able to do the same speeds. You know, not as much. I think the high end, the top end is a little weaker. But what he was saying was that he prefers the V3 because it's hungrier. And I don't know what that means, but he prefers the V3 motor because it's hungrier. So I would imagine that the motor's trying to ask for more. And because the Monster Pro has more battery, it's able to deliver more to that.
That would align with exactly what he said.
Yeah. Yep.
So did you get the answer you wanted from him regarding like, you know, being able to, you know, have the shells here? And
it sounds like it's possible. The fact that he told me to hit him up as opposed to just like, no, it's not possible. I think that it may be a very strong possibility. Yeah. I think it's one thing if I was somebody who didn't have connections to a local dealer who can get the stuff into the shop. But I think him hearing that along with, you know, us having this conversation and everything like that. And I mean, you know, people get vibes. So hopefully he feels that I'm trustworthy as a technician. Right. But I think that was a strong possibility or something that could at least be in the discussions for the next year or so, something that we can work on to make it more popular. Because there are people, not everybody, but there are people who are willing to pay a little bit more of a premium to get that much more
it's a
out of their wheel.
It's a niche within a niche.
Yeah, niche in a niche. Yeah, it's literally because EUC is already a niche, but to take it up to that level, there's definitely certain people who are like, yo, I want that. And I can in New York, I can count those people. Yeah.
I want that.
Yeah, in New York, I can count those people. There's going to be people who just want the Ferrari because they want it, but there's people who need the Ferrari. You know, people who really...
You don't need it, yeah.
Yeah, people who really... Like, there's people who have... Like I said, there's people who ride Shermans who go 25 miles an hour and don't go above that. That's not the person that I think would be the general customer for EUC service. It would be the people who are like, nah, I've been pushing my fucking Sherman to 53, beeping like I'm about to die. Yeah, I want more. I want speed. And yeah, you'll have the guy who has the most expensive car just because he can't afford it and he may not ride. But you have the other ones who are like, yo, I want it because I'm going to use it.
Tony Menden is asking, do you think EUC will keep growing in speed or that not aerodynamic face to the wind stance will stop us from going any faster as cars or motorcycles? Let me answer that. Let me add my 2 cents. I don't want to go as fast as cars or motorcycles. I think for me, 60 miles an hour is the top. That's it.
I would say 65, but I agree with you.
Yeah.
I agree with you. And also, personally, as somebody who rides the highway, right, and I do touch 45 to 50, 53.
You mean the freeway?
I mean, I haven't jumped on the freeway yet.
Oh.
I've hopped on a highway, like, you know, local highways.
Oh, okay. So I say it differently here. Maybe I'm messing it up.
I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying, Stride. Yeah. Well, like PA is the same way. The highway is like 65 speed limit, 60.
And freeway is like 40, 50. You know.
Oh, okay, so all New York, the city limit is 45 for most of the highways. Okay. And that's now. It used to be 50. Now it's 45. And then if you get outside of the city, you have 55 and 65. Or 60 maybe, I don't know. But how you call it? That said, I want to be able to do 65.
Yeah.
Safely without cutting out. And the reason I want to do that is because even though the highways here are rated for 45, cars do 55.
Yep, same here. Same here.
And I want to be able to go already. They're like, yo, I respect this dude for doing 45. So they don't really, especially on a Monster Pro, it's big as fuck. So they actually respect that wheel.
Dude, so true.
If I could be doing 50 to 55 safely, because if I could do 50 safely, I'd do it. But I don't know that. I don't know that. If I could do 55, forget it. I wouldn't get another beep on the highway. They'd be like, this motherfucker's crazy. What is he doing? Which they already do that. But if I could do 55 safely, that would be great. 65 safely would be amazing, but that would be redundant. And that would just mean I get to go visit people in Jersey more often.
You're welcome to come, man.
Yeah. If I could do 65, I'd be going a lot further. But what's it called? Wait, how did we start that sentence? We were saying battery, we were saying speed.
No, I was talking about, did he answer your question about bringing it over here?
Oh, yeah, I think it sounds like a strong possibility. It really sounds like it's possible, especially if it's a battery and motherboard thing. If I lose you, give me a second. I'm just opening the door real quick.
That's all right.
I think what we need is an M10.3 MSS. What do you think, guys? M10.3 MSS?
Oh yeah.
You hear me? Hello?
High torque.
High
torque M10.3.
How you call it?
I got called out on YouTube to ride.
He answered. He answered the question. Oh wait. Huh?
CJ called you out, man.
Huh?
No, I was saying CJ called out Vibes for riding M10.3. I know I couldn't do it, dude. My legs are too long for that.
But doing what?
Do it.
Trying to ride an M10.3 sitting down. I can't even ride my arms sitting down.
That's nuts. That's nuts. That's crazy. I would need like triple XL pedals to do that.
Triple XL pedals.
Yeah.
Man, after hearing that talk
total
about
knee
the
replacement,
MSS, my mind is not
total
even
knee replacement,
except for the EXN.
Yeah, dude, that's good. Yeah, that'd be perfect wheel for you, man.
Yeah. I already want the MSS S20.
I know,
MSS S20.
This is UStride. So this is JR. This is the one I'll be talking about. I call him Speedy. He's the 125-pound rider.
120. He's like Chooch. He's the same,
on his DXN with a Monster Pro. Man. So
he's just stopping by the shop at 440.
Yeah, that's great. I told him, I was like, yo, what are you doing? You watching the live? You got to come through, bro. But
the city that
he was watching the live. I'm like, yo, you're awake. Dude, come to the shop. Like, what are you doing?
Dude, I really have to pass by your shop. I really want to pass by. Where's your shop? Where's your shop located?
Huh?
Where's your shop located?
132nd Street in the Bronx. It's literally 5 minutes from the entrance to Randall's Island and 5 minutes from Harlem. So it's pretty central. You could take the 6 train here. You could take the 4, 5, and 6 to certain stops. They'll leave you a little further. But if you're taking an EUC and you're taking the train, like it's like 5 minutes from the train, no matter which train you take. Yeah.
All right. My job's right off the 6 line, so I could take that.
Yeah, bro, come through. I'm here. The 6 is the closest. It's the one that leaves you the closest. But 4, 5, and 6 leave you within 5 minutes of the shop via EUC. Like
we rode from Samuel's shop to
took him on an adventure, bro. I took him up to fucking Pelham Bay Park, City Island.
Nice.
Went all the way up there. Yeah. If you guys want a real all-terrain ride, as in streets, off-road on the on-road, and like just speed and just chilling and beautiful views, you let me know. I'll host a ride out here.
Oh, that'd be dope.
I can do that.
Winter is coming, though. Winter is coming.
Winter is coming. Game of Thrones is on. No. But that's the whole point. Yo, I hate the fact that the ridership goes down by like 90% the minute it drops to 50 degrees, bro. Like,
I'll ride in the winter.
Most people are concerned about their wheels blowing up.
I'll ride in the winter. I don't mind being cold. I'll just put some clothes on. I don't ride in the snow. But once
I don't blame nobody for riding in I don't do water, right? Like my Nikola, I ride it in the rain. That's cool. Snow doesn't see me because of the salt, not even because of the water. The salt will fuck everything up.
Yeah,
but But no, man, it drops to 50 degrees and people are like, I'm home just typing all day. I'm like, yo, come ride, bro. Throw a coat on. You don't know what a coat is? Like, it feels great to fall in a coat. I've done it, not on an EUC, but on a skateboard. Like, you throw on a big puffer coat, you can fall and you'll be like, that was fun. You get up, keep it moving. Like,
I got my lazy rolling. I'm ready.
Man,
I
so
want to get one.
this is me saying to everyone watching, if you are in a place where the weather drops below 60 degrees, stop stopping. Keep riding. Like, you need to keep riding, man. I ride all
He's just
year,
saying
bro.
that so you keep riding and then your wheel gets messed up in the snow and you got to bring it to the shop.
Hey, that's good business. That's good business. But nah, you know, hey, it's like a dentist telling you to go eat candy. But
go eat some shit.
But nah, man, no, seriously though, like for me, you can ride in the winter, be safe. Obviously, don't push the same speeds. We've been talking about batteries for a big part of this whole thing. But you can ride in the winter, bro. Just throw on the clothes.
No, I ride in the winter. Are you kidding?
I ride in the winter too.
And if you live in a place like Chicago, all right, you got it. Like it's windy and cold. You got that. That's fine. But if you live in New York, bro, the winds only get but so strong. You be all right. Like if you live in most places, you be all right, bro. It's really not that crazy.
Mr. Brewer wants a 65 mile per hour wheel.
Yeah,
So
sounds good to
Some
me.
people want
I think
65
that's the
MPH.
most an EUC really ever needs to go.
That's it.
I think 65 is the highest. Like once they get there, they don't even need to keep pushing more. Once they get to 60, they can take a break. They can work on other shit when they get to 60.
And by that time, battery technology will probably be lighter.
Yeah, and that'll be dope. It'll be dope the day that we can introduce higher capacity, small ass batteries. That means we can get 100 miles on a wheel that probably weighs like 50 pounds. That would be amazing.
That'd be
like
amazing.
I would go back to small wheels the day that I can get a 50 mile an hour, 100-mile distance wheel. If they can put that shit in a RS body or even in a Nikola body, I would take it. 100%. I would be cool with it. Obviously, with a bigger tire, I'm not doing 50 on a 16-inch wheel, but I would do 22. If you could do 22, 50, I'm happy with that. I'm cool with that.
If they can make batteries as light as supercapacitors,
the problem,
or we could just get supercapacitors, you know.
Yeah, but the problem with supercapacitors is their discharge rate. It's like
it's quick, yeah.
But
in
after
the year 5000, they're gonna watch this video.
0 to 100 miles an hour in 0.5
and
seconds.
that's it, man.
But you get 1 mile of range, like.
So someone asked in the comments, I don't know where it is, but it was hilarious.
You could ride at this angle. Pedals here, like, body this way.
They're like, is anybody getting the one wheel GT that does 9 miles an hour or something?
The 19 mile an hour one wheel. I have no comments on one wheel, man.
They up
anybody
the
trying to compare
they were being funny. They were being
one wheel.
They're different.
They're different. It's like trying to compare a snowboard to like
a jet,
like riding a motorcycle. Like it's not the same. It's not the same. They're meant for different things. Snowboards, extreme snowboarders are doing speed, but most snowboarders are not going like the speed of a downhill skateboarder. It's impossible. There's friction, right? So it's not the same. I don't think it's a valid comparison. If you want to compare one wheel to anything, compare it to like free skates or something. I don't know. Like it's just not a comparison.
Or something like that.
Because at the end of the day, you know what a one wheel can do that almost nothing else can? Ride on sand.
Yep.
Like ride on real dirt. You know, like EUCs can't do that. And I wouldn't want to ride on sand at 50 miles an hour. It would be nice if it was possible to be stable, but you can't do it. Sand slips. You're not doing it. So yeah, one wheel is a different thing. It's a different feeling. It's a whole different control.
It's up there.
Is it $2,000? Apparently, it's $2,000.
I would buy an EUC.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would just buy an EUC. I would even. That's just me. No hate on the one wheel.
I was talking to Sam about modding an M10-3 into a one wheel.
That'd be interesting. Yeah, it would have a lot more range and power. I'll tell you that much.
So one good thing one good thing about the solid state batteries, it fixes two problems for us. Number one, it won't be spontaneous in terms of combustion.
Right.
Okay. Because LiPo, you know how it is. You have the negative end, the positive end, and you have that center semibiotic, not semibiotic, but like this wall that's not really a wall that allows like one.
The difference between positive and negative.
Yeah, exactly. It comes over.
The pole.
The poles. But then it's a membrane. And but the solid states are not like that. And on top of that, MEUC on my EUC is saying it won't be a problem in the cold. So that's cool.
No, right.
Two problems in one, fixed.
You see, the other thing is too, what I don't think these companies are too aware of? I'd be willing to pay a premium for those batteries. Like, I don't want to pay too much of a premium, but I'd be willing to pay like $5,000, for example.
But it's like anything else. The once it gets in the market, it's all over the place.
It has to be popularized so that it can be used. But even still, like, I think EUC Service is already, and they're not using supercapacitors or solid state batteries per se, but I think, or unless they are, maybe that's the difference in their batteries. Who knows? But I don't think they are though. But I think that's the whole point of something like EUC Service. It's like they are answering the question of, if you are willing to dish out the money, or rather, if we build it, will you be willing to dish out the money? And the answer is yes. A lot of people are willing to dish out the money if it means that their wheel will perform better. And so I think that if we can have, if not the makers themselves, but a company that is trying to advance it in that way, where they say, forget the batteries, we'll take care of that. And they order the wheel and they get it up to whatever they need to, then I think that people will be willing to pay a little more for safer batteries that have a higher capacity and is lighter. I think that, I do think that people would pay that.
I just want to stop buying more wheels. I want a wheel that does 60 to 50 miles an hour or 65 miles an hour, or one that does 50, but that's not, like comfortably.
Yeah.
Right. You're not putting stress on the wheel.
50 comfortable is great for me. 50 comfortable with at least 20 to 30 real miles at 50.
Yeah, exactly. Real miles. Exactly.
Yeah. 50,
but I don't mind upgrading constantly because they retain their value pretty well. So
no, it's true. I mean, I always wanted
true.
3 wheels. I always wanted just 3 wheels. You know what I'm saying? A good wheel.
That's all I have.
A good wheel for off-roading. A good wheel for off-roading, on-roading, and a backup wheel.
Yeah, I have a Monster Pro, a Nikola, and an M10. I wish there was a better version of the M10. Hell yeah.
Makes no sense. What?
Hell yeah.
Why do you have an M10?
It's a baby wheel. It's a small little wheel. That's for if I ever decide to take the train again.
Like beating up on babies?
Yeah, you just smack them with an M10.
Can I sit on it?
You just pick up the wheel and you just be like, shut the fuck up, and you just hit them with it. For me,
technical world though.
For me, the M10, yes, it is a good technical wheel. You can learn things on it that are harder to learn on bigger wheels, and then you can translate that, like riding backwards. I still don't know how to ride backwards. I admit that.
Me neither. I'm still learning.
But it's easier on an M10 than it is on any other wheel. I've done it on an M10. Prior to me ever trying to ride backwards, I was able to do it on an M10 better than any other wheel. Because it's more like skates. It's more similar to skates at that point. Something about it. I can ride backwards on skates.
None of you guys could ride backwards really well?
No.
You guys aren't good at riding backwards?
No.
No?
Oh.
I'm guessing
you guys aren't good at
right?
riding backwards?
No, he can't ride backwards.
No, I think Vibes can ride backwards.
You guys can't ride back.
He's gonna keep saying that.
I gotta go.
Vibes rides backwards for like 5 seconds.
I gotta go.
Vibes rides backwards for like 5 seconds, bro. He does not know how to ride backwards. He really left too. That's crazy. He really left. How you call it?
That was just his excuse to go sleep, and I don't blame him. I don't blame him.
I had somebody say that an M10 is both a beginner wheel and an expert wheel, and I completely agree. Like the ones in the middle, if they never had an M10, they won't know how to control it.
They won't.
If you learned on an M10, then that's great.
That's what I learned on.
Yeah. If you learn on it, then that's great because you'll learn all of the habits really fast because that shit is not stable. Like
it's not
a stable wheel. So if you learn on the M10, I think you're set up for super success. It's also the reason that I generally tell people to start on a smaller wheel, just because it teaches you all the bad things. Like, you know, like it's not stable, you know, whatever. Because if you start on something like a Monster V3, I've had people who are brand new step on a Monster V3 and they're like, oh, this is not so bad.
So, but it's true. Sometimes bigger wheels with a wider base tire ends up helping you out. What really works.
It's like a Z10. Like if you stand on a Z10, you'd be all right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or the Z10 will stand up by itself.
Yeah, exactly. I know. You just gotta keep it up.
Yeah.
So
I think with the M10-3, what I saw it can do was when I saw Jesse Pike riding that thing. Jesse was doing all kind of crazy stuff on that M10-3. I was like, well, you can do that on an M10? That's when I first started. Yeah.
And that was something I was about to talk about earlier too. The M10, it's really all about technique and riding style. Because an M10, I know somebody, actually Declan, Full Throttle EUC, he claims to have done 30 on an M10. Downhill.
I think V got that thing up pretty fast too. I think she did a video on it. Yeah, I would
never. I barely take an M10 above 10 miles an hour. But
she's light though.
The fact that you can do it though, I was like, nice. And it shows. It's an 84-volt wheel. It just has a small battery. That's literally all it is.
That's it.
It's an 84-volt wheel. People forget. Well, depending on the version you have. But people forget that the M10 is powerful. It's just small.
No, it is powerful. It's a Gotway.
Yeah,
anything Gotway is powerful.
Now it's a 67-volt, whatever. But the 84-volt, that's strong, and it had a 512 watt-hour battery. The M10 would be the example of if you could get a solid, like small battery that is super high capacity, forget about it. Like the M10 would be a crazy ass wheel. But and they got to fix the tire problem too. Those things pop way too easily.
It makes sense.
It gets unseated. Yeah. How you call it? UcVibes is capping, bro. I don't even use that word, and he's capping. He could ride backwards for 5 seconds, bro. He can't even ride like that.
EUCVibes says that he feels he was set up by these guys. I didn't realize they were forwards riders all night.
Yeah. That's mad funny.
Oh, that is funny. I'll learn how to ride backwards.
You know what it is? I heard this, and I mean, granted, even some of the newer guys can ride backwards. JR can ride backwards. He learned it faster than I could.
That's because they put time into it. I haven't put any time into this. Like I
put a little bit of time, and every time I do it, I'm a little bit
nervous.
Better. Like I can do it a little more for a little further. My issue is I can't turn left. Like that was my issue when I started riding forward in the first place. I couldn't go left. And my issue riding backwards is I can't go left for some reason. Something about it. My body is just like, no, we don't do that. Like we don't turn
we don't do
this
that.
way.
Like
what are
you doing? We don't do that, bro.
And coming from E-skate, it makes sense because riding goofy is hard for me. Like while riding switch, it's a whole nother feeling. It's like my body's like, yo, we don't turn this way. Like, what are you doing? And I think it's more about trust too, because I wasn't able to turn left when I first started on
tell you what, though, when you trust it, you actually. So what I tried to do is when I was leaning backwards, but my body's like this. I'm like, wait, you're still going forward. So try to think like you're going backwards.
Backwards,
I had the same posture, and then I made it longer. But then when I started to turn, I freaked out.
Yeah. It's about trusting. When I first started, I don't know if we have anybody who hasn't even started UCs on this watching, but it really is about confidence when you're first starting. Like if you believe you can ride it and you keep straight posture is obviously not great when you continue. You need to bend your knees and stuff. But if you have like a good, straight, confident posture, that shit changes the entire beginning of your ride. Like,
I just feel like if you learn how to ride backwards, you're working the other side of your brain, and then you become a better rider.
Yeah, it's like driving. Like driving backwards isn't normal. It feels different. Like
exactly.
Like it's a whole different mechanism to turn the wheel in the opposite direction of.
Maybe I should look back because when I drive backwards, I'm looking backwards. So maybe
yeah. But the problem is when you look backwards, you actually have to think differently about your hand, because you'll fuck up and turn. You'll be like, oh, I'm trying to go to the right, and you like, I don't know, something like you're like, oh, I'm trying to go left, and you turn left, and you'll end up going right if you're looking backwards.
Weird,
So you got to like shift it, and it goes back. Yeah, it's true. It's a different thing, but yeah, confidence is all in it. Like I try to tell people, I'm like, yo, just stay straight, and like when you're first starting, at least stay straight. You got this, because the more you go like this, the harder it. Even as an experienced rider, like now, I can bend all the way down and do whatever I want. I could touch my pedals if I want to while riding.
Oh, that's
but
awesome.
like,
you've been riding a lot. That's why.
Yeah, in the middle of learning though, like even going down to turn on my lights, I would get wobbles.
Oh,
like,
dude. Yeah. I almost wrecked through. I went to turn my light on. I was like,
yeah. I remember I was riding a friend's MSP, and I was like, oh, the lights are off. And I was like, okay, yo, the wheel was like, woo, woo, woo. I was like, no.
It's true.
and I caught it, but like, yo, it's true,
dude,
bro.
That's funny.
Well, you do
even turning, even when I first started, like I started riding my Tesla, not even with the M10. I went from the M10 3 to the Tesla V2. I couldn't turn the wheel. So I would just ride it in a straight line. You can see it on the video. I would turn it around and I would jump back on it and then I'd ride it again. And then when I went to try to turn, it was like a Mack truck. It was wide. I mean, I was taking turns wide, man.
That was me too.
The more you do, the more you do it.
He was around when I first started. I was like, look, I could turn on a dime to the right. I was like, but watch this. And I'd be like, left turn.
Yep.
And he's like, yo, why? And I'm like, I don't know. I'm trying to figure it out. So I kept practicing. Now I could like touch my tippy toes to the floor and like, you know, spin on and place.
Woo, 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 woo thing again.
Oh.
Oh,
guys,
man,
it's 2 minutes. It's 2 minutes to 8 hours. So I think we're gonna call it a night.
We did a whole shift here, man.
That is crazy.
I didn't even get a lunch break. Well, I wasn't part of the whole shift. Well, I don't even know what time, but I did at least half a shift.
Dude, that's how my lives are. I started and I think I'm gonna. I don't know.
Dude, I was sleeping. I was asleep. I said, I wonder if Stride's doing this stream. Right? I was like, oh, let me jump on. That's crazy, man.
Oh, this is crazy. This is crazy.
Good stuff, though, man.
Well, thank you for having me on.
No, dude, thanks for coming on. You're a good sport.
I appreciate you having me on, too.
Added a lot of value to this, man. A lot of value, especially with the volts thing. I got to pay attention to volts.
Yeah, it's important. I tell him all the time.
Thanks to the people in the chat, too. Thanks to the people in the chat who stuck. Because if it wasn't for them, we wouldn't be chatting. But look at these guys; they hung out with us too. So
yeah,
it's awesome.
Not for sure, man. I tell people all the time. I'm like, yo, when you're at 100 volts, like when you're fully charged, I'm not really that concerned about the speed or watching anything. I wish that more wheels had a voltmeter in the front.
An actual voltmeter. You know?
Yeah,
what I mean?
because my Monster Pro, it has the voltmeter in the front. Like you can see the voltage. So when I'm riding, I'm just looking at that. As far as pushing it, I'm just like, oh, okay, I'm good. And I keep it going. But like, for example, he has an EX10, his thing is in the back. So unless he's looking at the app or something, he can't monitor his voltage. So I'm always like, yo, be careful. Like we're going.
That's why I like the Sherman. That's why I like the Sherman, and that's why I like the Abrams.
Oh, go ahead, yeah.
Yeah.
Also, one thing with the
EUC I thought he was sleeping. EUCVibes. I thought he was sleeping. He's still awake.
He's eating cereal, man.
Right? He's still awake. He's still chatting.
He's like,
thanks, everyone. Thanks, everyone. It's 8 hours. Thanks, everybody. Guys, I really appreciate it. I didn't think the live was going to be like this, but look, it went better than I thought. This EUC service was on here. I mean, we got Sam on here, who's an actual technician. We got Sensei Vegan, who made the live amazing. I mean,
ZoomWheels Brian was on.
ZoomWheels Brian. Oh my God. Like, what? That's crazy. That's crazy.
We learned about stones.
We learned about stones.
Yeah. Turns out I'm 15.7 stones. Wait, he probably weighs like 1 stone. Let me look up his weight. 125 pounds to stones.
Wait, is that real?
He's only 8.9 stones. Yeah, this is a real. Okay. This is a real measurement.
Oh, really?
Okay.
Ancient measurements.
This is a real thing. I'm 15.
That's awesome.
15.7 stones.
Hmm.
What's you said riding? You're like 210, right?
Yeah, 210.
But what are you without the gear?
197. But I worked out a little bit.
You are 14 stones.
14 stones.
I'm 176. Actually lost weight.
176.
176 is the measurement. You're 12.5 stones. You were on point with what you said. Yeah.
Wow.
You said 13. So.
I know this lap started with a bad Wi-Fi and ended out classic. I think it's because the people upstairs went to sleep.
And I'm the only one using my Wi-Fi right now. So
yeah. So people are waking up now. So it's gonna start getting all funny again.
You said people upstairs. Where are you at?
I have an apartment, but my baby, my lady, my child.
Okay.
Loud. So I'm in my mother's basement. And when I come here, I always say, "Mother, I'm in the basement. I'm doing a live, okay?" So no one comes down here. You know what I mean?
Yeah. That's funny.
All right, guys. I am gonna jet out of here. Actually, I could eat me some breakfast and then I'll go to bed.
Oh, that's fine, Sensei. I don't expect you to get up anytime soon. Neither you. So.
Dude, you know the thing is, I'll be up in like 2 hours probably.
You're still working. Wow.
I gotta finish this wheel, man. You guys got.
Oh, wow. See, wow.
I also gotta put my Nicola back together. I think the charge port was messed up. It wasn't charging for a bit. I was afraid that it was a BMS issue, but it's all good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, so, I really appreciate it, man. Thank you, man.
Good.
Hopefully we can chat again sometime. You know, Sensei, thank you for coming on. We should.
Oh, dude, thanks for having me on. I appreciate it, brother.
Keep in contact, and then I never call you.
Both of you could come out to the shop at the same time. You bring your wheels. I'll take care of it, man.
Yeah, I'll bring the Tesla, man. I'll get it up there. I
got you, bro. I got you. Like I said, I have the shells here, so it's ready. It's ready.
That's even better. I don't have to order a shell then.
That's awesome.
Yeah. It's all here.
Yeah.
Awesome.
All right, guys.
All right, guys.
Thank you.
Later.
I will put your information on so that people can check you out.
Yes.
All right.
Have a good night, everybody.
You're on the chats, UStride?
Huh?
You're on the chats, like the Telegram chats and stuff?
Yeah. But I mean, I haven't gone there much, but I'm on there. I'm on the NYC EUC.
I'm gonna send you the info through there just so that you have it in one place.
Yeah. Cool.
All right. Later, everybody. Good show.
Good night. Good night, guys. Good night.
Say goodbye.
Sensei. Peace. Later, man. later, guys. Later. Woo! Wow, that was a crazy live, guys. That was a crazy live. And you guys are here still. That's intense. Wow. That's insane. But I'll tell you what, though. We learned a lot. We learned a whole lot. I came here to talk about the Abrams, but it really is not really about the Abrams. It's about the Abrams in comparison to all the other wheels, because, you know, the Abrams, just had a lot of questions about the Abrams. But you can't get more out of what you put in. If you didn't put in a lot, you're not going to get out a lot. So it's just common sense. It may have more torque than the Sherman, but what we really want is the range for such a massive wheel. I don't think the average person is going to be riding crazy anyway. So for them, it might work. But in terms of the build quality and everything else, I love that wheel a lot. Now, after hearing about the MSS, holy smokes, man. That's my wheel. That's what I want. I want the MSS. I'm going to try to get it. If I can't get it, then it's going to have to be the EXN. Law mentioned it. ZoomWheels Brian ZoomWheels mentioned it. You know, even the gentleman in EUC Service, Daniel, mentioned it. So I'll just have to, it's a bigger battery. I just hope it's not as bad as what I'm thinking it is, because I like to ride hard for at least 20 miles and not worry about depleting the battery down to 50%. So, but yeah, guys, you guys were awesome. I don't want to keep talking because I know if I keep talking, I'm going to keep talking and I'm going to pass out on the live, and then someone's going to have to wake me up. I hope I wasn't on when you were doing that. Doing what? Oh, Bunny Slippers saying something. She said, I did number 2. Oh, gosh. Took a shower to the bakery. I never left the stream. Oh, my goodness. You guys, man. You guys are funny. Only 2 here. Night. Yep. Have a good night, guys. Come on. You gotta go. We gotta go. We gotta go. It's been 8 hours. Holy smokes. This is crazy. Oh, man. Anyway, guys, it was a pleasure. I'm going to start getting ready to set up and leave. Go to my house. And you're welcome, man. You're welcome, EUC on my EUC. I think we covered a lot of topics, and EUC has gotten to the point where we can just keep talking for days and we'll never run out of topics. That's crazy. That says a lot, man. That says a lot. But guys, good night. Good night. I am sleepy. UStride gonna be next. Joe Rogan, great chat. I mean, that'd be nice. I like EUCs. I give 8 hours of my time to my job. And I like it. What I do is I'm a tester. I test things. Sometimes I test software. Sometimes I test hardware. I test. I would like to transfer that skill to EUCs and just test EUCs. Simple job. But let's see if we can make that happen. Guys, it was a pleasure. It was a pleasure. I have an outro. As you know, I always have outros. So let me do this quick outro while I get ready. It's long, but I'm not gonna play the whole thing. I'll probably play it at speed, like a higher speed rate or something. Like maybe, hey, come on, what's going on here? Oh, did you decide to like freeze on me like now? Okay, cool. There we go. So I'm just gonna do an outro, and then we'll call it a night. Actually, we are calling it a night. The outro is calling it a night. And once I get everything ready, then I'm just gonna call it a night. You guys are a machine. You never get tired when it's true. It's true. Holy smokes, man. I thought I was gonna pass out. When I came home from work, my plan was to take a nap before I did the live. But I'm like, if I take a nap, I'm gonna be too tired. You know when you get up and then you feel like, you slept, but you didn't sleep enough. So your eyes and your face look funny and your motors are not working. So I'm like, you know what? Just stop it. Just go do the live and then blah, blah. So EUC adrenaline. That's right. Guys, good night. Good night, everybody. Here's the outro video.
So we've got the two battery in there. The Sherman is joined together.
I'm not sure what's going on. The audio is not playing here. Hold on for a second. Let me stop this. I'm not sure what's going on. The audio is not playing here. Hold on. That's me trying to figure things out. My camera is my phone, so that's why it's like all up in my air. All right, hold on. Share audio. Okay, good night for real. All right, this better play.
Clip together and using this rubbish screw. at the back. So that's that. And what else is there? A big LED.
I can't figure this out, and I'm not trying to figure it out. I'm just going to end the stream. Good night. Sleep tight. And ride safe.